Chapter 11:15. F asterisk asterisk K. This fellow's thoughts are amazing. The violent vibrations went on for a few minutes, but no signs of damage were seen. F asterisk asterisk K. Unlawn cursed uncontrollably. His face turned black. What kind of stupid array is this? This is a tortoise's shell. Sheng Luo remained calm. There was contempt in his eyes. This was a top-tier defense array. A heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to destroy it. What's with that gaze? Unlawn felt offended. He glared back at Sheng Luo. Oomph. Sheng Luo snorted. Actually, you don't have to work so hard. Wang Teng circled the room with a strange expression as he released some force toward the ceiling occasionally. He didn't stop moving. When he returned to his original position, the defense array gave off a brilliant glow and dimmed immediately. It was as if it shut down. Boom! A door opened. Sheng Luo was stunned. He stared at the deactivated array without speaking a word. Wang Teng managed to deactivate this powerful defense array so easily. Seriously? Why didn't you say that earlier? Unlawn was so frustrated that he felt like vomiting blood. Oh, I couldn't bear to disturb you because you were having so much fun, Wang Teng replied. Me? Unlawn flared up in anger. He felt extremely stupid. This bastard. He had a plan, but he didn't say a word. He only stepped forward after enjoying his failures. Evil man. Infuriating. How did you deactivate this array? Sheng Luo furrowed his brows as he asked in disbelief. Haha, are you surprised? He's a rune grandmaster. Your rune array can't stop him. Roundball sniggered. Rune grandmaster. The disbelief in Sheng Luo's eyes grew thicker. He stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. He couldn't believe that this young man was a grandmaster. How old was he? Based on the information he had collected in the past, this young man was only 20. All the grandmasters were more than 100 years old. Were they joking by telling him that this 20-year-old young man was one of them? Promise me, don't use your shallow imagination to guess my level. Wang Teng said sincerely. Silence. To hell with shallow imagination. Sheng Luo felt that he had never experienced such humiliation before. He almost vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt disgusted. Unlawn, Roundball, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They knew that Wang Teng wasn't boasting for the sake of boasting. He just wanted to irritate Sheng Luo, but they still found it embarrassing. Wang Teng disregarded Sheng Luo after provoking him. He jumped and entered the entrance that appeared above. Unlawn and the others followed closely behind. They were curious and wanted to know what sort of treasure required so many defenses and secrecy. After entering the space above, they realized that it was no smaller than the rooms below, and there were all kinds of treasures too. However, these items were undoubtedly of a higher grade than the previous ones. You've kept quite some treasures. Wang Teng nudged Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo's face was as black as ink. He wished he could strangle Wang Teng to death. Unfortunately, he could only rage in silence. Wang Teng chuckled and stopped stimulating him. He strolled around the room as he sized up his loot. Using his eyes of essence, he noticed a few areas where the force glow was extremely bright. These treasures were brighter than the other items. Naturally, he paid more attention to them. First, he walked in front of a crimson spiritual plant placed inside a jade bottle. There were runes carved on the jade, so the fluctuations of the spiritual plant were well hidden. However, Wang Teng could tell that it wasn't an ordinary human plant. There were 3 spiritual plants placed neatly and orderly in the jade bottle. They were crystal clear as if they were carved using rubies. This is scarlet blood spiritual herb. Roundball exclaimed in shock as it sat on Wang Teng's shoulder. Scarlet blood spiritual herb. Wang Teng was stunned. He nodded. It has a long name, so it must be exceptional. Roundball. F asterisk asterisk K. This fellow's mind works in amazing ways. It didn't know why the value of a spiritual plant was based on the length of its name. Cough. Please continue. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said. As a grandmaster alchemist, he didn't recognize this scarlet blood spiritual herb. This meant that the spiritual planet was extremely rare. Fortunately, Roundball's database was huge, so it could be his narrator. This is a rare spiritual plant that can purify one's bloodline and raise the talent of a star beast. Roundball rolled its eyes as it explained briefly. Purify bloodline and raise the talent of a star beast. Wang Tong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this spiritual plant to be so powerful. This wasn't something an ordinary spiritual herb could do. Normally, talent and bloodline were fixed at birth. It was hard to raise them, which was why many star beasts were stuck at the lower levels and couldn't achieve a breakthrough. Bloodline and talent were the biggest factors that limited their growth. It was the same for Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. If Wang Tong didn't give them resources without calculating the returns and aiding them in their growth, they would have had a difficult time advancing to the emperor level. Of course, the divine flames were important too. Fortunately, they were fire element star beasts, so they could transform with the help of the divine flames. This allowed their talents to increase. You could say that Little White and metal armor flaming scorpion had benefited greatly as Wang Tong's pet. Oh wait, now, these scarlet blood spiritual herbs were theirs too. Wang Tong pondered for a moment and released Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. These two spiritual pets' abilities had risen greatly after the trip to the flaming river world, especially after Wang Tong got the soul of Thousand Beasts Flame. They bathe in the soul of Thousand Beasts Flame every day, allowing their cultivation speed to shoot up. Now, Little White was at the 7th level of the Emperor level, while the metal armor flaming scorpion was at the 6th level. He was about to catch up. The metal armor flaming scorpion felt bitter when Little White exceeded his cultivation. Hence, he practiced furiously, making his progress satisfying. As their ability increased, they got bigger too. The moment they appeared, the room was filled up. It was lucky that they didn't have the bloodline of a universe behemoth. Even at the Emperor level, a universe behemoth could grow to the size of Earth. Master, why are you looking for me? The metal armor flaming scorpion glanced at Wang Tong and said in a fawning tone. Caw! Little White chipped in too. 1 inch, let me show you some good stuff. Wang Tong pointed at Scarlet Blood spiritual herb and smiled. The eyes of the two spiritual pets lit up. They leaned forward curiously, wanting to see what it was. Wang Tong never disappointed them whenever he summoned them to give them goodies. Thus, this wouldn't be an exception. But they didn't feel anything special because Scarlet Blood spiritual herb was hidden in the jade box. What's that? The metal armor flaming scorpion asked curiously. That's Scarlet Blood spiritual herb. It can raise your bloodline and talent. Wang Tong learned on the spot and regurgitated what Roundball said. Raise bloodline and talent. Caw! The metal armor, flaming scorpion, and Little White got excited. Bloodline and talent were mysterious things. They had suffered much because of them. When they advanced to the Emperor level, they could feel the restriction their bloodline and talent put on them. If this continued, after reaching the Imperial level, their speed of cultivation would slow down. It would never go back again. Even with the help of the soul of Thousand Beasts Flame, they could at most maintain their current cultivation speed. Don't rush things, Roundball said hurriedly. What? Wang Tong was just about to feed the two Scarlet Blood spiritual herbs to his spiritual pets. He was surprised when Roundball stopped him. Are you stupid? The Scarlet Blood spiritual herb's effect is the greatest after you refine them into dawn. It's a waste to feed them directly. Only star beasts will do something so stupid, Roundball said angrily. The metal armor flaming scorpion, Little White. They had received a huge blow. Cough. Wang Tong was embarrassed too. I don't know the recipe, so I won't be able to make the Dan anyway. Why don't you ask the people in the Secondary Career Alliance? There will be an alchemist who knows, Roundball replied, speechlessly. All right. Wang Tong touched his chin and turned to his spiritual pets. In that case, go back to where you come from. Go. Little White. Oh, metal armor, flaming scorpion. Oh, what did it feel like to have an unreliable master? They understood the feeling completely. They couldn't eat this appetizing Scarlet Blood spiritual herb. It was frustrating for them. They felt as if there were ants crawling on their hearts. They would rather not know about this plant. Wang Tong kept his two spiritual pets guiltily. Then he stored the Scarlet Blood spiritual herb and started touring the area again. The second thick glow came from a star bone. It was a thigh bone and was as thick as a spike club. There were occult silver patterns on the bone, and it was glowing. It appeared exceptional. Wanting only noticed what was different about this star bone after he got closer. This star bone feels. Round Ball couldn't pinpoint its feelings. It detected something, but it wasn't sure. Space power. Wang Tung was flabbergasted. He said in a low voice, "It's space power." "Since you said it, it means that I'm right." Round Ball nodded. "I didn't think that you'll have a star bone with space power." Wang Tung looked at Sheng Luo in astonishment. Sheng Luo gave Wang Tung a snort to show that he didn't want to speak. His heart bled when he saw Wang Tung taking away his treasures one by one. He felt like he was stabbed with many holes, and he was aching so much that he wanted to die. This star bone with space power was an unexpected gain. He wanted to use it after he advanced to the universe stage, but now his dream was destroyed. Ha ha ha! Wang Tung laughed heartily. The more frustrated his arrogant enemy was, the happier he was. He felt refreshed for some reason. Chapter 11:16, Water of Netherworld. "This star bone is suitable for you." Unlan walked over and said enviously. A star bone with space power was the treasure among the treasures. It was extremely rare. If it was revealed, many universe stage martial warriors might come to snatch it. This was because universe stage martial warriors could use space power. They didn't have space talent, but their powerful abilities allowed them to be able to control space a little. You can use this to make a weapon, especially a spiritual weapon. "That would be the best," Round Ball said. "That's just my plan." Wang Tung nodded. His gaze landed on the other box beside the star bone. This was where the third dazzling light was. Wang Tung had a hunch when he noticed that it was placed beside the star bone. He opened the box. As expected, a star core appeared. It was silver-white with mysterious patterns all over it. There seemed to be a magical power flowing through the patterns. A star core with space power. Round Ball took a deep breath. It probably came from the same star beast as the star bone. The weapon will be even more perfect with this star core. Wang Tung smiled and kept it. "You're so lucky." Round Ball shook its head and hurried him. "Quick, let's see if there are other better things. I didn't expect a low-tier civilization to have so many good items. I'm getting curious." With a nod, Wang Tung came in front of the fourth ball of dazzling light. This time, they weren't much surprised. This was just a huge piece of ore. Although precious, it wasn't rare. It could be bought with money. Black metal mother, Oregon. Many weapons use this ore, but the mother ore is more expensive, Round Ball said. Wang Tung knew this. He nodded and kept the ore. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh treasure. Wang Tung looked through the items one by one. There was a lot of good stuff above, but Wang Tung was able to accurately find the ones with the most value. Sheng Luo was in despair. His hopes that Wang Tung would overlook his treasures were dashed. This fellow had sharp eyes. No treasure could escape from him. Very soon, Wang Tung arrived in front of the last item. This was a container made from green wood. It was half the height of a person, and one person couldn't hug it. There was something inside. "Open it." Round Ball urged him with curiosity. It was a weird way to store something. It wondered what was inside. Wang Tung opened the cap of the wooden container and saw a dull blue liquid silently floating inside. Wang Tung exchanged glances with Round Ball. Behind them, Unlan, the leader of martial arts, and the others were puzzled too. They didn't know what this was. "This is a bucket of water?" Unlan asked curiously. "This isn't an ordinary bucket of water, right?" Wang Tung asked with uncertainty. "Isn't that nonsense?" Round Ball rolled its eyes. Wang Tung didn't mind. He took a few steps closer, activated his eyes of essence, and observed the water. There aren't any reflections in the water. "I can't see the bottom of the container either." Round Ball touched its chin, seemingly to be in deep thought. It was astounded too. "Why don't we ask him?" Dan Taixing glanced at Sheng Luo. "President Sheng Luo introduced this bucket of water," Wang Tung said. "I don't know," Sheng Luo said coldly. It was natural for him to be rude and impolite. "I knew you wouldn't cooperate." Wang Tung shook his head in disappointment. He walked toward Sheng Luo. "What do you want to do?" Sheng Luo asked in a low voice. Wang Tung smiled. He stared into Sheng Luo's eyes, while a faint crimson glow shimmered in his eyes. Bewitch, you. Sheng Luo's expression changed. He released his spiritual power and tried his best to resist Wang Tung's spiritual invasion. However, Wang Tung was well prepared. When he activated his bewitch skill, he also released his spirit penetration, stabbing it right into Sheng Luo's forehead. Boom! Ah! Sheng Luo was caught off guard. His spirit suffered a grievous injury, and his face turned extremely pale. He let out a scream of pain. The bewitch skill took the chance to infiltrate his defenses. Sheng Luo's gaze turned hazy. He seemed to be struggling. However, after a few seconds, he lost control of his consciousness. This spiritual exchange was invisible. Outsiders didn't know what had happened. They only heard Sheng Luo's cry before he lost consciousness. And Lan, the leader of martial arts, and the others were stunned. They stared at Wang Tung in bewilderment. What did he do? Wang Tung ignored them. He looked Sheng Luo in the eye and asked, "What's this?" "Water of Netherworld," Sheng Luo replied in a monotonous tone. "Water of Netherworld." Round Ball exclaimed in shock before Wang Tung could respond. "You know what it is?" Wang Tung turned and asked. "I didn't imagine it at all." "Wang Tung, your luck is heaven-defying." Round Ball took a deep breath. "What on earth is it? Tell me quickly," Wang Tung said angrily. "The water of Netherworld is of the same grade as your divine flames and the nether frost," Round Ball said in a low voice. "The same grade as the divine flames." Wang Tung was stunned. Then he was dumbstruck. He stared at the bucket of water in front of him and exclaimed, "This thing is the same grade as the divine flames?" "Yes." Round Ball smiled and nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Wang Tung's reaction. "The water of Netherworld is said to be divine water that flowed out of hell. Of course, this is just a rumor. I'm sure even Eternal Stage martial warriors won't know if the Netherworld exists. However, it's true that this water of Netherworld is powerful and mysterious. It can melt anything and everything. One drop is enough to destroy the physical body and soul of a Heaven Stage martial warrior," Round Ball said in a stern voice. "It can melt everything." Wang Tung's expression changed. He didn't believe it. "Are you kidding? Is it that scary? If you don't believe me, you could try with the nether frost. Let's see if it works," Round Ball instigated him. Wang Tung glanced at it and gathered nether frost on his palm. He threw it into the water of Netherworld. Swoosh! A hissing sound was heard immediately. Under everyone's astounded gaze, the nether frost melted instantly. "Oh my God!" The leader of martial arts and the others were flabbergasted. They took a few steps back, not daring to get any closer. Even Lan was a little afraid. He knew how special Wang Tung's nether frost was, yet it melted instantly in the water of Netherworld. This proved how scary it was. No wonder it could destroy the physical body and the soul of a Heaven Stage martial warrior with one drop. This wasn't a joke. Wang Tung's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the water. No signs of the nether frost could be seen. The water of Netherworld was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. The nether frost didn't disappear because it melted due to high heat. Instead, it seemed to be corroded. It was disintegrated right to the core. Although the power of the nether frost had decreased tremendously after it lost Wang Tung's support, the water of Netherworld was still powerful, as it could melt the nether frost instantly. Wang Tung was still doubtful, though. He formed a small tongue of the emerald-glazed flame and threw it into the water of Netherworld. Piss! The emerald-glazed flame lasted a while longer, but it was also quickly corroded by the water of Netherworld. "This water of Netherworld is terrifying," Lan exclaimed uncontrollably. "How should I tame it?" Wang Tung looked at Round Ball with twinkling eyes. "It's good that it's terrifying. I should be the one using this water of Netherworld. A normal person will have a troublesome time taming it, but you're different." Round Ball smiled. "Are you talking about the divine flames?" Wang Tung's eyes lit up in understanding. "That's right. The water of Netherworld can melt everything, but that depends on who it belongs to. It doesn't have a master yet, so you can control it with your divine flames temporarily and grab the chance to leave your spiritual mark on it. Then this water of netherworld will be yours. Round Ball nodded in agreement. This is the same as taming a divine flame. I have experience, Wang Tung said light-heartedly with a smile. That's true. Wang Tung was in a good mood after getting this water of netherworld. He couldn't control the smile on his face. The water of netherworld can erode all matters and doesn't have any buoyancy. Any matter or person who falls in will drown, Roundball said. That's another special trait. Wang Tung was even more astonished. Suddenly, he had an idea. I can probably get unexpected results if I use it in my domain. Looks like you've already guessed it, Roundball said with a smile. Wang Tung felt the change in himself after his enlightenment increased to the cosmos stage. For instance, that eureka moment he had just now appeared quite frequently. He could think of ideas the moment someone gave him a hint. Wang Tung asked Sheng Luo a few more questions and got all the secrets of Saint Star Pagoda from him. Enlon and the others were appalled. They felt their hearts turning cold. They didn't know how Wang Tung did this. This method was too scary. Sheng Luo finally woke up from the bewitched skill. He looked at Wang Tung in fright. Hey, you're awake, Wang Tung exclaimed. Sheng Luo woke up earlier than he had expected. What did you do to me? Sheng Luo asked with a black face. Nothing. I just asked you a few questions, Wang Tung replied calmly. Then he kept the water of netherworld in his space ring. Sheng Luo's eyelids jumped. It was obvious that he knew everything. With that skill, he wouldn't be able to keep any secrets. A sense of fear floated into his heart when he recalled the feeling of his consciousness being controlled. Come, there's nothing valuable here. Let's take a look at other places. Wang Tung smiled. Sheng Luo's expression turned hideous. This bastard wanted to turn the entire Saint Star Pagoda upside down. Chapter 11:17. Save the money we can save. Olent Federation was, after all, a civilization in the universe. Every civilization in the universe had at least tens of millions of years of history. The depth of their foundation was not something that Wang Tung and the others could imagine. And Saint Star Pagoda was established early when the Olent Federation was founded. Its history wasn't much shorter than that of the Olent Federation. That was why Saint Star Pagoda's foundation was extremely strong as well. The previous treasures were just the tip of the iceberg. Wang Tung then brought the others to a hall. Seeing the hall, Sheng Luo wanted to stop Wang Tung desperately. This was the scripture hall that contained Saint Star Pagoda's collection of scriptures and battle techniques. Every single one of them was inside. 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors flew out when Wang Tung stood outside of the Great Hall. They were an old man and an old woman. The man was a martial warrior from the Black Scale race. He was short, and there were fine black scales on his face. The woman was from the Fox race. The charm of the Fox race had disappeared with old age, and she was just an ordinary old woman now. They were the guards of the scripture hall, who lived in seclusion and rarely showed their faces. But now that Saint Star Pagoda was facing its biggest crisis, they had to step up and come forward. President. The 2 of them saw Sheng Luo and immediately knew that he had been captured. Their expressions changed a little. You? Let him be. Sheng Luo shook his head. The 2 of them hesitated. If the president of Saint Star Pagoda hadn't said it, they would have criticized the speaker. The scripture hall was the most important place in Saint Star Pagoda. This was the foundation that was accumulated over countless years. If anything went wrong, Saint Star Pagoda would be done for. I'll count to 3. If you don't move, you can go down and accompany Wallace, Wang Tung said calmly. What did you do to Vice President Wallace? The 2 elderly martial warriors were startled. He's dead, Wang Tung said indifferently. Dead? The 2 elderly martial warriors looked at Sheng Luo in disbelief. President, is that the truth? You're not his match. Let him be. Sheng Luo didn't reply and sighed in exasperation as he shook his head. Even so, the 2 elderly martial warriors knew the answer. It was clear that Wallace had died in front of the president, and he couldn't do anything about it. It meant that this matter was out of their control. Sigh. The 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors who had guarded the Great Hall for countless years sighed and stepped aside. Wang Tung smiled coldly and ignored them. He then gave an order to Bertha, Hardy, and the others. Empty it. The expressions of Sheng Luo and the two elderly martial warriors changed. Although they had expected that it would be a disaster, they didn't expect Wang Teng to be so ruthless as to empty the whole place. It was clear that he didn't want to leave anything behind for them. Wang Teng strode into the scripture hall and saw celestial stage scriptures and battle techniques. There were many of them, probably in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of scriptures and battle techniques might seem few for civilization as large as the Olin Federation, but it was considered a lot. These scriptures and battle techniques were carefully selected and were considered to be of top quality. They were definitely among the best in Olin Federation. If ordinary martial warriors obtained them, they would be thrilled beyond measure. As for the Cosmos Stage scriptures and battle techniques, there were very few of them. There were only a handful of Heaven Stage scriptures, and they were placed in the deepest part of the hall. Wang Teng, I found a list of a scripture hall. Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. Oh, let me see. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was too lazy to look at them one by one. It was much more convenient with the list. He could find useful scriptures and battle techniques at a glance. I'll transfer them into your wristwatch. Take a look at it yourself, Round Ball said. Wang Teng opened his wristwatch, and a screen appeared. It was the size of a tablet. After a while, he shook his head in disappointment. There was no scripture and battle technique that he was satisfied with. However, he only scrolled past a third of them. Bertha and the others walked over and saluted him. Master, the collection has been completed. Next stop. Wang Teng nodded and kept his wristwatch before walking out of the scripture hall. The leader of martial arts and the heads of the nations were hesitant to say anything. Their eyes went red after looking at all these scriptures and battle techniques. If Earth could obtain these resources, the foundation of the martial warriors would not be a problem. Their strength would rise greatly. Unfortunately, this was Wang Teng's loot, and they didn't have the authority to take it for themselves. After a while, they came over to another building. It was the access port to St. Star Pagoda's virtual universe. There were many valuable connection devices for the virtual universe. Move them. Wang Teng didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and got people to do it for him. Each helmet for the virtual universe was worth tens of thousands of UC. They weren't cheap and shouldn't be wasted. We should save the money we can save. Move them. Move them. Move them all. Next, whenever he went to a place, Wang Teng wouldn't let go of anything valuable. He moved almost everything that could be moved from the St. Star Pagoda. The whole city was ransacked. When Wang Teng and the others were about to leave, Sheng Luo's face was ashen. He was shaking with rage. Boom! The Flaming River spacecraft left St. Star Pagoda and headed to the capital of Olent Planet. The people of the St. Star Pagoda saw the tail of the Flaming River spacecraft and gritted their teeth with fury. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Damn it! These Earthlings must pay the price in the future. The few remaining Cosmos Stage martial warriors said furiously. Wang Teng didn't know that the people of St. Star Pagoda were boiling in anger. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. There was nothing to worry about people who were dying. The capital of Olent Planet was located in the center. It was the political, economic, and cultural center of the Olent Federation. It was more prosperous, livelier, and richer than St. Star Pagoda. However, there was chaos today. Olent Federation's 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors had been captured, and their headquarters had been invaded. Now that the St. Star Pagoda was in devastation, it was impossible for the capital to be spared. When Wang Teng and the others left the St. Star Pagoda, the top officials of the Olent Federation received the news and were now discussing countermeasures. In a great hall, a group of martial warriors of different races was expressing their opinions loudly. It was a mess. Everyone, be quiet. Facing such chaos, an elder from the Three Eyes race frowned and bellowed. Everyone looked at him. This was the commander of Olent Federation's Universe Fleet, the person with the highest position in the Olent Federation. Commander Nehemiah, I think we should leave Olent Planet quickly before the enemies arrive. We should avoid them temporarily. That's right. Their strength is far superior to ours. A feudal resistance is unwise. We should hurry and leave. we can retain our strength. When they leave, we can still rebuild the Olent Federation. These top officials of the Olent Federation wanted to escape, but they talked as though they were thinking about the future of the Olent Federation. Commander Nehemiah glared at them, his 3 eyes widening. He didn't think that these bastards would be so self-righteous and shameless. Enough, he roared. The voices all around disappeared. Everyone turned silent as they looked at Nehemiah blankly. Olent Federation is in danger, and you're thinking of deserting? Where's your dignity? Rebuild? Your ideas are really great. Our 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors are still in the enemy's hands. Without them, how are you going to rebuild Olent Federation? I think you're just trying to escape, cowards. Commander Nehemiah's yells echoed in everyone's ears. Their expressions were ugly. With his sharp gaze swept over, everyone was filled with guilt as they avoided eye contact. Oomph. Nehemiah scoffed and continued. Do you really think you can leave Olent Federation? This is the image that was transmitted from space. See it for yourself. A satellite image from space appeared on the screen in front of everyone. There was a huge spacecraft that resembled a pyramid. It floated quietly in space, with a cold metallic luster on its surface. Mecha Race Spacecraft. There was an abrupt exclamation. Chapter 11:18. The sun was out. The rain had stopped. They felt alive again. A Mecha Race Spacecraft. Why is there a Mecha Race Spacecraft here? There was a huge uproar in the Olent Federation. The people stared at the pyramid-shaped giant spacecraft in disbelief. The Mecha Race's spacecraft were unique. Normally, they were shaped like a pyramid, with the symbol of the Mecha Race carved on them. They were easily recognizable. The Mecha Race spacecraft were known for their power. At the same level, they were much scarier. They could escape under the supervision of this mecha spacecraft, but they would be discovered. When a universe-level spacecraft arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Now, do you still think you can run away? Commander Nehemiah said coldly. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They returned to their seats dejectedly. Look, someone wants to leave the Olent planet, someone exclaimed suddenly. There were many people with the same thought as them. They were either members of elite families or the higher authorities from various cities. When they realized that the Olent Federation was in danger, they chose to escape without any hesitation. This was understandable. Every man for himself in times of danger. But they didn't know what was waiting for them in the universe. Boom, boom, boom. These spacecraft that flew out of the Olent planet exploded instantly and turned into cosmic dust. Silence. The entire Great Hall was silent. One could even hear a feather dropping. The higher authorities that wanted to escape felt a chill down their spine. They felt fortunate that they didn't leave. If not, this might have been their ending. Commander Nehemiah, what do you think we should do? One of the members gulped. He called Nehemiah by his title. However, the moment he spoke, everyone received a message on their wristwatch. Their expressions changed. The enemy was here. Nehemiah's expression turned gloomy. He switched the image on the screen and looked at the situation in the sky above the main city. A gigantic spacecraft floated down before hovering above their city. Everyone lost their voices. They stared at the spacecraft in silence, as if it was a sharp sword. Guys, there's only one choice for us. Commander Nehemiah took a deep breath and said, Please tell us. The crowd looked at him. Surrender. Commander Nehemiah paused for a few seconds before opening his mouth again. The word expanded all his energy. After saying it, he became dispirited. He seemed to have aged tremendously. Everyone was appalled. First, they were shocked that the unyielding Commander Nehemiah had revealed such an expression. Next, it was the word he said, surrender. Surrendering to an earthling was a great humiliation. They could choose to escape and fool themselves, but they couldn't accept bowing their arrogant heads to an earthling. We'll die if we don't surrender, Commander Nehemiah continued in a low voice. Is there any other way? Someone asked unwillingly. Everyone remained silent. They knew the answer already. Wow, it's lively here. A voice broke the gloomy atmosphere. The door was kicked open with a loud bang. A young figure walked in. The crowd's expressions changed. Their pupils constricted violently. While they were still hesitating, the other party reached their doorstep. He gave them no chance to react. Moreover, they didn't notice his arrival. What kind of ability was this? They could only use scary to describe him. Nice to meet you. Wang Ting entered the great hall and smiled as he scanned his surroundings. He greeted the people warmly. Everyone was stunned. They had an illusion that this young man wasn't their enemy. Instead, he was an old friend who traveled a long way to visit them. As if. They looked past the young man and saw a few martial warriors dragging Heaven Lord Tu Jin and Bartlett in. They knew that these two universe lords were heavily injured, but they were still dumbfounded when they saw their states. The injuries were so heavy, they only had one last breath left. These powerful presences in the Olent Federation were beaten up so badly. It was unbelievable. There was a hint of fear in their gazes as they looked at Wang Tung. Don't be nervous. I don't eat people, Wang Tung said with a smile. He walked into the great hall as if he was familiar with this place and found a seat to sit down. Everyone was speechless. Do you think we'll believe you? Mister, how may I address you? Commander Nehemiah stood up and asked. Wang Tung. Mr. Wang Tung, what are the requirements for you to release these three universe lords? Nehemiah looked at Tu Jin, Bartlett, and Sheng Luo and sighed. I spent a lot of effort to catch them. I can't let them go. Wang Tung shook his head. Nehemiah's heart sank. We can discuss. If it's a money issue, we can sit down and discuss it, Nehemiah said hurriedly. All of you wanted to destroy Earth. This isn't a simple issue about money. But Nehemiah wanted to speak, but Wang Tung interrupted him. He said indifferently, All right, I didn't come here to chat with you. I'll give you two choices, live or die. What do you choose? The atmosphere tensed up. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Wang Tung. What do we have to do if we want to live? Someone broke the silence after some time. Simple. Use the money to buy your lives. The crowd was caught between laughter and tears. This was a simple and direct method, but many people heaved a sigh of relief. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Everyone from the Olent Federation gave a confident smile. The sun was out, and the rain had stopped. They felt alive again. I'm a kind fellow. Every family can just give me 500 billion UC. Wang Ting opened his mouth lazily. Pfft. How much? Some people were taking a sip of water to calm their nerves. They spat the water out in shock. 500 billion? They couldn't even find 300 billion. This was UC, not OFC. Even if they dug out all their assets, they could only collate 200 billion UC. He was asking for their lives. No, we don't have that much money. Even if you kill me, I don't have so much money. This isn't about money. You're asking us to die. The members of the Olent Federation shook their heads with unsightly expressions. They felt that Wang Tung was asking too much. Don't be impatient. Watch the performance I prepared for you guys first. Wang Tung waved his hand. The moment he finished speaking, the image on the screen changed, displaying the Saint Star Pagoda. It was a shot taken from the sky. Everyone stared at Wang Tung in confusion. Why was he suddenly showing them the footage of the Saint Star Pagoda? Mr. Wang Tung, we know what you did to the Saint Star Pagoda. However, we really don't have 500 billion, some of the people said contemptuously. They thought that Wang Tung was using the Saint Star Pagoda to threaten them. Boom! A loud explosion gave the unsuspecting crowd a scare. Flames as tall as trees shot into the air on the screen, and the Saint Star Pagoda turned into a sea of fire and ruins. The people from the Olent Federation widened their eyes in a daze. Their pupils constricted as they stared at the scene on the screen. The Saint Star Pagoda was gone. Wang Tung, Sheng Luo, was the first to react. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he glared at Wang Tung like an injured wild beast, roaring angrily. He destroyed the Saint Star Pagoda. How could he? How dare he? The destruction of the Saint Star Pagoda came too suddenly. Sheng Luo didn't expect this, so he was caught off guard. His spirit was about to collapse. A Heaven Stage martial warrior's spirit was damaged. This proved how great the stimulation was. He spent almost all his life building the Saint Star Pagoda. It was like his child, yet it was gone. It was destroyed so easily. Ruthless. Wang Tung should die. Sheng Luo was raging in his heart. His gaze turned vicious, and his hatred towards Wang Tung reached its peak. "Don't stare at me, or I might kill you on impulse," Wang Tung replied indifferently. "You," Sheng Luo panted. He glared at Wang Tung. He had never hated someone so much. But in the end, he lowered his head, standing at the side like a lifeless piece of wood. "Umph." Wang Tung snorted. He knew Sheng Luo's plan. He wanted to fight for the last chance of survival, so that he could take revenge in the future. Sheng Luo was definitely a brutal person, but Wang Tung wasn't worried. Sheng Luo would definitely die. He could let anyone go but Sheng Luo. Wang Tung didn't kill him because he wanted to destroy everything he cared about before killing him. This was his answer to the people on Earth. "How is it? Is it a good show?" Wang Tung ignored Sheng Luo and smiled at the others. Silence. Dead silence. There was not a peep. The people from the Olent Federation held their breaths. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as they stared at Wang Tung in fear. This was a devil. He must be a devil. "So, what do you think of my suggestion?" Wang Tung asked. "Good. The suggestion is good. We have no objections." The people from the Olent Federation regained their senses and agreed hurriedly. I knew that everyone would agree. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. The leader of martial arts, Unlan, and the others felt their lips twitching. The people from the Olent Federation wanted to complain, but no one dared to say anything. "I'll give you 2 hours. 2 hours later, come here to pay your money. You can leave now." Wang Tung looked at his wristwatch and gave his ultimatum. The people from the Olent Federation left unwillingly. They had to gather all their savings. Chapter 1119. Owner of the Milky Way. 1. After the people from the Olent Federation left, Unlan turned to Wang Tung and asked, "Isn't it a bit too much to ask them for so much money?" The leader of martial arts and the others looked over too. They had the same thought and felt that Wang Tung was asking for too much. That was 500 billion UC. Goodness, what sort of concept was that? They could buy Earth with this much money. They weren't taking pity on the people from the Olent Federation. They were just afraid that the other party might do something out of desperation. They would have tried to play dumb if I hadn't forced them. "They're sly people," Wang Tung said in disdain. "As long as you know what you're doing." Unlan shrugged. "What do you plan to do with these heaven stage martial warriors?" Wang Tung touched his chin and looked at the heaven lords. Sheng Luo's heart palpitated. Wang Tung had never thought of letting him go. Was this his final moment? "President Sheng Luo, are you scared?" Wang Tung looked at him with a smile. Sheng Luo's face turned black. He closed his eyes and pretended that he didn't see anything. Wang Tung stopped teasing him. He smiled, took out 2 low-class healing potions, and flicked them with his fingers. They flew into Tu Jin and Bartlett's mouths. The 2 heaven lords had fainted from their heavy injuries. Wang Tung didn't have the time to care about them before, but he was free now. He planned to go through the accounts with them properly. After consuming the potions, the 2 heaven lords opened their eyes slowly. Cough, cough. Tu Jin coughed out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. His mind was still in a whirl. His memory lingered at the final moment of the explosion. "I'm not dead." "Ha ha." He laughed uncontrollably. He was a little excited. This was the happiness of surviving a crisis. At that time, he thought that he was about to die. He would die in the hands of an earthling who hadn't reached the cosmos stage. That was a huge humiliation. But he didn't. He was still alive, even though he was heavily injured. "All right, who saved me?" A thought appeared in his mind. He raised his head with difficulty and sized up his surroundings. Very soon, he realized that the environment was familiar. They had meetings here frequently, so he recognized this place at once. He heaved a sigh of relief since he was in his own territory. "Did Nehemiah save me?" Tu Jin thought to himself silently. "Why are you so happy? Why don't you share the happiness with everyone?" Wang Tung leaned over and chuckled. Tu Jin's expression froze. He raised his head with difficulty and saw the face that was etched deep in his heart. "You." He stared at Wang Tung as if he were a ghost. The leader of martial arts and others looked at him with sympathy. This fellow was happy too early. Why did he laugh so loudly? Was he afraid that others wouldn't hear him? "Are you surprised?" Wang Tung sniggered. Tu Jin, to hell with surprise. It was a huge scare instead. Why are you here? He asked with a frown. Look at what you're saying. The only 3 heaven lords in the Olent Federation are in my hands. I can go anywhere in the Olent Federation, Wang Tong said with disdain. Of cough. Heaven Lord Bartlett woke up too. He vomited a mouthful of black blood. Bartlett. Tu Jean called him. Tu Jean. Bartlett understood the situation immediately and sighed in sorrow. We lost. You're right. You lost. Wang Ting stared down at the two of them and said in a calm tone, What do you want? Tu Jean gritted his teeth. Pay a price that I'm satisfied with, and I might let you go, Wang Tong said slowly. Okay, how much do you want? I can give it to you. Tu Jean twirled his pupils and nodded. I don't lack money, Wang Tong replied. What else do you want? Bartlett asked. I want territories. The Milky Way. Tu Jean and Bartlett understood him immediately. You're not stupid, Wang Tong praised. It wasn't easy to get the rights of a galaxy. There was a long list of procedures. Wang Ting couldn't just snatch it because he wanted to. That was why he kept the 2 Heaven Lords. He needed them to agree to this suggestion and get authorization on the virtual network before he could proceed. Don't be fooled by him. He had never thought of letting us go, Sheng Luo said coldly. Tu Jean and Bartlett's expressions changed. They stared at Wang Tong in doubt. You're really evil. You're about to die, but you still want to drag your companions with you. To think you guys are friends. Wang Tong clicked his tongue. What do you mean? Tu Jean asked. I will definitely kill President Sheng Luo. He's the mastermind behind everything. Wang Tong paused before he continued. But as for the 2 of you, although he didn't finish his sentence, Tu Jean and Bartlett understood him. Wang Tong had a reason to kill Sheng Luo, but he didn't have to kill them. That was why they had the chance to live. Their gazes shimmered. Sheng Luo's expression turned hideous. His heart sank upon seeing their expressions. What a sly person Wang Tong was. One sentence was enough to pull them apart. Tu Jean and Bartlett were now on his opposite side. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. His former comrades were starting to have other thoughts. Chapter 1120. Owner of the Milky Way? 2. Think about it carefully. The result won't make a difference to me, Wang Tong said in a relaxed manner. 2 hours passed quickly. The higher authorities from the Olent Federation came back to the Great Hall. They felt a little awkward when they saw Tu Jean and Bartlett. What are you guys doing? Lord Tu Jean, Lord Bartlett, we want to save you, but we can't even protect ourselves now. We don't have a choice. That's right. Every one of us needs to pay 500 billion UC or we will get killed. We have no other way. Sire, please pardon us. The people from the Olent Federation spoke one after another. Tu Jean and Bartlett wanted to vomit blood from anger. These people were afraid of death and wanted to throw them away. What a bunch of ungrateful fellows. All right, you can pay the money before chatting with them. Wang Tong waved his hand and said impatiently, Yes, yes. No one dared to refute him. They transferred the money to Wang Tong's account. Nobody tried to play any tricks here. In an instant, Wang Tong's balance increased by more than 8 trillion. It was a huge income. He earned back the cost of using the universe-level spacecraft and even made a profit. You can leave now. Wang Tong shooed the people from the Olent Federation away. He didn't want to kill these people. He had no direct grudges against them. His real enemies were Sheng Luo and a few others. He might have extorted money from them, but based on their cowardly attitude, they wouldn't dare to create trouble for him. They could only swallow the frustration. Even if they did come to find him, he could activate his universe-level spacecraft and shoot them down. Bartlett and Tu Jean started to believe him when they saw Wang Tong letting these people go after collecting their money. We can give you the rights of the Milky Way, but you must release us first. Tu Jean hesitated before opening his mouth. Sheng Luo's expression changed. In the end, they chose to save themselves and disregard him. No, Wang Tong shook his head. You must pass me the Milky Way first, or I'll rather kill you. Tu Jean and Bartlett's expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect Wang Tong to be so resolute. I'll give you 10 more minutes. After that, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Wang Tong continued calmly. Then, he closed his eyes and waited. Time passed. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. Tu Jean and Bartlett eventually gave in. Acrite, We will hand you the Milky Way first. Tu Jin gritted his teeth. Smart choice. Wang Tung smiled. Although Tu Jin and Bartlett were exasperated, they could only submit to fate. They entered the virtual universe and arrived at the location of the Virtual Universe Corporation. As the creator and possessor of the virtual universe, the Virtual Universe Corporation was an extremely powerful company. Their status was so high that even high-tier civilizations like the Great Qian Empire couldn't surpass them. In the Great Qian mainland of the virtual universe, the Virtual Universe Corporation was on a floating island with an area of 30,000 square kilometers. There was a special privilege if you wanted to go to the Virtual Universe Corporation. No matter where you were, you could land on the island directly. You need not have to be transported again. Wang Tung's vision blurred, and he realized that he had come to a vast island. There weren't many people here, but everyone that walked by him had a powerful aura. They were either universe stage or heaven stage and above martial warriors. The virtual universe could replicate a martial warrior's ability. Hence, these people were formidable warriors in real life too. This island is called the Sky of Stars Island. How arrogant! Wang Tung sized up his surroundings and exclaimed in surprise. Shoo, softer. Round Ball appeared on Wang Tung's shoulder and covered his mouth hurriedly. You're getting bold. The Virtual Universe Corporation is the boss of the virtual universe. How dare you talk bad about them in their territory? Aren't you worried about creating trouble for yourself? All right, my fault. Wang Ting knew that he couldn't offend this company, so he shut up. Round Ball heaved a sigh of relief. The Virtual Universe Corporation's branch is called Sky of Stars Island to represent the stars in the sky. Their main office's location is the real amazing one. Do you know what it's called? What? Wang Tung asked. World Island. Round Ball said in a deep tone. World Island. Wang Tung was astounded. He could tell how powerful the Virtual Universe Corporation was by its name. Their main island was called the World Island. It used the world to name its address. What imposing and bold company. Who can be better than me? Even Wang Tung had to agree that the Virtual Universe Corporation was a boss of the universe. He started to feel respect toward them. Wang Tung and the Heaven Lords flew toward the middle of the island. The office of the Virtual Universe Corporation was a group of buildings. After Wang Tung and the Heaven Lords landed, a female staff came to welcome them immediately. What service are you looking for? We want to change the proprietary rights of a galaxy. Tu Jin and Bartlett exchanged glances with each other and said they wouldn't change their minds at the last moment. The change of proprietary rights? The staff was a little surprised too. She hurriedly raised her hand and led the way. Please follow me. They were led into an administrative building and guided to an extravagant waiting room. Misters, nice to meet you. I'm a manager of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Great Qian Branch. A middle-aged man wearing a red gown with silver-white scales on it came out and greeted them. Heaven stage. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. Even a manager was at the heaven stage. Are you here to change the proprietary rights of a galaxy? The middle-aged man asked. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Please have a seat. The middle-aged man raised his hand and invited them to sit. After they sat down, he continued. Which galaxy will you like to change? The Milky Way, Olent Federation, low-tier civilization under the Great Qian Empire, Tu Jin said. All right. The middle-aged man operated on the device in front of him and found the location of the Milky Way. A star chart appeared in front of them, displaying the Milky Way. Please confirm. Confirm. Tu Jin hesitated but still nodded in the end. He sighed in his heart. Who do you want to transfer it to? The middle-aged man disregarded his hesitation. Under my name, Wang Tung said. Please enter your virtual account. Wang Tung followed his instructions. Mr. Wang Tung, you're a baron of the Great Qian Empire, and you already have a galaxy under you. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. He could see that Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. He didn't expect him to be a baron of the Great Qian Empire. Moreover, he already had a galaxy as his fief. His attitude toward Wang Tung changed at once as he started treating him with more respect. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. Okay, if there's no objection, Under the witness of the Virtual Universe Corporation and with your free will, the Milky Way will be transferred to Baron Wang Tung. No objection. No objection. The notarization has been established. Your voices are recorded, and the Milky Way has been transferred to Baron Wang Tung. It wasn't the middle-aged man who spoke this time. It was a robotic voice. Wang Tung immediately noticed that the proprietary rights of the Milky Way had changed. It happened very quickly. It was already under his name. From now on, he was the real owner of the Milky Way. Chapter 11:21. F***K. This young man is unsporting. In the real world, Olymp Planet, main city, the leader of martial arts and the heads of the nations were overjoyed when they learned that Wang Tung had successfully become the owner of the Milky Way. This was great. Wang Tung was a resident of Earth and the owner of the Milky Way. The entire galaxy was under his control. Earth was part of the galaxy, so it was undoubtedly safer. This was like a level of protection. The Milky Way was the outer shell. If other aliens wanted to invade Earth, they had to break through this outer shell first. The people from the Olymp Federation felt bitter when they saw how happy the leader of martial arts and the others were. They wore complex expressions on their faces. The Olymp Federation had one less galaxy under its control. Their hearts were bleeding. They started to feel a tinge of regret. They shouldn't have offended Wang Tung for the benefits Chao Hong to promise them. They were shooting themselves in the foot. Not just that, but the bullet was also huge. It was extremely painful. Wang Tung, we have given you the Milky Way. Can you let us go now? Tu Jin asked. No problem. I mean what I say. Wang Tung nodded. Tu Jin and Bartlett looked at each other. There was happiness in their eyes. Wang Tung wasn't planning to eat his words. Honestly, they were worried that Wang Tung would go back on his promise. There was nothing binding their agreement. It was just a verbal deal. But they didn't have a choice. Their lives were in Wang Tung's hands. He told them that they only had two choices. They could either agree or die. Thus, they had to take the risk for the sake of their lives. Fortunately, their gamble paid off. You can leave now. Wang Tung ordered someone to open their seal so that they could leave. Tu Jin and Bartlett were overjoyed. They used whatever force they had left and flew out of the door with their injured bodies. They didn't want to stay here any longer. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and come back only after Wang Tung left. Sheng Luo's expression was hideous. He watched them leave in dejection, feeling abandoned. Tu Jin and Bartlett rushed out of the place. When they could no longer see Wang Tung, they revealed a sinister expression. Their eyes were filled with hatred. We'll take revenge one day. Tu Jin turned back and spat angrily. That's right. I won't be able to rest in peace if I don't take revenge. Bartlett's gaze was filled with hatred and bitterness. He felt humiliated. Let's leave the Olymp planet and return after recuperating. Tu Jin flew into the sky. Bartlett followed closely behind him. Right then, they felt a sense of danger. A chill zapped down their spines, and their heads went numb. They turned around in bewilderment. Boom! Boom! Two force attacks shot toward them from the universe-level spacecraft. No! What? Their pupils constricted into needles as they screamed in anger. There was only one thought left in their minds. Didn't he agree to let us go? F***K. This young man is devious. They were too careless. There was no way to dodge the attack now. They got swallowed by the light and were killed. Everyone was stunned when they heard the loud explosion. What happened? The leader of martial arts was puzzled. Let's go and take a look. Wang Tung led the way out. Two large and deep holes had appeared on the ground with smoke coming out of them. Broken pieces of armor were scattered everywhere. Aren't these the armor of the two heaven lords? Dan Taixian recognized the style of the armor. She stared at Wang Tung strangely. Really? Wang Tung was surprised. He looked around. Was there an accident? Cough. The leader of martial arts and the others weren't stupid. They immediately understood what happened and started coughing awkwardly. Act. Continue acting. Sheng Luo stared at the holes with a sorrowful expression. Then, he suddenly smirked. His emotions were complex. Master, the flaming river accidentally launched an attack and shot the two heaven lords to death. Bertha walked over and reported with an odd expression and a flickering gaze. Look at what you've done. How can you be so careless? I've already let them go, but they still died. You're making things difficult for me, Wang Teng said angrily. Everyone, Sheng Luo, how could he be so shameless? It's my fault. I didn't train him properly. Please punish me. Bertha lowered her head and admitted her mistake. It's all right. The person is dead. What's the point of punishing you? Wang Teng shook his head with a sigh. Everyone was speechless. They were complaining in their hearts. This drama king, he acted the entire scene alone. They couldn't even interrupt him. Some people felt that Wang Teng was cold-blooded and ruthless too. However, most of them were relieved. After all, they didn't feel at ease letting two heaven lords go. Only a dead person posed no threat. Not bad. You're a sly person. You fooled the two heaven lords. You got the Milky Way and killed them. There's no better solution, Roundball commented in his mind. What are you saying? I don't understand. Wang Teng pretended to be confused. This, Roundball rolled its eyes in contempt and ignored Wang Teng. The corners of Wang Teng's lips lifted up slightly. He looked in front and saw a few attribute bubbles floating there. Constellation Force, Metal. Asterisk 6000 Metal Domain, asterisk 3000 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 1500 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 1100 Constellation Force, Water. Asterisk 5600 Water Domain, asterisk 2400 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 1200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 1000 Advanced Stage Disguise Talent, asterisk 500. Wang Teng was delighted after absorbing these attribute bubbles. There is nothing to say about the Constellation Metal Force and Water Force. Both increased by a few thousand points, but it wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Then, there were the domain attributes. There were 3,000 points of Metal Domain. Wang Teng was elated that these 3,000 points allowed his Metal Domain to advance to the 4th rank. Metal Domain, 1250/4000, 4th rank. 4th rank domain was much more powerful than the 3rd rank domain. Moreover, he received a new domain, Water Domain. Wang Teng had just tamed the water of Netherworld and was trying to comprehend the Water Domain. He didn't expect it to arrive at his doorstep voluntarily. After absorbing the Water Domain attribute, he felt knowledge surging into his mind. Water had no form. Great kindness is like water. Everything comes from the heart. Water can both be weak and strong. The enlightenment merged into Wang Teng's memory and became a part of him. He got the Water Domain just like that, even raising it to the 2nd rank. Water Domain, 1400/2000, 2nd rank. When he opened his eyes, there was a blue fluctuation, which disappeared within a split second. It looked extremely divine. Next were the Spirit and the Enlightenment attributes. Both of them rose greatly, allowing him to reach a new height. Finally, the attribute he cared about the most and that made him the happiest was the last one. Advanced Stage Disguise Talent. This was a special talent attribute bubble. Wang Teng hadn't received a talent attribute bubble in a long time. Finally, he saw one again, and it was a useful one at that. He suddenly remembered what Roundball said in the past. It mentioned that the Heaven Lord with green skin might be a Luke. Lukes were known for their disguise talent. Obviously, its guess was right. After this attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Teng noticed a strange transformation happening inside him. He felt that he could change his physical body as he wished. This transformation was more powerful than the morph talent he had. He received the morph talent from the strange, jelly-like creature in the Xingwu continent, so there was a huge limit to its use. A powerful martial warrior would be able to see through his disguise easily by looking at his aura. However, this advanced stage disguise talent was different. Besides changing his physical form, it possessed certain disguise traits too. That meant that once he activated this talent, Wang Teng could disguise himself right from the core. No one would notice anything. This was an amazing talent. Indeed, it was the right choice to kill these two Heaven Lords. If not, he wouldn't be able to receive so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up for making a smart decision. There was one more. He should take care of him now. With this thought in mind, he turned and gave Sheng Luo a dangerous glare. There were no expressions on his face as he said, "Sheng Luo, it's time for you to die." Bang! Sheng Luo had predicted this result. His force suddenly exploded and his face turned red. Veins popped out of his skin like crawling snakes. Splurt! He vomited a mouthful of blood. Using his secret skill, he forcefully extracted himself from Wang Tung's seal. With his aura surging, force erupted. Sheng Luo stepped on the ground, turned into a beam of light, and dashed toward the horizon. This was the only chance. He would be able to escape once he got out of the universe-level spacecraft's attacking range. Futile struggle. A cold glint shot out of Wang Tung's eyes. He snorted and soared into the sky too. Unlan's expression changed slightly. He turned into a beam of light and chased after Sheng Luo. The other people finally reacted. They were appalled. Quick! Activate the spacecraft and chase after them. Hardy and Bertha charged toward the spacecraft. Round Ball had already activated the flaming river. It shot into the sky. Boom! 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 Force attacks shot out continuously, aimed straight at Sheng Luo. Unlan waved his hand. The Thousand Armaments vessel turned into a black ray of light and cut through space, appearing a few hundred meters behind Sheng Luo. Sword aura exploded as he slashed at him. At the same time, a universe-level sword appeared in Wang Tung's hand. He was traveling at a high speed too. The God Slayer's sword scripture. Slaying God. A sword glow with space conscious cut through space and slashed out in front of Sheng Luo. Sheng Luo was attacked from the front and rear. He fell in despair. Roar! Sheng Luo bellowed like a cornered wild beast. He tried his best to resist. However, it was all in vain. Soon, a figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 1122, A Dead End for the Olent Federation. Taming the Water of Netherworld. The battle ended within a few minutes. Sheng Luo was unwilling to accept death, so he took one last shot. Unfortunately, he still lost. Losing meant death. Wang Tung and Enlon flew down from the sky and stood at the edge of the deep hole. Sheng Luo was lying in the center with his arms and legs spread out. His battle armor was broken with two terrifying sword slashes forming an X in front of his chest. Fresh blood gushed out. The ground below him cracked like a spiderweb. He used his last ounce of strength to raise his head and look at Wang Tung. The bitterness in his eyes was intense. Wang Tung looked back into his eyes indifferently. No sounds were heard. Ha ha! After some time, Sheng Luo laughed. He continued laughing like a maniac, even though he was coughing blood. He sounded like a revengeful spirit. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." His laughter died down, and he spoke in a calm voice. Wang Tung raised his sword, and the president of the Saint Star Pagoda perished. What is hell? Wang Tung muttered to himself. He didn't take Sheng Luo's words to heart. He kept his sword and picked up the attribute bubbles around him happily. Constellation Force, Earth, * 8,000 Meteorite Shower Domain, * 3,400 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 1,600 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, * 1,500 What a good guy. He left me some good attribute bubbles at the end. Wang Tung's eyes lit up in elation. These attribute bubbles were better than the ones Tu Jin and Bartlett dropped before their death. What a pleasant surprise. He knew that Sheng Luo must have released all his power, resulting in these attribute bubbles. Wang Tung suddenly remembered the catfish effect on Earth. Fishermen kept some ferocious catfish in a tank of tightly packed sardines. This would allow the sardines to continue moving to keep them alive longer and fresher. Live fish tasted better. It wasn't hard to understand, right? If Sheng Luo knew that Wang Tung was comparing him to a sardine, would he crawl out from the ground and fight with him? Wang Tung's attributes rose again as these bubbles merged into his body. The main attribute was the Meteorite Shower Domain. 3,400 points of Meteorite Shower Domain allowed this attribute to advance to the third level. Meteorite Shower Domain, 1900/3000, third level good. My planetary devastation is ready. Wang Tung touched his chin and thought to himself happily. The leader of martial arts and the others inched forward while feeling emotional. All three Heaven Stage martial warriors in the Olent Federation had been tricked and killed by Wang Tung. They died an unwilling death. They wouldn't have believed it if they didn't witness it personally. These were Heaven Stage martial warriors, not some random passerby on the street. It felt incredible that they died this way. Everything here is settled. Let's go back, Wang Tung said. You're right. Quick, inform everyone about this piece of good news, the leader of martial arts said. He felt refreshed. 3 Heaven Lords were dead. They took their revenge, and the Olent Federation wasn't a threat anymore. This was great news for Earth. No one lagged behind. They boarded the flaming river and headed straight into the universe. They finally left. The people from the Olent Federation raised their heads and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the giant spacecraft leaving. They could finally breathe properly. Nehemiah came out of the Great Hall and watched the scene with a complicated expression. Sorrow was welling up in his heart. All 3 Heaven Lords were dead. The Olent Federation was only an empty title. The other party was ruthless, giving them no chances. Hatred bubbled in Nehemiah's heart. He clenched his fists in frustration. Look, what's that? A sudden exclamation broke his train of thought. Nehemiah raised his head and saw a beam of light plummeting down at high speed. Nothing could be seen in his pupils except the glaring light. Boom! In the universe, the leader of martial arts and the others stared at the scene below using the panoramic simulation mode of the spacecraft. They got fooled by Wang Tung again. At the last moment, he still gave the Olent Federation a blow when the higher authorities were all gathered in front of the Great Hall. The Olent Federation would probably have to break up now. Perfect. Wang Tung ignored everyone's reaction. He returned to the cultivation room in the spacecraft to count his gains. As he sat down cross-legged in the cultivation room, a warm stream appeared in his body and started flowing around his body and mind. These were the attribute bubbles his clone had collected, which he left on the Olent planet. The cannon attack just now resulted in many attribute bubbles. Naturally, Wang Tung wouldn't let them go. He didn't pick them up personally, leaving this job to his clone. Wang Tung closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes and improvements in his body. He sat for a total of 3 days. His ability increased tremendously. Constellation Metal Force, 21,000/60,000, Celestial Stage 6th level. Constellation Wood Force, 18,000/50,000, Celestial Stage 5th level. Constellation Water Force, 16800/50,000, Celestial Stage 5th level. Constellation Fire Force, 34500/80,000, Celestial Stage 8th level. Constellation Earth Force, 7800/50,000, Celestial Stage 5th level. Besides his fire force, his other 4 forces increased by a level, improving his overall ability. His Constellation Wind and Lightning Force rose too. Constellation Lightning Force, 8500/80,000, Planetary Stage 8th level. Constellation Wind Force, 14500/90,000, Planetary Stage 9th level. Although both the forces were still in the planetary realm, they were at the last few levels. He wasn't far from his next breakthrough. His spirit and enlightenment increased a little, but they were still far from advancing, so Wang Tung didn't care. Besides the gains in his attributes, his assets increased too. He got treasures, battle techniques, and UC after almost emptying the entire OFC. The higher authorities were able to give him 500 billion because they collated all the assets of their families from the various planets in the Olent Federation. If not, based on their current wealth, they wouldn't be able to give him so much money at such short notice. After Wang Tung took all these assets, the net wealth of the Olent Federation became close to zero. They might need a few hundred years to accumulate resources again. Both their military force and their economy suffered a heavy blow. In summary, Wang Tung took his revenge and gained ample benefits from this Olent Federation excursion. It was a worthy trip. Wang Tung stretched his back lazily in a good mood. He walked out of the cultivation room and circled the spacecraft. Everyone was cultivating, and there was no one to talk to him. He went back to his room. He had a sudden thought. He took out the water of Netherworld. Are you planning to refine the water of Netherworld? Round Ball's voice suddenly rang in his head. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. This is good stuff. I'm not as stupid as Sheng Luo. I won't let it rot in a corner. Well, he's not stupid. He just didn't have a way to tame it. He can't blame me then. He's unlucky. He collected so many good things, but they all belong to you now. Round Ball shook its head. Wang Tung smiled. This was the good thing about having many skills. No one knew when they could be put to use. Keeping quiet, he opened the wooden bucket containing the water of Netherworld. Huh? Wang Tung squinted. He suddenly noticed signs of corrosion on the inner walls of the bucket. The wooden bucket can't hold the water much longer, Round Ball said. The water of Netherworld is indeed powerful. Sheng Luo probably changes its container regularly. Normal containers won't be able to store this water of Netherworld. Indeed, it should be refined as soon as possible. Wang Tung shook his head. He stopped wasting time and placed his hands over the water of Netherworld. A ball of emerald flame appeared instantly. Bang! The wooden bucket shattered and the water of Netherworld floated out. It was wrapped by the emerald-glazed flame. The flame burned violently. Scorching heat invaded the water of Netherworld. As the master of the emerald-glazed flame, Wang Tung could sense the water of Netherworld through the flames. He felt a strange chill. It wasn't bone-piercing like the nether frost. Instead, it felt like an endless string of coldness. Wang Tung faltered. This chill was more frightening than the chill in the nether frost. It could seep into his body and even his soul without stopping, numbing him and corroding him without his realization. However, the water of Netherworld was suppressed by the intense heat of the emerald-glazed flame. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go. Wang Tung gritted his teeth, and a wisp of spirit came out of his forehead. It pounced right into the water of Netherworld. Gasp! Even with the emerald-glazed flame protecting him, Wang Tung still felt a chill invading his consciousness. It was slowly devouring his spirit. Boom! Wang Tung didn't hesitate. He immediately released the holy flame and the soul of thousand beasts flame simultaneously to suppress the water of Netherworld. The temperature in the cultivation room shot up. Without the protective shield, the metallic walls of the cultivation room would melt within a few seconds. With 3 divine flames acting, no matter how unruly this water of Netherworld was, it had to lower its head. Wang Tung's spirit seeped into the water of Netherworld continuously, attempting to leave his spiritual mark inside. The water of Netherworld corroded his spirit without stopping either. They were in a tug-of-war. Time flew. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Tung's face turned a little pale. He seemed to have expended a lot of his energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp. He kept the 3 divine flames. The water of Netherworld started crackling. It started shrinking and turned into a small droplet of water. At the same time, its color grew darker. It was azure blue at the start, but now it was almost black. Swoosh! The condensed droplet of water of Netherworld flew over and smashed into Wang Tung's forehead. Finally, a smile appeared on Wang Tung's face. He had 3 divine flames, so success was definite. However, the process required patience and precision. The risk involved shouldn't be underestimated. A single mistake, and he would be seriously injured. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief now that he had succeeded. Wang Tung, quick, look at your notifications. Round Ball's agitated voice appeared in his mind. It had been waiting for him all this while. What's the matter? Wang Tung frowned. Cut the crap and look at it quickly. Round Ball got impatient. It brought out the screen of the wristwatch, and a notification appeared in front of Wang Tung. The Great Qian Empire's League of Talents. Chapter 11:23. League of Talents. Right to enter the uncharted. The Great Qian Empire's League of Talents. Wang Tung was stunned. His gaze turned brighter as he read the content of the message. He was left dumbfounded at the end. This involves all the talented martial warriors in the Great Qian Empire. You can participate as long as you're a celestial stage martial warrior. Oh my god, this is a huge event. Of course. Round Ball appeared in front of Wang Tung. It seemed a little excited. The League of Talents encompasses the entire Great Qian Empire. Do you know what that means? There are multiple galaxies in the Great Qian Empire. Even if there are only 1 or 2 talents per galaxy, that's already a few hundred million. What a sight it will be to see so many talents displaying their power on the same stage. This is a great chance. You mustn't miss it. Wang Teng took in a sharp breath of air. Honestly, he was starting to get excited too. His gaze turned intense as he mumbled, "Interesting." With so many talents, he would be able to pick numerous attribute bubbles. He was worried that he wasn't advancing fast enough, and then the League of Talents appeared. 1. This was a gathering of talents. All types of martial warriors would be present to showcase their skills. He would be able to improve all his forces. An all-round development was the key. Wang Teng didn't want to advance to the Cosmos stage haphazardly. He wanted to take a special path. He had an idea when his enlightenment reached the Cosmos stage. The brief outline was present, and the details were becoming clearer. He just needed to put it into action. "Hey, your gaze seems a little strange." Roundball looked at him and commented uncontrollably. "Really?" Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He changed the topic and said, "Don't care about these useless things. Quick, tell me about this competition." Roundball's attention was brought back to the League of Talents quickly. The League of Talents is held every 3,000 years, with numerous celestial stage martial warriors participating in this competition. These talents normally roam around the universe to enhance their cultivation, so it's hard to find them normally. Mind you, there are many powerful races with great talents. They're born strong, and they have instructors guiding them. Some even have universe stage martial warriors or eternal stage martial warriors teaching them personally. In summary, be it talent, enlightenment, or hard work, they're among the top. How am I compared to them? Wang Teng asked. "You're strong, but you're still some distance away from a real universe talent," Roundball contemplated before replying. 1 inch as a celestial stage martial warrior. I can fight with a Cosmos stage martial warrior and injure a Heaven stage martial warrior seriously with 1 move. Can they do the same? Wang Teng asked curiously. He wasn't praising himself. He was just stating the truth and using it to judge the abilities of other universe talents. Yes, a real universe talent can do it. Roundball nodded its head firmly. Do you know the different grades of talents in the universe? What grades? There are planet grade, galaxy grade, planetary grade, and universe grade, etc., Roundball explained. Wang Teng went into deep thought. He could tell that the grades were based on different territories. A planet grade talent was the top talent of a planet. A galaxy grade talent was the top talent of the galaxy. A planetary grade talent was the top talent of the planetary sector, and a universe talent was the top talent of a high-tier civilization. This was a scary concept. The population of high-tier universe civilizations was huge. It was extremely difficult to emerge above everyone. Wang Teng didn't doubt this. A planet-grade talent can jump 1 or 2 small levels. A galaxy-grade talent can jump 4 to 5 small levels. A planetary-grade talent can jump a stage. So do you think a universe stage talent can injure a martial warrior more powerful than them? Roundball questioned. They're just like you. You might not have the ability to fight equally with someone more powerful, but you have an ultimate move. There are many restrictions for these moves. One can't execute them recklessly. Even if they do it forcefully, it will be a great burden to their bodies. No one will use it unless absolutely needed. Those that become the disciples of the universe stage or eternal stage martial warriors are taught these moves to save themselves. These are secret moves created by the big shots. How weak can they be? This is great. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. What the hell? Roundball was startled. It wanted to douse Wang Teng's arrogance so that he wouldn't look down on these universe talents. To it, Wang Teng was still a native who had just stepped out of Earth. He didn't understand how powerful a universe talent was. The ones he met were just ordinary martial warriors. But looking at him, he seemed quite excited. What was he thinking? Shouldn't I be happy to fight with all these talents? Wang Teng asked. Yes, you should. Roundball nodded in a daze. Then, it asked carefully, don't you have any other thoughts after knowing that there are so many talents like you? What thoughts? Wang Teng looked at it strangely. Aren't you afraid of losing? Round Ball stared at him. What's so scary about losing? Haven't you heard that failure is the mother of success? Failing a few times is good for success, Wang Tung replied calmly. Silence. What do you mean by failure is the mother of success? Why don't you say that it's the father of success? Round Ball complained helplessly. It felt that it always lost to Wang Tung. Every time it wanted to stimulate him, it would receive a punch instead. Since any celestial stage martial warrior can participate, this means that old people can join in too, right? Wang Tung asked in surprise. In the universe, celestial stage martial warriors a few hundred years old aren't considered old. Also, some talents have their own considerations. Some want to build a strong foundation while others want to walk a different path. Either way, they have their own plans for not advancing to the cosmos stage. As for those that can't advance even after reaching old age, it's useless for them to go anyway. Their enlightenment is too low. They have no chance of winning, Round Ball explained. I see. Wang Tung nodded. You're too young. If you cultivate for another 10 years, I dare to say that you will be one of the top 10 talents of the great Qian Empire, Round Ball said with pity. Another 10 years? Top 10? Wang Tung shook his head. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. If that were true, his bug would be useless. The system would slap him to death and change the host. I'm not lying. You'll know once you start fighting with them, Round Ball said. All right, I'll work hard to climb higher. Wang Tung didn't refute. He nodded seriously. Some things couldn't be explained. There was no point fighting over such a small matter. There are rewards for this competition too, Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise as he saw the end of the notification. What's strange about that? There will obviously be rewards since it's a competition. If not, who would participate? The top 1,000 can get 300 billion to a trillion UC, and there are weapons, battle armor, dawn, and many more items to be won. How extravagant. Not only that, the top 10 will have the right to enter the uncharted. Wang Tung was stunned. As he read the message, he realized something. What's uncharted? Is it a small world? It's not a small world, but it's similar. Round Ball shook its head. The uncharted is a natural hyperspace in the universe. It's a special place and might possess numerous treasures. There might be unexpected gains too. Someone once received the origin of the universe from uncharted and used it to advance to the cosmos stage. He became 10 or more times more powerful than an ordinary cosmos stage martial warrior. After that, he managed to reach the eternal stage smoothly. The origin of the universe. Wang Tung was stunned. He frowned and asked, Isn't that the power a universe stage martial warrior grasps after reaching that stage? You're wrong. A universe stage martial warrior grasps the power of the rule of the origin. It's an enlightenment, while the origin of the universe is an instantiation. It's different. Is it? Wang Tung was in deep thought. So, uncharted is the most precious reward. It will be great if you can get it. Unfortunately, getting into the top 10 is too difficult. Round Ball shook its head. How will you know without trying? Wang Tung smiled. A man can't say he can't do it. One you can give it a shot. I look forward to your performance. Round Ball sniggered. Wang Tung also smiled. He was already thinking about how to get more benefits out of the League of Talents. The League of Talents will commence in half a year. You should prepare for it. Round Ball disappeared after it finished speaking. Half a year? It looks like I need to raise my ability. It'll be embarrassing if I lose terribly. Wang Tung felt a sense of urgency when he recalled how Round Ball described the participating talents. Greater ability meant more attribute bubbles. He wouldn't be able to get the bubbles if he wasn't powerful enough. He would get trampled instead. When Wang Tung received the news, all the celestial stage martial warriors in the great Qian Empire received it too. The entire empire was excited. The once in 3,000-year League of Talents was back. This was definitely a grand occasion for the great Qian Empire. Numerous talents would start gathering, and the splendor of the occasion would surpass anything heretofore seen. The rewards were attractive too. Besides the large pool of monetary rewards, there were all kinds of weapons and battle armor well-liked by everyone, much less the right to enter uncharted. Many people looked in the direction of a planet in the great Qian Empire. That was where the League of Talents would be held, battle planet. This was a giant, dangerous, and terrifying planet. People from all over the universe received the message. Some were training on a primary planet. Some were fighting with dark apparitions on the battlefield. Some were within a small world, while some were traveling alone in the universe, measuring the universe with their feet. Chapter 1124. We're not suitable. I don't deserve you. After getting the notification about the League of Talents, Wang Tung started thinking of ways to raise his ability. First, he looked at his forces. His poison, ice, and light forces had not reached the planetary stage. He could start with them. After thinking for a moment, he asked Bertha to bring the light element martial warrior, Qing Luan, from the Olent Federation over. The 3 heaven lords from the Olent Federation were killed, but Clote, Manka, Qing Luan, and the other Cosmos Stage martial warriors, as well as the planetary stage martial warriors like Argus and Loggins, were still alive. He instilled a biochip in them, so he wasn't worried that they would create trouble. He decided to keep them as manual labor. A huge number of the slaves he bought were dead. These martial warriors from the Olent Federation could fill up the empty slots. Soon, Bertha brought Qing Luan to the cultivation room and bowed. "Master, she's here." "All right, she can stay. You can leave first." Wang Tung nodded. Bertha left immediately. Before leaving, she sized up this beautiful woman who looked around 30 years old. Her gaze was ambiguous. Does Master have some strange fetish? Qing Luan was nervous. She didn't know why Wang Tung was looking for her, unless a bad feeling crawled into her heart. If that wasn't the case, why did Wang Tung look for her and not someone else? Also, he asked her to come alone. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she felt. No way. She was quite old. She didn't dare to think further. Wang Tung didn't know what the other party was thinking. He got up and walked over. "Do you know why I called you over?" he asked. "No, I don't." Qing Luan took a step back. There was nervousness on her face. As a Cosmos Stage martial warrior with a high position in the Olent Federation, she hadn't had such emotions for many years. Wang Tung. He felt that there was something strange about this woman. She was looking at him as if he was a pervert. "Don't act rashly. I've given birth before. We're not suitable. I don't deserve you." Qing Luan thought that he was unhappy, so she plucked up her courage to turn him down. Wang Tung. To hell with not being suitable. He finally understood what this woman was thinking and cursed in his mind. Her imagination was quite strong. How did she manage to think so far ahead? Wang Tung felt wronged. He was being serious, but the other party misunderstood him. Was this his image in other people's eyes? "Really, I'm a few thousand years old," Qing Luan continued hurriedly. She was afraid that Wang Tung wouldn't believe him. Wang Tung's face turned darker. In the end, he decided to play along and sniggered. "It's all right. I like ripe, old ones." He walked forward and grabbed Qing Luan's chin, looking at her with greed and evilness. Honestly, even though she was a few thousand years old, as a martial warrior, her appearance didn't change. Her beauty remained, and she showed no signs of aging. Someone who didn't care about age might do something to her. Qing Luan was shocked. Her face turned pale, but she couldn't resist. She closed her eyes in despair. "All right, you can pass me your light element scripture." Wang Tung released his grip and said calmly. "Huh?" Qing Luan opened her eyes and stared at him absent-mindedly. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Wang Tung asked. Yes. Qing Luan reacted upon seeing his firm gaze. She was thinking too much. She wished she could bury herself out of embarrassment. She knew that she couldn't resist. Although the light scripture was the foundation of her race, she was in Wang Tung's hands now, who had total control of her. Her only choice was to give it to him. She used a spirit skill to pass the light scripture to Wang Tung. Wang Tung scrolled through the scripture that appeared in his mind. He blinked and waved his hand in disdain. "All right, you can leave now. Don't think too much. I'm not that thirsty." Qing Luan, oh, hey, her face was all scrunched up. Then she felt a little angry. "Brat, what's with that contemptuous look?" She didn't want to have a May-December romance with Wang Tung, but she felt unhappy to be given the cold shoulder. Well, she was still a beauty. This was infuriating. "Wait, sit down first," Wang Tung suddenly said. "What do you want now?" Qingluan took a step back again and asked, was he lying earlier? Did he still want to cultivate? Wang Ting took a deep breath. He found it tiring to speak to this lady. Women were an obstacle in cultivation. Cultivate? Qingluan was stunned. She didn't expect Wang Ting to ask her to cultivate here. Wait, he didn't trust her. Never mind. Everything was fine as long as he didn't have other thoughts toward her. She kept quiet and sat cross-legged on the ground. She started to cultivate using the light scripture. Wang Ting silently observed her from the side. He didn't ask her to stop, so she continued cultivation as normal. She cultivated until bang. A dull thud echoed in the quiet cultivation room. Qingluan felt an excruciating pain in her head. Before she fainted, she heard a faint sentence. I wanted to hit you for a long time. Wang Ting let out a long sigh. He felt refreshed. He kept the lightning slap as if nothing had happened. Collect. Light Scripture * 500 Light Scripture * 300 Celestial Realm Spirit * 800 points. Well, it's all right, Wang Ting muttered as he looked at the attributes panel. Light Scripture 300/1000. Well-versed. Wang Ting didn't want to hit her. He did it for the attribute bubbles. Although she didn't drop many attributes, it allowed him to reach the well-versed stage, saving him precious time. He was being honest. Hitting women wasn't a good thing. He wasn't that kind of person. He knew how to protect the fairer sex. After some time, Qingluan opened her eyes. She was lying on a bed. Where am I? What happened? Why did I faint? She asked 3 questions at once in her confusion. You're awake. A calm voice came from the side. Qingluan turned her head and squinted. She remembered that she was knocked unconscious by this bastard. Well, she did misunderstand him, but how could he hit a weak lady like her? Narrow-minded. Qingluan felt bitter. You can leave now. Wang Ting closed his eyes and said indifferently. Qingluan took a deep breath. This was the tone. This tone was infuriating. This young man was destined to remain single. Why? Are you unwilling to leave? I don't mind talking about life and ambition with you. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes as he teased her. Farewell. Qingluan ran away. Tisk idiot. Wang Ting pouted in disdain. Your taste is strong. You even tease such an old lady, Roundball said softly. Wang Ting's face turned black. He replied angrily, Go away. Ka. The door of the room was locked, and no one came to interrupt him again. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground. The light scripture appeared in his mind, and he started cultivating. At the same time, he focused on his poison and ice forces too. He found the celestial stage scriptures for these 2 forces in the Saint Star Pagoda. He had to admit that as an academy, the Saint Star Pagoda had a wide range of scriptures for every element. It even had some for poison and ice forces. While practicing, Wang Ting entered the virtual universe to kill star beasts for attribute points. Time passed slowly. More than 10 days later, the flaming river finally entered the solar system and headed for Earth. Wang Ting ended his closed-door meditation. He had improved greatly over these few days. His light, poison, and ice forces had all reached the planetary stage. Constellation Light Force, 8,000/20,000, second level. Constellation Poison Force, 3,500/30,000, third level. Constellation Ice Force, 5,800/30,000, third level. His Constellation Light Force reached the 7th level of the planetary stage, while his poison and ice forces reached the 3rd level. This was mainly because light element star beasts were hard to find, so he didn't get many attribute bubbles. That was why it was in last place. As such, all of Wang Ting's forces had advanced to the planetary stage. This was unbelievable. Other people would find it hard to achieve one breakthrough, but all his 11 forces were at the planetary stage and above. This was frightening. Besides building his forces, Wang Ting also spent time studying domains. With the help of his idea and a series of trials, he finally merged the divine flames and the water of Netherworld into their respective domains. With the help of the water of Netherworld, the power of his water force increased by at least 10 times. Once he used it, his enemies would be terribly irritated. He also instilled the divine flames into his fire force, making it hotter. There were also other transformations that allowed his fire domain to become more powerful. Mind you, it was hard to get rid of a divine flame or the water of Netherworld once he got stained. There would be life danger too. This was a nightmare for his enemies. At first, Wang Tong wanted to try merging the different domains too, but he found it a little difficult. Based on his current enlightenment and his understanding of domains, achieving this was still hard. He had to give up for now. However, he was already at the doorstep. All he needed to do was to push it open. Once that door was opened, it wouldn't just be the merger of two domains. It would be the simultaneous merger of all domains. Wang Tong got excited just thinking about it. Wang Tong, we're landing. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Tong's mind. All right, I'll come out, Wang Tong replied and strode out of the cultivation room. Chapter 1125, Engagement Banquet on Earth. The news about the ending of the Olent Federation spread on Earth while Wang Tong was on his return journey. There were even pictures as evidence. It was invigorating, especially to those people whose city was destroyed. They cried and laughed in joy, venting their anger and hatred. Then, another piece of news spread. What? Wang Tong became the owner of the Milky Way? How's that possible? That's the entire Milky Way. The territory is huge, and there are many life planets in it like Earth. Even a Cosmo-stage martial warrior might not have a galaxy. How did Wang Tong get it? This was unbelievable to Earthlings. As the heads of the nations came back, all the citizens in the different countries received the news. There was a huge uproar on the entire planet. At the same time, the countries made a decision. They must follow Wang Tong's footsteps closely and not fall behind. The heads of the nations widened their perspectives after visiting the Olent Federation with Wang Tong. They knew how tiny they were in front of powerful universe factions. They had to follow him closely if they wanted to find their spot in the universe. The different nations hated the fact that Wang Tong wasn't their citizen. That was why things were so troublesome. They wished they could do nothing and gain benefits. At this moment, their jealousy toward country Xia couldn't be described in words. Haha, Wang Tong managed to become the owner of the Milky Way. He's making us and country Xia proud. Great. Wang Tong is from country Xia. This is a good thing for us. Quick, prepare some gifts. I want to visit the Wang family. That's right. Let's head to the Wang family. We must maintain a good relationship with them. This is our chance to rise. The people in country Xia went crazy. Everyone felt proud. Some families that were close to the Wang family got excited. They prepared great gifts and went to visit them. They would be struck by lightning if they missed this great chance. Earth wasn't silent anymore. Many people felt a huge rise in their sense of security. That was right, a sense of security. In the past, when they were invaded by the Olent Federation, everyone realized how fragile and weak Earth was. Even after driving away the Olent Federation, they didn't feel safe. They felt that the other factions in the universe would invade them in the future. To the universe, Earth was honestly weak. Earthlings were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But they could finally feel at ease after knowing that Wang Tong had become the owner of the Milky Way. With the entire Milky Way as its shield, Earth was definitely many times safer. Those universe factions would have a harder time if they wanted to attack them again. Sigh, another one is left. Wang Shenghua heaved a sigh of relief when he walked in. He had welcomed many elders from different families over the past few days. All of them came to visit the Wang family, hoping to have a relationship with them whether they were close or not. The Wang family rejected everyone they could. They only welcomed those that they couldn't reject. Even so, it was a little tough. One Grandpa Wang, Wang Shenghua, and the others took turns welcoming the guests. It was like an unending stream. Dad, it must be tough for you. Wang Tong smiled as he walked out from the backyard. You threw the matter to us and went into hiding. We have to settle all these troublesome things, Wang Shenghua replied angrily. It wasn't good to have a son who was too outstanding. He was exhausted. I need to cultivate. Wang Tong found an excuse and chuckled. Wang Shenghua pointed at him in irritation. You can continue feeling proud. You seemed quite happy and delighted just now. Li Xiaomei carried a cup of water over and rolled her eyes at Wang Shenghua, exposing him. As Wang Tong's father, He was definitely proud and happy that Wang Tung had the ability to let the entire world flatter him. He was just putting on an act. Wang Shengwa coughed awkwardly and said in embarrassment, "You should give me some face in front of our child." "Ha!" Wang Tung burst out laughing. Everyone had someone they feared. Wang Shengwa was always helpless in front of Li Xiaomei. The outside world was noisy, but Wang Tung treasured the quiet time at home with his family, enjoying the happiness of a reunion. Wang Tung and Lin Chuan's engagement was put on the agenda too. The parents from both sides had mentioned this many times, and finally, they were putting it into action. Wang Tung and Lin Chuan didn't reject the suggestion. Having walked so far, it was about time for an engagement to happen. Dragging it any longer would be inappropriate. The Wang family discussed it with the Lin family and decided to hold the banquet 3 days later. Grandpa Wang had found someone to find a good date. 3 days later was a good day. It was suitable for engagement. Invitations were sent out to the families that had a good relationship with the Wang family, as well as some special figures. Actually, with Wang Tang's current status, he was already many times higher in status compared to the others on Earth. However, people like the leader of martial arts were his elders, and their relationship was good, so he must invite them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At night, the Wang family decorated their home beautifully in red. Everything looked joyous and jubilant. Expensive cars were parked outside their residence. The guests alighted and walked toward the residence with gifts in their hands. The lobby was spacious and brightly lit. Servants shuttled back and forth, attending to the guests. The delicious food and wine were specialties Wang Tung brought back from the universe. The whole experience was extravagant. All the guests present were flabbergasted. "This is majestic." The Zhou family was present too. Grandpa Zhou was in awe when he saw the decorations. Zhou Baiyun stood beside him, feeling frustrated. In the end, she lost. She lost to Lin Chuan. Wang Tung didn't even consider her. Zhou Baiyun suddenly felt regret. Had she known how extraordinary Wang Tung was back then and made the first move, she wouldn't have lost so terribly. She believed that she would be able to mesmerize Wang Tung with her charm. After all, Wang Tung was just a normal person at that time, and the Zhou family was more powerful than the Wang family. If she had lowered her head, she might have captured Wang Tung's heart. Unfortunately, everything was too late. One mistake, and she lost the entire game. She had no chance anymore. "Little June, you must control your emotions. You'll be the head of the Zhou family in the future," Grandpa Zhou reminded. "Yes." Zhou Baiyan got a shock. She quickly hid the unwillingness in her eyes and followed her grandpa into the lobby. Chapter 11:26. Finally, I can hold your hand, Wang family. In the lobby, more and more guests arrived. The place started to get lively. Wang Tung's childhood friends entered the lobby with their fathers. "You can play with the young ones yourself," Father Su smiled and said. "All right, we won't hover around old people like you," Su Jie teased. He had started practicing martial arts and wasn't as frivolous and useless as he was in the past. As a result, his status in his family improved. He didn't fear his father anymore and even teased him occasionally. "Young brat," Father Su scolded as he kicked him. Bai Wei and Yu Hao laughed at the side. The three youngsters went to look for their own circle of friends. "Why do you seem a little absent-minded?" Su Jin noticed Bai Wei's abnormality and asked. "Nothing." Bai Wei tidied her fringe and shook her head. "Really? I could tell there's something wrong with you at a glance." Su Jie rolled his eyes and observed his surroundings before whispering, "Do you like Brother Wang Tung?" "No way." Bai Wei blushed and shook her head in a flurry. "You can't hide anything. We knew about it a long time ago," Su Jie said. "That's right." Yu Hao nodded. He had some feelings for Bai Wei, but he bottled them after realizing that she fancied Wang Tung. He had a girlfriend now. Bai Wei also stopped denying it. She shook her head dejectedly. "You're too hesitant. How will Brother Wang Ting know if you don't dare to say it?" Su Jie expressed disappointment. Bai Wei sighed. She knew that she had missed many opportunities. "It's not too late. I heard that martial warriors in the universe have a long lifespan. They normally have many wives. You might have a chance." Su Jie chuckled and winked at Bai Wei. "Ah!" Bai Wei was shocked, failing to react. "It's up to you." Su Jie sniggered. He didn't seem worried about making things more complicated. "Hey, y'all are here." A voice was heard beside them. Bailey Ching Feng, Lu Shu, and some others walked over. They were Wang Teng's classmates at the Huanghai Military Academy. They were all youngsters, and with Wang Teng as the topic, they gradually got familiar with one another. Old Lu, when did you guys come? Su Jie walked forward and asked with a smile. We just got here, Lu Shu replied. We're still single, but Wang Teng is already getting engaged. This is unexpected. Bailey Ching Feng shook his head. He silently left the singles club. So infuriating. Ho Pingyang bared his teeth. I'm getting engaged too, Song Shuhang suddenly said. Everyone. F***K, really? Ho Pingyang was the first to shout. He sounded as if he heard something incredible. We agreed to be single together, but you're leaving first, Bailey Ching Feng said bitterly. Work harder. Song Shuang patted Ho Pingyang's shoulder to encourage him. Go away. Ho Pingyang slapped his hand and rolled his eyes in anger. I'm lucky that I have a sister. Lu Shu felt fortunate. What right do you have to speak, you sister fanatic? Everyone looked at him with disdain. Bai Wei and Su Jie shook their heads and laughed when they saw them fooling around. What stage are you all at? Su Jie asked curiously. We're around the same 9-star soldier level. Bailey Ching Feng glanced at the others and said, 9-star soldier level? You're quite fast. I'm only at the 7-star level. Su Jie exclaimed. What can I do? I'm gifted. Song Shuang shrugged. F***K. Su Jie cursed involuntarily when he saw Song Shuhong's irritating expression. Guests started arriving while they were chatting. Suddenly, shouts were heard in front. Look, the leader of martial arts is here. The 3 great commanders too. Principal Yi Jisun from the Jisun Martial House is here. Hey, those 2 are famous businessmen with the surname Ma, right? They came together? What a rare sight. All the important figures in country Xia were here. This caused a commotion among the crowd. Times had changed, but these characters were still influential figures on the planet. Ordinary families wouldn't be able to see them normally, but they appeared simultaneously at the Wang family's engagement banquet. The Wang family was indeed powerful. No, Wang Teng was the one who was powerful. After these important figures arrived, they gathered together and conversed with one another. The atmosphere was harmonious. The other families didn't dare to disturb them. They watched them from afar and paid attention to them. The arrival of these important figures made them the limelight of the banquet. It was hard not to observe them. Thank you for coming to the banquet today. It's the Wang family's honor to have you. Grandpa Wang came forward to welcome them. He was full of smiles. It was easy to tell how happy he was. Wang Teng's engagement party is a happy affair. We have to be present. The leader of martial arts laughed. Wang Teng is getting engaged in the blink of an eye. Commander Hong felt emotional. He had the strongest relationship with Wang Teng among the 3 great commanders. Thank you for taking care of him. Wang Teng wouldn't be who he is today without your help. Grandpa Wang thanked them sincerely. Wench, don't say that. We didn't help him much. He achieved everything himself. Commander Hong waved his hand. They chatted for some time. Soon the hour arrived. The lobby dimmed, and a beam of light lit up on the platform in front. A young man and a young lady walked out. They seemed perfect for each other. The young man wore a black suit and was exceptionally handsome. He stood tall and straight, giving off an outstanding aura. The lady wore a long red gown, showing off her lean figure. She was pretty and charming. Tonight, she was the most beautiful here. The couple caught everyone's attention once they came out. No one could shift their gaze away. Thanks everyone for coming to our engagement. Wang Teng looked around and smiled. I'm actually a little nervous to have so many people as my witness. The crowd laughed out of courtesy. After the laughter subsided, Wang Teng opened his mouth again. I'm very happy today because the lady I love dearly is going to become my fiancée. He looked at the girl beside him with love and care. His voice had never been so gentle. A ring appeared in his hand. What ring was that? A crystal shimmering as bright as a star was etched on it. It gave off a dazzling glimmer. This was the longest-lasting crystal in the universe. It was multiple times more precious than a diamond. Everyone stared at the crystal, especially the ladies. They ogled the divine crystal in envy. Bai Wei and Zhou Baiyan wished that they were the ones wearing this ring. In a corner, one more person was staring at this scene absent-mindedly. Her expression was complicated. 2-inch finally, I can hold your hand. Wang Teng gradually slid the ring into Lin Chuhan's finger. Lin Chuhan started to tear up a little when she heard his whisper. She stared at the young man in a daze. No one else could enter her eyes anymore. Chapter 1127. One of the 6 main planets of the Olent Federation, Silver Ash Planet. Wang Teng's engagement banquet became a hot topic among elite families, especially the engagement ring that contained the eternal crystal. That eternal crystal was extremely beautiful. None of the crystals or gemstones on Earth could be compared to it. The ladies couldn't forget about the eternal crystal after seeing it. Many people started to search for avenues to find the crystals. Soon, a piece of news was released from the Wang family. It was said that the eternal crystal was worth as much as a life planet. No one looked for it anymore. An entire life planet. A crystal had the same price as a planet. This was outrageous. No one dared to think about it. Only the owner of the Milky Way, Wang Teng, would have this much wealth. After a round of astonishment and disappointment, the ladies started to envy Lin Chuhan. She was the owner of the eternal crystal now. She must be the happiest lady in the world. 3 days later, the Wang family. Wang Teng bid farewell to his family. Dad, Mom, we're leaving. You have only been home for a few days. Why are you leaving already? Li Xiaomei wiped the tears at the edge of her red eyes. Mom, I don't have a choice. How can I protect you if I don't become stronger? Wang Teng hugged Li Xiaomei and tried his best to appear lighthearted. Sai, just protect Chuan. She's leaving with you. Don't let her get injured. Li Xiaomei patted his hand and said angrily. Yes, don't worry. She's my wife. I won't let her be harmed. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuan and hurriedly promised his mom. Lin Chuan smiled, feeling warm. All right, leave quickly. Stop being an eyesore. Wang Shengwo waved his hand and chased him away. Dad, you're too heartless. I'm your son, Wang Teng said helplessly. I should give you a younger sibling soon. You're too wild. No one can find you at home, Wang Shengwo replied. What are you talking about at this age? How shameless. Li Xiaomei blushed. Ha! Wang Teng burst out laughing. The others laughed too. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Wang Teng waved his hand. Be careful. Protect yourself and Chuhan, Grandpa Wang said worriedly. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Brother, can you bring Dowda with you next time? A small figure asked sweetly as she ran over and hugged Wang Teng's legs. I'll bring you along next time. Wang Teng bent down and carried the little girl up. He tapped her nose. Stay at home and cultivate properly. Yes, Dowda will cultivate properly. Dowda nodded firmly. Wang Teng put her down and looked around. He felt a little guilty when he saw their reluctant expression. He said in a helpless tone, Don't be like this. I taught you guys how to use the virtual universe, right? We can meet each other there. If you want, we can meet once every day. Have a safe trip. Wang Shengwo waved his hand. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He took a closer look at everyone before boarding the flaming river with Lin Chuan. The spacecraft floated up and disappeared into the horizon like a beam of light. Their destination was one of the 6 main planets of the Olent Federation, the Silver Ash Planet. This time, Wang Teng was heading to the Silver Ash Planet to carve a space shift array that would be linked directly to the Yulon Galaxy. The Yulon Galaxy was where the Great Qian Empire was. Creating a space shift array was the same as connecting these 2 galaxies. If the people on Earth wanted to head to the Great Qian Empire in the future, they could go to the Silver Ash Planet. There were numerous planets in the Milky Way, but he chose the Silver Ash Planet because it was closest to Earth. By spacecraft, the journey would only take 5 to 6 days. A universe-level spacecraft was faster. 3 days were enough. Silver Ash Planet. As one of the 6 main planets, the Silver Ash Planet was bustling. It couldn't be compared to the Olent planet, but it was still a powerful planet under the Olent Federation. There were many martial warriors there. It was obvious that this planet was wealthy. Hence, the governor that was sent here was someone with a powerful background. However, the Olent Federation had collapsed, and all the elite families in the Federation had crumbled. No one knew if Sir Claude, the governor of the Milky Way, was still alive. There was even news that the owner of the Milky Way had changed. It was startling. The governor of the Silver Ash planet felt as if he was treading on ice. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. 3 days ago, he received a message. The new owner of the Milky Way, the person who caused the collapse of the Olin Federation, would arrive soon. The governor became even more worried and anxious. Today was the day. He woke up bright and early and prepared to welcome the new owner with the higher authorities of the Silver Ash planet. A spacecraft appeared within the vicinity of the Silver Ash planet. There was a universe fleet behind him. More than 10 people sat in a meeting room. The atmosphere was tense. "Governor, we have been waiting for 3 hours. Is the Overlord coming?" A muscular human martial warrior frowned and asked. "That's right. We don't have to be so serious, right? Why we have to come to outer space to wait for them? Where did this Overlord come from? He seems quite arrogant." Once someone took the lead, the others followed and complained one after another. These people came from wealthy backgrounds, so they were used to living comfortable life. They didn't have a good impression of this Overlord whom they had never met. The governor of the Silver Ash planet glanced at them and snorted. If these people know that the new Overlord had destroyed the entire Olin Federation, would they still dare to say this? "Even if we have to wait for 3 or 30 days, we will do so," he said coldly. "Governor, where is the Overlord from? Why are you treating him with such respect?" A martial warrior asked. The governor hesitated for some time and finally decided to reveal some information in case these people created trouble. "The collapse of the Federation is his doing," he answered calmly. "What?" Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way. The new owner of the Milky Way is him." No wonder the Milky Way landed in his hands. Everyone was flabbergasted. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. No one dared relax anymore. They turned serious and waited obediently. Since they were able to climb to this position, they weren't stupid. They knew that there were some people they couldn't offend. Another 2 hours passed as they waited. Finally, a spacecraft flew over from the universe and appeared in front of them. Chapter 1128. No permission is needed. My approval is enough. He's here. The governor trembled and shot to his feet. The other higher authorities from the Silver Ash planet stood up nervously as if they were facing a powerful enemy. This was someone with a notorious reputation. No one knew what kind of person he was. What if he was a hot-tempered man who was hard to interact with? That spacecraft, is it Cosmos level? No, it's a heaven-level spacecraft, right? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. That's a heaven-level spacecraft. Scary. What background does our new Overlord have? How'd he get this heaven-level spacecraft? His background must be frightening since he's able to destroy the Olin Federation single-handedly. To the people here, the most powerful spacecraft they could think of was the heaven-level spacecraft. As for a universe-level spacecraft, they didn't even dare to think about it. It was hard to tell from the spacecraft's appearance. One would only know its level after it displayed its strength. The image of the Olin planet getting damaged by the flaming river didn't spread. This was viewed as a humiliation, and the flaming river became taboo. No one dared to mention it. Hence, people outside the Olin planet didn't know about its existence. Incoming call. Do you want to answer the call? A robotic voice was heard in the spacecraft. Answer it. The governor gulped and replied hurriedly. Gitters, I'm here. Wang Tung's figure appeared on the screen. The people were surprised when they saw Wang Tung. He was too young. The Overlord of the Milky Way was insanely young. My dear Overlord, welcome to the Silver Ash planet. The governor of the planet got up and bowed with respect. Wang Tung nodded. Where should I park my spacecraft? You're the Overlord of the Milky Way, so you do not need to stop at the docks. You can enter the Silver Ash planet directly. Lead the way. Wang Tung didn't say much. Yes, the governor of the Silver Ash planet was very respectful. He showed no signs of impatience and ordered his spacecraft to lead the way. 2 spacecraft, one big and one small, flew toward the Silver Ash planet one after another. The Silver Ash City. This was the main city of the Silver Ash planet. It was also the most prosperous place. At this moment, countless citizens in Silver Ash City looked up and saw 2 spacecraft landing at high speed. Soon, they were above the city. The majority of the people recognized the governor's spacecraft. But whose giant spacecraft was that behind it? No one knew. There was a commotion. The crowd started guessing the identity of this spacecraft's owner. It could enter the Silver Ash planet directly with the governor's spacecraft guiding it, so the person's identity wouldn't be simple. After the spacecraft parked, a group of people alighted and entered the governor's residence. These people are powerful. I think I saw a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Not just one. There were a few formidable martial warriors as powerful as Clote. These Cosmos stage martial warriors are all following that young man. Even the governor seems to be treating him with respect. Oh my God, the governor welcomed him personally. Just who is he? Something big is going to happen to our planet. After entering the governor's residence, the higher authorities of the Silver Ash planet were shocked. The Cosmos stage martial warriors behind Wang Tung made them apprehensive. The higher authorities felt fortunate. Phew, they were lucky they didn't offend this new overlord. If not, they might die without knowing. Sir Clote, I didn't know that you were coming too. An official of the planet saw Clote behind Wang Tung and greeted him respectfully. Don't call me sir. I'm a slave now. Clote replied expressionlessly. What? Sir Clote is a slave of the new overlord? Everyone was flabbergasted. They started to fear and respect Wang Tung more. They lowered their heads as low as they could. Soon, they arrived at a hall in the governor's residence. Have a seat. Wang Tung sat down without any qualms and said calmly as he glanced around him. Thank you, overlord. Then they sat down. Wang Tung went directly to the point. I came here because I want to build a teleportation array on Silver Ash planet. Teleportation array. Everyone was stunned. They had thought of many possibilities and prepared for the worst, but none of them expected the new overlord to want to build a space shift array. May I know where you want this teleportation array to lead to? Governor Gitters asked carefully. This could be a good or bad thing. If it was linked to a dangerous place, the Silver Ash planet would be in danger. But if linked to a prosperous planet, it was a great piece of news for them. All kinds of trades and exchanges could promote the development of the Silver Ash planet. All the higher authorities present, including Governor Gitters, were closely linked to the Silver Ash planet. Thus, they were all ears when they heard this piece of news. It will be linked to one of the planets in the Great Qian Empire's Yulon Galaxy. Wang Tung opened his mouth and said, Great Qian Empire, Yulon Galaxy. Governor Gitters widened his eyes in disbelief. This teleportation array was going to be linked to the Great Qian Empire? Seriously? That was a high-tier civilization. The difference between them was like a chasm. Why did they have to link to this galaxy? They didn't dare to think about this. Overlord, are you serious? Gitters stuttered. Everyone looked over with doubt and a tinge of anticipation. I won't joke with you about this, Wang Tung replied calmly. Sigh. Everyone breathed out, feeling overjoyed. They couldn't control their happiness, and it showed on their faces. They felt as if they were struck in the head by happiness. Overlord, I don't know what to say. Gitters was extremely excited. Yes, Overlord. This is unbelievable. How did you gain the approval of the Great Qian Empire? Why did they allow us to build this teleportation array? A woman with golden hair asked with anticipation shining in her eyes. No permission is needed. My approval is enough, Wang Tung said with a strange expression. Your approval is enough? Gitters was stunned. He didn't know what Wang Tung meant. The Yulon Galaxy is my territory too, Wang Tung replied. What? The higher authorities from the Silver Ash planet were dumbfounded. They stared at him in a daze. If there are no more questions, please make the necessary arrangements. Gather your rune masters to make the teleportation belt. Wang Tung got up and said. He wouldn't have spoken so much to these people if he didn't want to pacify and instill some fear in them, so that the people on Earth could come here easily in the future. Yes, we'll arrange it immediately. Gitters regained his senses and replied hurriedly. This event was extremely important. This would affect the future development of the planet, so he didn't dare to treat it haphazardly. Orders were sent out from the governor's residence. Every rune master in the Silver Ash planet was called over. Within half a day, these rune masters appeared in front of Wang Tung. Overlord, They're the best rune masters on our planet. Are they enough? If not, I can go to other planets to ask for assistance, but that will take some time, Gitters said carefully. The rune masters looked at Wang Tung. They didn't expect him to be the overlord praised by Gitters. It's enough. Wang Tung glanced at them and nodded. Overlord, pardon me for being direct. We don't have any rune grandmasters here, so it might be difficult to create a teleportation array between the planets. A rune master stepped forward after some hesitation. Gitters' heart jumped. He didn't expect this to happen. He looked at Wang Tung anxiously. Don't worry, I'm a rune grandmaster. I'll host the construction of the space shift array, Wang Tung replied calmly. You're a rune grandmaster. The rune master stared at Wang Tung in astonishment and disbelief. He was an overlord and a rune grandmaster. Who the hell was this guy? Wang Tung started constructing the array with the rune masters. The process went smoothly, and a large-sized teleportation array was finished after 2 days. Chapter 1129. The First Step of Earth into the Universe. A complete space teleportation array appeared in a hall in Silver Ash City. There were many halls here equipped with teleportation arrays that could teleport people to nearby planets. They were Silver Ash City's most important resources and were the basis for the mutual communication between the planets. But today, these teleportation arrays were just appendages. The most important array was the one that had just been finished. It enabled teleportation to the Great Qian Empire's Yulon Galaxy. Governor Gitters even sent an army to guard it in order to prevent any accidents. After the array was completed, Wang Tung planned to leave Silver Ash Planet and head to Yumming Planet, a planet in the Yulon Galaxy. Yumming Planet was prosperous, and there were a wide variety of races there. The overall atmosphere was relatively good. That was why Wang Tung chose it. That way, when people from Earth come to Yumming Planet, they would be able to blend in easily with the crowd. Humans from Earth had the same appearance as most human races in the universe. There was no need to worry about being discovered by others. Wang Tung's only concern was that they would be targeted by the Parker's family. He had to consider them as well. Sir, are you leaving? Stay for a few more days. We'll satisfy you as the hosts. Governor Gitters tried his best to keep Wang Tung here. Governor Gitters, do your job well. As long as you don't cross the line, I'll not change the planet's higher-ups. Wang Tung patted the governor's shoulder and said with a strange expression. He ignored his request and returned to the Flaming River with Anlan and the others. They then left Silver Ash Planet. Humph! The governor let out a long sigh, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He was under so much pressure in front of Wang Tung. Now that he had no plans to abolish the management, it was a great blessing to him. However, when he thought about the words that the new overlord left for him, he didn't dare to neglect his duties. If he crossed his bottom line, it might not be as simple as being dismissed from his position. He might just lose his life. Did you hear what the overlord had just said? Gitters turned and looked at the other big shots of Silver Ash Planet. Don't worry, Governor. We won't fool around with our lives. Everyone expressed their opinions. That's good. This new overlord is not easy to deal with. Gitters nodded satisfactorily. Everyone agreed. In the Flaming River spacecraft, Anlan stood beside Wang Tung and smiled. The management of Silver Ash Planet probably wouldn't dare to do anything funny. I can't be bothered about these things. Wang Tung shook his head and said to Bertha, who was standing quietly behind him, Bertha, I'll leave the affairs of these planets to you from now on. Bertha was stunned. She never thought that Wang Tung would hand over the managing authority of a galaxy to her so easily. She wasn't belittling herself, but she was just a slave after all. But she was overwhelmed upon getting such an important position. It seemed that Wang Tung wasn't lying when he said that he would set her free when he reached the heaven stage. Don't worry, I'll get Roundball to help you. Wang Tung smiled when he saw her like this. Yes. Bertha felt pressure on her shoulders, but she could only agree with him. She knew that Roundball was an intelligent life form. With its help, it would be much easier. Yumming Planet. 10 days later, the QY E-63 spacecraft landed on the planet. After entering the Great Qian Empire's territory, he kept the Flaming River spacecraft. The Great Qian Empire was unlike the Olent Federation. Universe-stage martial warriors could appear anywhere within the empire. It would be troublesome if he was targeted. Wang Teng parked his spacecraft at the planet's docks and didn't disturb too many people. Only the higher authorities of Yumming Planet knew of his arrival. Yumming Planet, the governor's residence. Baron Wang Teng, you want to build a space teleportation array? Yumming Planet's governor, Zhuang Wei's, was surprised when he learned Wang Teng's purpose for coming here. This person was a human martial warrior and was from the strongest family on the Yumming Planet, the Zhuang family. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior. He might not be of status as high as Wang Teng, but his strength and background were not inferior to his. That was why Wang Teng was more polite to him. This was the difference between the Great Qian Empire and Olent Federation. In the Great Qian Empire, it wasn't rare for a heaven-stage martial warrior to be part of the higher authorities of a prosperous planet. But in the Olent Federation, a cosmos-stage martial warrior could be a guardian of a galaxy. That's right, the location has been selected. When the space teleportation array is activated, there will be martial warriors who will be teleported here. I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. Wang Teng nodded and smiled. Baron Wang Teng, you're too polite. If I may ask, who are these martial warriors? Zhuang Wei's shook his head and asked. They are martial warriors from my home planet. They want to enter the universe earlier, and I plan to fulfill their wishes. I see. Governor Zhuang, you have to keep it a secret from me. You should know the matters involving me and the Parkers, Wang Teng cautioned. Zhuang Wei's was flustered and smiled bitterly. Baron Wang Teng, you're really giving me a big problem. Haha. Wang Teng burst out laughing. The planet's governor would have to approve the construction of the space teleportation array in Yumming Planet. There was no point in hiding it from him. This way, Zhuang Wei's would help to hide the identities of the people from Earth. If this was exposed, he would be the first person to be suspected. Wang Teng would definitely find him. Although he was a heaven-stage martial warrior and wasn't particularly afraid of Wang Teng, it was still Wang Teng's territory. Some things had to be compromised. Moreover, his family was here. They couldn't leave just like that. Baron Wang Teng, everyone knows that you have come to Yumming Planet. We have prepared a feast for you. You must come tonight. Zhuang Wei's invited him. Sure enough, he wasn't angry with Wang Teng and was even full of smiles. He welcomed him here. All right, I will be there on time. Wang Teng didn't refuse. After reaching some agreements with the Zhuang family, they got along well as though they knew each other for decades. You people really like to beat around the bush. So troublesome. Lan shook his head. There's no choice. The Zhuang family is Yumming Planet's overlord. If we don't build a good relationship with them, it would become troublesome to carry our plan. Wang Teng shook his head. There should be many planets in the Yulan galaxy. Why don't you choose other planets? The factions on the other planets are much more complicated, unlike Yumming Planet, which only has the Zhuang family. I just need to handle them. Fortunately, Governor Zhuang is sensible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this easy. Wang Teng, I thank you on behalf of the people of Earth, the leader of martial arts said solemnly. He was part of the first batch of humans from Earth that entered the universe. The first step of the Earth into the universe, and it started with Yumming Planet. Chapter 1130, Individual Paths at Night. Wang Teng brought Lin Xuan to the dinner party on Yumming Planet. The location was in the central area of the main city, a huge manor near the governor's residence. Ha ha! Baron Wang Teng, you are finally here. Governor Zhuang Wei's personally welcomed him. We're not late, are we? Wang Teng asked. You're just in time. Zhuang Wei smiled and looked at Lin Xuan. This is my fiancée, Lin Xuan. Wang Teng introduced her. I see, it's Baron Wang Teng's fiancée. Greetings, Ms. Lin. Zhuang Wei's was very surprised and nodded at Lin Xuan. Greetings. Lin Xuan seemed a little nervous attending such an occasion, but she had experienced a lot of things after all. She maintained her elegance and grace. She was astonished and finally realized how respected and noble Wang Teng was in the Great Qian Empire. A planet's governor respected him, who was even a heaven-stage martial warrior. It was unbelievable. She couldn't imagine how Wang Teng went to the Great Qian Empire alone and finally became a baron. Wang Teng didn't mention how he got there, but she could guess the difficulties that he would have faced. A lot of ladies are probably going to be disappointed tonight. Zhuang Wei's winked at Wang Teng. Governor, are you trying to get me kicked out by saying this in front of my fiancée? Wang Teng glared at him. Ha ha! Zhuang Wei's laughed, as if he was exacting his revenge. Wang Teng immediately understood that Zhuang Wei's was trying to get back at him for his plans just now. But this revenge was rather harmless. Wang Teng laughed as well. Lin Chuan secretly pinched Wang Teng's waist and twisted her hand 360 degrees. Wang Teng's eyes widened as he took a deep breath. Zhuang Wei's pretended not to see it and said with a smile, "Let's go, Baron Wang Teng. Everyone is waiting for you." The three of them walked into the manor. The place looked like it was part of a palace. It was luxurious and spacious. What do you think? It's not bad, right? Zhuang Wei's asked. It's pretty good, much better than my mansion on Great Qian Planet. Wang Teng was surprised. Ha ha, as long as you like it. This is a gift that everyone has prepared for you. A gift for me. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. He originally planned to buy a house in Yumming Planet after he had settled all the matters here. After all, this place would serve as his base camp in the Great Qian Empire. He didn't expect that Zhuang Wei's had already prepared one for him. And it was such a luxurious manor. Lin Chuan also looked around in shock. It was huge, luxurious, and well-located. They couldn't ask for anything more, and they gave it to Wang Teng. That's right. This is everyone's sincerity. Baron Wang Teng shouldn't refuse this. Wang Teng shook his head, as if he was about to refuse, but suddenly said, "Then I shall accept it." Zhuang Wei's. The three of them then walked into the manor's hall. The guests inside greeted them one after another. Baron Wang Teng. Baron Wang Teng is here. Baron Wang Teng, I've heard many things about you. Wang Teng became the focus of the whole banquet. Even Lin Chuan attracted countless gazes. The next day, Wang Teng began to set up the space teleportation array. He had previously locked in the space coordinates of Silver Ash Planet, and he only needed to connect the space coordinates now before the teleportation would be ready. A day later, the array was completed. The space coordinates of the two planets had been connected. From now on, people from Earth could travel to the Great Qian Empire. Afterward, Wang Teng gathered the people from Earth together. This time, there was the leader of martial arts, Old Han, Dan Taixian, Lin Chuan, and others, as well as some planetary stage martial warriors from various countries. Everyone, you will have to depend on yourselves now. Wang Teng looked around. You've done enough. The leader of martial arts stood up and said with gratitude, "Yes, that's enough." Old Han smiled. "What are your plans next?" Wang Teng asked. "We want to join the Mercenaries Alliance." The leader of martial arts and Old Han exchanged glances with each other. The planetary stage martial warriors from various countries had a similar idea. Although it was dangerous, becoming a mercenary was the best way to get stronger in the universe. I will keep the Cosmos stage martial warriors from the Olin Federation. If you encounter any problems that cannot be resolved, you can find them, Wang Teng said. Thank you. Then, I wish everyone the best of luck. May martial arts flourish, Wang Teng said solemnly. May martial arts flourish. The leader of martial arts and the others nodded. Wang Teng knew that if people from Earth wanted to enter the universe, they had to undergo all kinds of danger. He couldn't protect them like their nanny. They had to depend on themselves. That was why he didn't say anything else and let them work hard and fight for it. They started from nothing to what they were today, experiencing life and death. They were actually much stronger than he imagined. He believed that these outstanding people from Earth would thrive in the universe. After parting with the leader of martial arts and the others, Wang Teng and Lin Chuan strolled around in the manor. He frowned. Chuan, are you really not going to stay with me? No, I can't always follow you. Lin Chuan brushed away her fringe and said with a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. He knew that Lin Chuan had her own pride and didn't want to depend on him. He could only urge her. All right, you have to be careful. You must let me know if anything happens. Okay. When did you become an old mother? Lin Chuan joked. No way, what mother? I'm just worried about you. Is it wrong? Lin Chuan suddenly stopped and hugged him, murmuring, I know you're worried about me, but I also hope that the next time something happens, I can help you instead of being just a pretty vase. Wang Tung's heart shook, and he hugged her back tightly. A girl was willing to risk her life, to improve herself in order to help him. That intention was enough to prove everything. All right, I'm going back to rest. Lin Chuan smiled and separated from Wang Tung. Let's go together. Wang Tung shouted from behind. Silence. You brat. Are you in such a hurry? A voice suddenly appeared behind Wang Tung. You scare me to death. Wang Tung patted his chest and saw Dan Taixian on the roof. Sister Xian, you're spoiling things for me. You can't blame me if you don't have the skills. Why did you climb so high? Are you gazing at the stars? Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Come and have a drink. Dan Taixian raised a wine bottle in her hand. Say okay. I'll accompany and drink with this old woman. Wang Tung shook his head. He then jumped onto the roof and sat beside Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian, what do you mean by old woman? It's a blessing for you to be engaged to someone. The universe is so big. Wang Tung didn't look at her and gaze at the night sky. It's big, so big that it makes people feel scared. Dan Taixian threw a bottle of wine at him. Now that we've said goodbye, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for a while. Wang Tung took a sip. We're used to it. When we were on Earth, we used to go to Xingwu continent. Sometimes we stayed for a year. Dan Taixian shook her head and said, but this time, we can't just go back to Earth. It's too far. One, this is a completely unfamiliar starry sky. She raised her hand and looked at the night sky through the gap between her fingers. Yeah, it's too far. Wang Tung raised his wine bottle. Come, have a drink. Bottoms up. Dan Taixian smiled slightly. Cheers. Take care of yourself. Your life is the most important. Wang Tung cautioned. I know it already. Do you think I'm dumb? Dan Taixian said. That's not necessarily true. I still remember your fighting style. It's quite crazy. You look like you want to throw your life away. Wang Tung snickered. That's because I was fighting against weaklings. If it were someone stronger, I'd have run away long ago, Dan Taixian said slyly. I didn't know you were like this. Wang Tung was stunned. Ha! Chapter 11:31. Kill. In the end, Wang Tung departed alone. He left Lan on the Yumming planet because he was worried about Lin Chuan and the others. They would be safer with a heaven-stage martial warrior protecting them. However, Lan would be hiding in the dark. He wouldn't appear unless absolutely necessary. This was Wang Tung's special arrangement. It was the only way Lin Chuan and the others could grow up quickly. At the same time, Wang Tung left a clone beside Lin Chuan. That way, he would be able to know immediately if she was in any danger. He even gave Lin Chuan and Dan Taixian many items that could save their lives, such as dawn, battle armor, weapons, etc. He felt more at ease after planning layers and layers of protection. At this moment, within the flaming river spacecraft, Round Ball appeared in front of Wang Tung and started laughing. Are you done? Wang Tung asked angrily with a black face. Wait, let me laugh for another 3 minutes. Ha ha. Round Ball clutched its tummy and rolled around in midair, laughing uncontrollably. Is it very funny? Wang Tung asked helplessly. I didn't know that you had this side. You're like an old father sending his daughter away from home. Round Ball finally stopped and teased Wang Tung. I'm doing this because the universe is very dangerous. Wang Tung snorted. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. You're right. The universe is very dangerous. It's better to be careful. Round Ball paused for a moment. But I'm surprised that you left Lan there. Having a powerful subordinate beside you all the time isn't a good thing. I know. Wang Tung nodded. Lan was powerful. Once he started fighting, Wang Tung wouldn't have to do anything. This wasn't good for his martial arts path. Although he could upgrade himself by picking up attributes, he had to rely on himself during a battle. It would be better if he had real combat experience. As a result, Wang Tung left Lan behind. I'm glad you know. Round Ball nodded. It realized that Wang Tung was more mature than it thought. Other people might love to have a formidable warrior beside them, since it was safer. How far away are we from the number 29 defense planet? Wang Tung looked out into space. We'll most likely arrive in 2 days. Roundball looked at the star chart and smiled. Luckily, we're in the Great Qian Empire. We can go to the nearest galaxy through the teleportation array on Yumming Planet before heading to the number 29 defense planet. This shortened our trip. If not, we'd need half a month. The League of Talents will be held half a year later. Our time is tight. Wang Ting nodded. This time, he decided to head to the number 29 defense planet. There were 136 defense planets in the Great Qian Empire. They were all used to fight against dark apparitions. They were ranked based on their numbers. The greater the number, the more dangerous the planet. The number 29 defense planet they were heading to was many times more dangerous than the number 4 defense planet Wang Tung stayed in. Why'd he choose to go there? One reason was that he wanted to raise his ability. After all, the battlefield had the most attribute bubbles. The second reason was that he wanted to gain some military exploits to raise his influence in the Great Qian Empire. This would help him in the future when he tackled the Parkers. Boom! Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled violently. A loud explosion was heard outside. Alert! Alert! Defense shield has shattered. Defense shield has shattered. What? The defense shield has shattered? Wang Tung was shocked. The defense shield wasn't damaged. It had shattered. What's going on? Wang Tung was shocked and furious. Enemy attack. Roundball's expression changed slightly as it activated the panoramic simulation mode. Some distance ahead, a giant figure was standing on a meteorite floating in the darkness. He looked like a deity and had an ice-blue force glow shimmering around his body. A chill spread out from him, freezing the meteorite. Universe stage, martial warrior. Wang Tung and Roundball exclaimed at the same time. This was a terrifying universe stage, martial warrior. Damn it, I didn't expect a universe stage martial warrior to attack us in the Great Qian Empire's territory. Roundball frowned. There was panic in its eyes. Don't waste time. Run. Wang Ting interrupted it. Roundball increased the speed of the spacecraft and hurried away in the opposite direction. A snort rang out like a thunderclap, echoing in space. Then, an ice-blue blade glow cut the darkness, heading straight for them. He didn't use any battle techniques. It was just a simple blade glow. However, the chill in the blade glow was astonishing. All matter was sealed in ice before it was disintegrated by the powerful force. Wang Tung, we don't have any time left. Abandon the ship, quick! Roundball started shouting. It was in a panic. Wang Tung saw the blade glow and knew that the QY E63 couldn't evade it. He had started moving before Roundball's reminder. Let's go. The space in front of him distorted, and he merged with it, disappearing on the spot. Space Flash. This was an innate skill of the Shadow Assassin clan. Wang Tung got it from Hardy. Hardy felt frustrated. He got tormented without knowing what Wang Tung wanted. Just as its name suggested, the skill allowed one to hide in space to evade an attack. It was different from the space shift Wang Tung used in the past. Space Flash was more direct and faster. A short teleportation could be achieved in the blink of an eye. Boom! Almost at the same moment Wang Tung used his Space Flash, the blade glow landed on the QY E63 spacecraft. The spacecraft froze. Then, it shattered into pieces. This was how powerful a universe stage martial warrior's attack was. Wang Tung appeared 1,000 meters away with a black face. Roundball was cursing furiously too. The QY E63 spacecraft had been left behind by Nangonyu. Yet, it was destroyed in a single blade attack. The poor thing had suffered a lot ever since it followed Wang Tung. It got damaged again and again, and now there was nothing left, not even a shard of it. It couldn't be repaired anymore. Wang Tung didn't stop for long. He took out the Flaming River spacecraft and asked Roundball to activate it. Then, they escaped into the distance. The time it took was extremely short. Wang Tung had already asked Roundball to activate the spacecraft before he took it out, so it could move the moment it came out. This was the advantage of having an intelligent life form. He couldn't do it without Roundball's help. Boom! The flaming river turned into a beam of light and disappeared with a loud bang. The universe-stage martial warrior was surprised. He looked in the direction of the spacecraft. Then he disappeared too. Chapter 1132. Restricted Land. Sinister Gray Mist. Wong Tung and Roundball had solemn expressions as they stood in the flaming river spacecraft. They had activated the panoramic simulation mode. An ice-blue force glow as bright as the sun was plummeting toward them at a high speed. The frightening pressure destroyed all the meteorites around him. The flaming river escaped frantically at the fastest speed possible. Damn it! Why is there a universe-stage martial warrior hunting us down? Roundball shouted in anger. Even the leader of martial arts and Chuan don't know that I'm heading to the number 29 defense planet. The only possibility is that someone got this piece of news from the higher authorities in the Great Qian Empire. They waited here to ambush us, Wong Tung said grimly. Wong Tung had to gain permission from the Great Qian Empire before going to the number 29 defense planet. Thus, he informed the official departments before his trip. That was the only place the problem could happen. It must be the Parkers. Roundball bellowed. They're like mad dogs chasing after me. Wong Ting took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Getting angry at this time wouldn't do him any good. He should focus on escaping from the universe stage, martial warrior. What should we do now? We can't escape, and our path to the number 29 defense planet is also blocked, Roundball said helplessly. We can only take one step at a time. Wong Tung blinked. Are there any life planets nearby? We can go there. The universe stage martial warrior won't dare to attack when there are many people around. No, we're near the number 29 defense planet, so there are no life planets around. Even if there is one, it would be barren. The universe stage martial warrior has nothing to be fearful of, and no one will stop him. Roundball shook its head. Are there any dangerous places that universe stage martial warriors are afraid of? Wong Tung's mind worked furiously. Let me check. Roundball understood Wong Tung's plan. Its eyes lit up as it replied to him in a hurry. It immediately took out the star chart and checked the situation of the planetary sectors around it. Planets flashed one after another. The images were impossible to capture using one's eyes. Only an intelligent life form, like Roundball, could check through them so quickly. Wong Tung, I found it. 600 lights years away. There's an area regarded as restricted ground. Even universe stage martial warriors have to be careful there, Roundball said. Do you know why? Wong Tung frowned. I'm not sure. Roundball investigated, but found no relevant information. It only knew that this was a restricted ground. Any other place? No, they're all far away. Right after Roundball finished speaking, the spacecraft trembled. The alarm started blaring. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 20% damaged. The two of them were appalled. It was obvious that the universe stage martial warrior behind them had started attacking. Never mind. Let's head to that restricted area, Wong Tung said with an ugly expression. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore. No matter what, they need to break free from this universe stage martial warrior first. A universe-level spacecraft could resist the attack from a universe stage martial warrior, but not for long. Once the other party destroyed their defense shield, they would have no chance of escaping. It was like catching turtles in a jar. Okay, Roundball knew that this was an emergency. They had no choice. This was their only way out. It hurriedly controlled the flaming river spacecraft and headed in another direction. The universe stage martial warrior chasing them exclaimed again. Without stopping, he slashed out with his blade. The attack cut through space and landed on the flaming river. Unfortunately, this was a universe-level spacecraft. He couldn't destroy it easily. He had to continue chasing and damaging its defense shield. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 35% damaged. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 40% damaged. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 50% damaged. Alarms rang through the spacecraft continuously. It was head-splitting. Wong Tung and Roundball were agitated. Their expressions couldn't be gloomier. Quick! 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 They prayed in their hearts, wishing that they could reach the restricted area in the next second. They did put up some resistance. The Flaming River Universe Lord kept firing force attacks in an attempt to delay the Universe Stage Martial Warrior. However, the other party arrived too quickly. It was impossible to cause any damage to him. They could only drag his speed down a little. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 80% damaged. Alert! Alert! Defense shield is 95% damaged. The defense shield was on the verge of collapsing. Quick! Round Ball shouted before smiling. We're here. Wong Tung, do you see that gray misty area ahead? We're here. Wong Tung was invigorated. He hurriedly looked in front. An eerie patch of gray mist floated silently in the emptiness ahead. It was spread out, so no one could see behind it. There was only the faint outline of a meteorite barely visible. Here! The Universe Stage Martial Warrior was shocked when he saw the gray mist. He finally realized Wong Tung's destination. Wong Tung stared at the gray mist. Honestly, he was afraid because the path in front was unknown. Also, the gray mist was thick and sinister. He didn't know what dangers there were behind it. But at this crucial moment, he didn't have a choice. He had to take the risk, finding an escape in death. Quick, let's go in. Wong Tung ordered. Stay back. A cold bellow came from behind them. The Flaming River seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. Its speed decreased tremendously as if there were numerous strings dragging it down. The gray mist was only an inch away, but seemed as far as the horizon. They couldn't get any closer. The Universe Stage Martial Warrior has linked the small world in his body to the real world and formed a wall in front of us, Round Ball said seriously. You're really putting in a lot of effort to catch me. Wong Tung furrowed his brows. Many thoughts went through his mind. The next instant, an idea popped up in his mind, and he said in a low voice, Round Ball, open the cabin door. You can't go out. A Universe Stage Martial Warrior isn't like a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. You'll die if you step out, Round Ball said hurriedly. Don't worry, I'm not going out. I just want to see if I can break the restrictions of the small world. Looking at Wong Tung's expression, Round Ball knew that he was confident. It opened the cabin without another word. Wong Tung appeared at the cabin door, holding a universe-level sword in his hand. The power of Origin surged in his body as he slashed his sword out. Origin of flame, origin of metal, origin of wind. 3 origins were merged into the Godslayer sword scripture. They were hurled out with a beam of sword glow. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. Then, the power of the small world started cracking, and the Flaming River was free again. It shot out and dashed into the gray mist. How's that possible? The Universe Stage Martial Warrior was in disbelief. He stared at the spacecraft with a sharp gaze. Anyone would be frightened if they saw him. However, he could only watch the spacecraft as it entered the gray mist, unable to stop it. Do you think you're safe just because you escaped inside? The Universe Stage Martial Warrior snorted. Then, he entered the gray mist too. Everything was gray in this area. The visibility range was only a few hundred meters. Fortunately, the Flaming River is a universe-level spacecraft. Otherwise, the meteorites floating around would have been enough to smash it down. Fly inside, Wong Tung said. Are you afraid that the Universe Stage Martial Warrior will continue chasing us? Round Ball asked. I'm not worried. It's definite. Round Ball gritted its teeth and controlled the spacecraft to fly deeper in. The meteorites crashed into the defense shield before shattering into pieces. No damage was done to the spacecraft. Wong Tung, the gray mist seems to be corrosive, Round Ball said suddenly. Corrosive? Wong Tung was stunned. Yes, corrosive. This seems to be a poisonous mist. Round Ball stared at the data in front of it. Poison mist? Can our spacecraft withstand it? Wong Tung asked with a frown. There's no problem for now. However, I can't promise anything once we get closer to the core. Wait and see. If we can't handle it, we'll retreat. While speaking, Wong Tung was surprised. He saw tribute bubbles in front. Chapter 1133. Savage Giant Beast, Toxic Mirage. Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 100 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 150 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 120, Wang Tung stood in front of the flaming river's control station and released his spiritual power silently. He started collecting the attribute bubbles. When he saw the constellation Poison Force, his eyes lit up. There were poison attribute bubbles here. Wang Tung didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He got chased by a universe-stage martial warrior and had to escape to a forbidden zone. Yet, he managed to get benefits. Suddenly, his expression changed. Round Ball, continue heading in. The universe-stage martial warrior is here. Round Ball's artificial heart skipped a beat. It didn't dare to waste any time and controlled the spacecraft to head deeper. Not long after they left, a huge figure appeared on the spot where the flaming river was. It was the universe-stage martial warrior. There were layers of ice surrounding his body like battle armor, helping him withstand the corrosion from the gray mist. A beam of holy light shot out of his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "They seem to be here." The lofty figure hesitated for a moment before he stepped forward again. The flaming river traveled in the gray mist for half an hour. The mist was starting to get thicker. Constellation Force, Poison, *500 Constellation Force, Poison, *420 Constellation Force, Poison, *600. Wang Tung realized that there were more bubbles here with higher values. They were larger than the ones in the outskirts. Round Ball, circle the area, Wang Tung said with a frown after he picked up all the attribute bubbles. They were already deep inside the mist. It was so thick here that he couldn't survey the environment with his spiritual power either. Wang Tung didn't dare to go further. Round Ball nodded grimly. Under its control, the flaming river lowered its speed and started circling in the gray mist. Wang Tung released his spiritual power, observing the universe-stage martial warrior to see if he had caught up while picking up attributes. Within half an hour, his poison force rose exponentially, going from the 3rd level of the planetary stage to the 5th. Wang Tung was elated. This was a surprise gain. Then, he turned serious. This place was strange and eerie. The visibility was practically nil. It was corrosive too. If they weren't piloting a universe-level spacecraft, they might have been stranded here. We need to leave after 3 hours, or the spacecraft will be corroded by the gray mist. Round Ball hesitated before saying, 3 hours. The universe-stage martial warrior might not leave so easily. Wang Tung shook his head with a frown. Can we go off on the other side of the mist? He thought of something and asked again. Let me see. Round Ball started searching for information about the gray mist again. After some time, it shook its head. How is it? Wang Tung's heart sank, but he still had to ask. The situation doesn't look good. The black mist is constantly spreading, changing, and moving. No one knows how big it is. What's more, you can't tell the directions in the mist, so you won't know where to exit from. No one has ever entered this restricted zone and left safely. Wang Tung took a deep breath. Even if someone did, he must be a powerful martial warrior. No one would share this kind of news, Round Ball said helplessly. Wang Tung felt like cursing. All right, you can put up a mission in the virtual universe and see if anyone knows about it. Round Ball thought of an idea, its eyes lighting up. All right, let's do that, Wang Tung said. Suddenly, he paused, and his eyes shimmered. Wait, I'll use the Secondary Career Alliance to send a mission. If the person is able to provide relevant information, I can make Grandmaster level Dawn or weapons for him. He didn't mind putting in a heavy reward for this mission. Either way, his life was the most important. All right, Round Ball didn't say much. It immediately sent out a mission using the Secondary Career Alliance's name. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard, and the spacecraft suddenly trembled. Has he caught up with us? Round Ball's expression changed. I don't think so. It looks like a star beast. Wang Tung squinted. I saw a giant black shadow just now. He activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence and looked into the gray mist. Oh my God! Gray balls of light had appeared around the flaming river silently. F***K. Wang Tung got a fright and cursed involuntarily. Let's leave, he shouted at Round Ball. There was no time for an explanation. Round Ball was in a daze. Anything could happen in this eerie gray mist. Looking at Wang Tung's expression, this wasn't a small matter. Head where? It had no choice but to control the spacecraft and ask Wang Tung loudly. There, Wang Tung pointed to the left. There were fewer balls of light there. Shoot a cannon there first. Okay, Round Ball had a good trait. It would follow Wang Tung's order without a question. The force cannon shifted to the left and fired a shot. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, the frightening force pushed the gray mist away and cleared a path. Finally, Wang Tung and Round Ball could see what was ahead of them. There were numerous black and savage-looking giant beasts. Their bodies were covered with thorns and hooks, and they had 2 gills on their cheeks like a fish. As they breathed, a gray mist came out from their gills. But they only managed to get one look before the force cannon landed on these hideous creatures and smashed them into minced meat. Back-green blood splattered everywhere. Screech, screech, screech. Ear-piercing cries shot out from the gray mist around them. These cries sounded furious. Round Ball didn't need Wang Tung to speak again. It piloted the spacecraft and charged toward the path that it had cleared. Gray mist surged toward them like towering waves. The ferocious giant beasts chased after the flaming river. As they escaped, Wang Tung scanned the back and saw some attribute bubbles dropped by the hideous star beasts when they died. He collected them. Constellation Force, Poison, Asterisk 1500 Constellation Force, Poison, Asterisk 1800 Toxic Mirage, Asterisk 103 attribute bubbles entered Wang Tung's body. He was stunned. 2 of them were Constellation Poison Force, but the last one was a special technique. Toxic Mirage. Toxic Mirage was a kind of gas. In fact, it was the gray mist around the spacecraft. It was extremely poisonous. The thicker it was, the greater its toxic level. Chapter 1134, Decaying Planet. After absorbing this attribute bubble, the execution method of this toxic mirage appeared in Wang Tung's mind. These hideous giant beasts released toxic mirage through their gills. They would gather the poison force in their bodies and transform them using a special method before releasing it. If Wang Tung executed it the same way, it would be quite a strange scene. Fortunately, he only received the execution method of toxic mirage. He could gather toxic mirage in his body by following the method and transforming his poison force. Speaking of the toxic mirage, Wang Tung remembered the lazy mist. Both were gaseous battle techniques. One was of the poison element, while the other was of the dark element. But they were similar. The effects would be amazing if he could merge them. If he could form a domain with them, that would be even better. Ideas kept appearing in Wang Tung's mind as the edge of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. The number of his strange skills had increased again. Wang Tung, how can you smile at this time? Round Ball felt speechless. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly as he regained his composure. The situation wasn't right. There were a bunch of savage, giant beasts chasing him. However, he felt more confident since he knew the attacking skill of these ferocious giant beasts now. Don't worry. Watch me. Can you stop boasting? Round Ball didn't know what to say. Silence. Wang Tung didn't waste a second. He asked Round Ball to open the cabin door and flew out. He decided to slaughter these hideous giant beasts. When there were attribute bubbles to gain, he should get them. These hideous giant beasts were good stuff. All of them were tools that could give him poison attributes. The instant he appeared in the mist, a layer of poison force shot off his body and covered him entirely. The poison force released by the Demon Lotus poison body was more potent than the normal poison force. Hence, the gray mist wasn't a huge threat to him. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this. Screech, screech, screech. The hideous giant beast noticed him and screeched in anger. They started charging at him. Oomph. Wang Tung snorted. A longbow appeared in his hand. This was one of the weapons left by the Flaming River Universe Lord. It was at the Universe level 2. The forces in his body churned and formed a long arrow on the bow. The bow was stretched to its maximum, while light arrows appeared on the bow. There were 12 of them. Aurora Holy Arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 12 arrows shot out instantly, soaring toward the first 12 giant beasts in front. The light arrows were made using light force, so they could restrain the poison element star beasts. Boom, boom, Boom! These hideous giant beasts couldn't dodge in time and got hit by the arrows. They penetrated right through their heads, killing them on the spot. Attribute bubbles dropped from the corpses of these giant beasts. Wang Tung smiled. He collected the attribute bubbles while firing more arrows, shooting the savage giant beasts charging at him. These giant beasts were mostly at the Emperor level or the low-tier Imperial level. They didn't have the ability to stop him. Sometime later, all the ferocious giant beasts nearby were killed. This was a staggering scene. Not a single star beast was able to get within 1,000 meters of Wang Tung. They were shot to death the moment they crossed this invisible boundary. Round Ball's jaws dropped upon seeing this scene from the spacecraft. The giant beasts further away seemed frightened too. They didn't dare to get closer and even started retreating. Wang Tung didn't chase after them. He returned to the flaming river and hurried away. He had caused quite a huge commotion, so the universe stage martial warrior would definitely be attracted. They needed to leave quickly. The process of killing the giant beasts seemed long, but it happened within 1 minute. After they left, the lofty figure of the universe stage martial warrior stepped out from the gray mist. He glanced at the corpses around him and frowned. The anger on his face was apparent. He escaped again. A small martial warrior who wasn't even at the Cosmos stage had slipped away from his hands again and again. The exasperation made him uncomfortable. However, this mist was too strange. He couldn't even execute 0.1% of his power here. On the other hand, Wang Tung seemed like a fish in water. The difference resulted in the current situation and made him helpless. I don't believe that I can't catch you. The universe stage martial warrior had a cold expression on his face and killing intent in his eyes. He added another layer of frost around him before he continued heading into the mist. If the Parkers hadn't promised him so many great benefits, he wouldn't be chasing a celestial stage martial warrior. Since he had acted, he mustn't return empty-handed. If not, others would laugh at him. A universe stage martial warrior couldn't catch a celestial stage martial warrior. What a joke. Time flew. Another 2 hours had passed. Wang Tung and the universe stage martial warrior seemed to be playing hide-and-seek. They ran around aimlessly. Along the way, the flaming river met another group of giant beasts. There were mid-tier Imperial-level wild beasts among them. This was the same as Cosmos stage martial warriors. The duo had to spend a lot of time and effort to escape from these giant beasts. Wang Tung received another round of attribute bubbles too. As such, his Constellation Poison Force had reached the 7th level. Constellation Poison Force, 4800/70,000, Planetary Stage, 7th level, Toxic Mirage, 10,000/10,000, perfected. The Toxic Mirage skill reached the perfected stage too. His harvest was great. If the universe stage martial warrior knew that Wang Tung earned a huge round of gains while escaping from him, he might vomit blood in anger. Wang Tung, we don't have much time left, Round Ball said grimly as it stared at the data of the spacecraft. We have less than 40 minutes, and we can't find the original path anymore, Round Ball added. No way. Didn't I ask you to record our path? Wang Tung glared at it. It's impossible to record it in this situation, Round Ball replied with a bitter smile. Wang Tung sighed. He didn't expect this restricted zone to be so strange. They were in a dire situation. We can go out if we have enough time to let the shield complete its automatic restoration, Round Ball said. Is it? Wang Tung was in deep thought. Many thoughts went through his mind. Boom! At that moment, the spacecraft knocked into something and caused a violent tremor. Wang Tung and Round Ball regained their senses. They looked out and saw a large patch of asteroids around them. The flaming river was surrounded by them. Asteroid belt. Round Ball's expression changed. This is an asteroid belt. Can we go past it? Wang Tung asked. We can, but it'll be troublesome. If we don't want to use the force cannons, we can only use the spacecraft to force our way through, Round Ball said. Let's not use the force cannon first. Wang Tung thought for a moment and replied. The force cannon would create a huge commotion and attract the universe stage martial warrior. He didn't want to meet the opponent again after ditching him. Escaping was harder now that they were in an asteroid belt. All right, Round Ball nodded. He He used the stupidest method and inched the spacecraft forward gradually. Half an hour later, the asteroids disappeared. They had finally left the belt. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. To the universe-level spacecraft, it wasn't very dangerous, but it was troublesome. Getting out of the asteroid belt almost wore off all their patience. Just when they were preparing to leave this place, they got shocked. There was dead silence in the spacecraft. The two of them widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at the planet that had suddenly appeared in front of them. They glanced at each other. That was right. It was a planet. After passing through the heavy mist, they saw a planet amid the gray mist. It was an extremely special planet. It was gray in color and seemed lifeless. It was shriveled up and barren. The mountain ranges intertwined on the surface of the planet looked like scars. Wang Tung activated his spiritual sight and realized that this was a life planet. However, its vitality was diminishing. There was a glaring purple-black glow on this planet, entrenched on it like a small sun. What? Wang Tung gasped in astonishment. He was startled. Chapter 1135. Strange Magnetic Field. The decaying planet was too astonishing. Even Wang Tung was flabbergasted as revealed on his face. Roundball rarely saw him like this. Its heart sank, and it asked involuntarily, "What is it?" "It's extremely terrifying." Wang Tung gulped. Dumbstruck, he said in a low voice, "This planet is scary." Extremely terrifying. Roundball thought through these two words. It was in disbelief. What could be considered extremely terrifying? In its memory, even in front of a universe-stage martial warrior, Wang Tung had never revealed such an expression. But now, before he reached the planet, he had already lost his calm. "Did you see something?" Roundball asked. It didn't ask Wang Tung how. It knew that he had his ways to see through the situation on the planet. "That's right. Let's leave through the asteroid belt," Roundball said in a low voice. Wang Tung didn't speak as he was in deep thought. He was curious about the presence on this decaying planet. In his spiritual sight, he saw the vitality of the planet shrinking, but the vitality of that presence got more and more powerful. It was obvious that this presence was sucking away the planet. What on earth was that? Wang Tung had never seen this situation before. He found it mysterious and interesting, hence his curiosity. However, he knew that curiosity killed the cat. He didn't want to be the stupid cat. "Let's leave." Wang Tung took a deep breath. Roundball nodded. It was about to drive the spacecraft away. "Alert! Alert! The spacecraft is heavily damaged. Please repair it immediately." A deafening alert rang in the spacecraft. Roundball and Wang Tung's expressions changed slightly. They forgot that the flaming river had already reached its limit after forcing its way in brutally. In addition, the gray mist was corrosive. If they continued traveling, it might break down in the gray mist. Their expressions turned gloomy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an explosion came from behind them. Someone seemed to be destroying the asteroids. The noise got closer and closer. It was heading for them. Damn it. They knew that the universe-stage martial warrior had caught up with them. Besides them, the universe-stage martial warrior was the only person in the gray mist. It couldn't be anyone else. "He's like a ghost haunting us." Wang Tung snorted. "What should we do?" Roundball asked agitatedly. "There's danger ahead and behind us. Let's take a gamble," Wang Tung said with a flickering gaze. "All right." Roundball gritted its teeth and nodded firmly. Boom. The spacecraft started rushing toward the planet at an astonishing speed. The gray mist automatically dispersed when they got close to the planet. There seemed to be a vacuum. The flaming river passed through the gray mist and charged at the decaying planet furiously. However, when they got close to the atmospheric layer, a powerful resistance appeared in their way. It was like an invisible large hand dragging the spacecraft back, lowering the speed of the spacecraft tremendously. "What's happening?" Wang Tung's expression changed. "The magnetic field on this planet is strange. The resistance is very strong. It's at least 1,000 times that of a normal planet," Roundball exclaimed in bewilderment. Wang Tung's brows scrunched up. He didn't expect this accident to happen at the last moment. The universe was vast. All kinds of planets could exist. The strange magnetic field around this planet was quite normal. "I finally found you," a cold voice sounded, passing through the walls of the flaming river and straight into their ears. It was like a ghost was whispering in their ears. Wang Tung and Round Ball squinted. They looked behind the flaming river. The tall and lofty figure was coming for them at a high speed. He looked a little haggard. The frost armor around his body was slightly damaged, but he didn't seem to mind. His eyes were focused on the flaming river. "That's fast." Wang Tung's face turned ugly. "Round Ball, can we influence the magnetic field on this planet and lower the resistance?" "I'm trying," Round Ball said without turning. Normally, there were magnetic field disturbance devices on spacecraft. However, this magnetic field was extremely powerful, so Round Ball needed some time to figure out a way. Magnetic field. Wang Tung glanced at the universe stage, martial warrior, closing in on them. His mind worked at full throttle as he thought of an escape plan. "Wait, magnetic field. Heart of magnetic essence." Wang Tung's eyes lit up. His heart of magnetic essence talent could affect magnetic fields. He felt like slapping himself. His brain wasn't working hard enough. Why didn't he think of this earlier? Wang Tung activated his heart of magnetic essence. A magnetic field surged out of his body and started spreading around the spacecraft at a visible speed. Boom! Instantly, the spacecraft trembled as if it had broken free from the resistance, regaining its speed. "Wang Tung, what did you do?" "It seems to work." Round Ball was elated. However, this only lasted for an instant. After the vibration, the spacecraft turned sluggish again and slowed down. Bang! The universe stage martial warrior noticed that something was amiss, so he acted immediately. His domain got closer to the flaming river. "My magnetic field is not powerful enough." Wang Tung's ability was limited. He was only at the celestial stage, so the magnetic field he could produce was limited too. It wasn't enough to influence the field around this planet. He looked at his attributes panel. Heart of magnetic essence, 1000/100000. First rank. The only way was to raise the rank of his heart of magnetic essence. Wang Tung added blank attributes to the heart of magnetic essence without any hesitation. During a normal battle, the first rank heart of magnetic essence was enough. Hence, he never felt the need to raise it, but he had no choice now. The reserve of blank attributes decreased continuously, while the points of his heart of magnetic essence increased. Within a split second, he used close to 100,000 blank attributes. The heart of magnetic essence finally reached the second rank. Heart of magnetic essence, 1/200000, second rank. The magnetic field around Wang Tung grew more than 10 times more powerful. Boom! The spacecraft shook violently. The magnetic field released by the planet was finally affected. Even the domain released by the universe stage, martial warrior behind got influenced. It stopped moving too. "We're moving. A little more." Round Ball shouted. It was overjoyed. "This isn't enough." Wang Tung gave a bitter smile. He had to continue using his blank attributes. Chapter 1136, Force Landing. Magnetic Domain. To a miser like Wang Tung, he felt uncomfortable exhausting the blank attributes he had accumulated for such a long time, so quickly. But thinking about it, he kept these blank attributes for a rainy day, right? Currently, he needed these blank attributes. Life or blank attributes. There was no need to choose. Wang Tung only hesitated for a split second before he decided to use his blank attributes to raise his heart of magnetic essence again. The attribute rose quickly. As his heart of magnetic essence got stronger, the magnetic field Wang Tung created got increasingly powerful. The magnetic field of the planet was finally affected. Everything happened within a few seconds. Boom! The flaming river resumed its speed and passed through the atmospheric layer, heading for the planet below. Boom! A loud bang came from above the flaming river. Outside, the universe stage martial warrior had already caught up. He landed on the flaming river. The loud noise was caused by him stepping on the spacecraft. "You can't run away." A cold voice came out of his mouth and echoed in Wang Tung and Round Ball's ears. "Oomph." Wang Tung snorted. A A sharp gaze shot out of his eyes. The magnetic power in his body erupted again and gathered at one point. He threw it at the universe stage, martial warrior. The magnetic power was invisible. The universe stage martial warrior was preparing to punch the spacecraft, so he didn't notice the powerful force surging toward him. Before he could react, he was thrown off his feet. He spun in midair. The universe stage martial warrior was in a daze. What was this? Why did he get thrown away? Many questions appeared in his mind. Ha ha! Roundball burst into laughter when he saw the other party's expression. At the same time, it felt relieved. This was exhilarating. They were furious when the other party chased them to capture them. So what if he was a universe stage martial warrior? He was still thrown away miserably. The universe stage martial warrior regained his composure and got angry and embarrassed. With a roar, a blade appeared in his hand. Ice force congregated on the blade, and he slashed it at the flaming river. Unfortunately, he forgot about the magnetic field of the planet. The blade glow's speed slowed down tremendously. Run! This person has gone crazy. Roundball shouted. Wang Tung continued increasing the magnitude of his magnetic field to resist that of the planet. Goodbye, old fellow. The flaming river soared toward the planet, disappearing from the universe stage martial warrior's vision. I will kill you one day. The universe stage martial warrior gritted his teeth in anger and bellowed in rage. He really wanted to enter the planet, but he realized how scary the magnetic field around this planet was. Even as a universe stage martial warrior, his speed was greatly suppressed. He felt helpless. He wore a black face and released his domain power to resist the magnetic field. Even so, he only managed to increase his speed to the heaven stage. He couldn't catch up with the flaming river. Actually, with his universe stage power, he could destroy this planet forcefully. But he didn't dare to act recklessly because of how strange this place was. As a universe stage martial warrior, he had been through many experiences. He knew that some restricted areas in the universe were extremely scary. Even a universe stage martial warrior had to be careful or his life would be threatened. The universe stage martial warrior blinked. He landed on the ground and scanned his surroundings. A frown appeared on his face. What a weird planet. It's a life planet, but all its vitality is lost. It's greatly decayed, he muttered to himself. The next instant, he waved his hand, and a bunch of figures appeared in front of him. These were martial warriors from different races in the universe. There were 50 martial warriors from the Cosmos stage and Celestial stage in total. Every universe stage martial warrior had a small world. Normally, they could place people in it. Sir, the martial warriors kneeled down when they saw the universe stage martial warrior and greeted him with respect. Search the planet and find him. The universe stage martial warrior gave his order in a stern voice. Yes, everyone replied in unplanned unison. The 50 martial warriors turned into lingering shadows as they're spread out in all directions. On the other side, Wang Tung and Roundball landed on the surface of the planet and hid in a large mountain. Let's check the air on this planet to see if it's poisonous, Roundball said. Wang Tung didn't object. His focus was on his attributes panel. Heart of magnetic essence, 1/300000, third rank. The frantic use of his blank attribute had raised his heart of magnetic essence to the third rank. He used another 200,000 blank attributes for this. Wang Tung's lips trembled. His heart was aching. He had spent 300,000 blank attributes in total. 300,000. His heart was bleeding. Although the third rank heart of magnetic essence was so powerful that it was able to catch a universe stage martial warrior off guard and throw him back, it was expensive. If he hadn't accumulated so many blank attributes, he wouldn't be able to afford this expenditure. He glanced at the end of his attributes panel where the blank attribute was. Blank attribute. 586500 good. He had 500,000 more points. He was also relieved that he managed to absorb many attribute bubbles when he resisted the magnetic field of the planet. Magnetic domain, *100 magnetic domain, *150 magnetic domain, *80 domain. Without a doubt, this was a domain power. Wang Tung was stunned when he collected the attribute bubble. He didn't think that the planet's magnetic field was a domain power. But this domain power was his now. Magnetic domain. 450 out of 1,000. First rank. He received 450 points for magnetic domain in total and successfully entered the first rank. He didn't raise his heart of magnetic essence for nothing. If there was resistance between them, he wouldn't be able to get the magnetic domain attribute. Blessings and misfortune came together. It was hard to predict. It's okay, this planet is not poisonous. Roundball's voice broke his train of thought. Keep the flaming river. It's too big and will get discovered easily. Wang Tung said, I'll leave the repair of the spacecraft to you. Don't worry. I promise that I'll fix it for you. Roundball patted its chest firmly. At the same time, it felt fortunate. We're lucky we prepared some materials and engineering robots. If not, it will be troublesome. Wang Tung nodded. He was fortunate that he got money. Before he left, he listened to Roundball's advice and bought a large number of resources. They were put to use now. Wang Tung alighted the spacecraft and kept the flaming river. He sized up the surroundings with surprise and seriousness. The soil was gray-brown in color. It looked like gravel, dead and lifeless. There were also some rotten wood and bones of animals buried in the gravel, making this planet seem even more barren and lonely. A gust of wind blew, throwing stones in the air. Chapter 1137. Hunt. Wang Tung stood on the ground and sensed the empty and desolate atmosphere here. He found it absurd. It was unbelievable how a life planet had ended up in this state. As someone who just came out of Earth, this was a huge stimulation. What if Earth became like this? He didn't dare to imagine. Wang Tung, this planet is so strange. It's in ruins. I wonder what happened here. Roundball's voice appeared in his mind. Let me walk around and see, Wang Tung said. All right, be careful. Don't get discovered by others. The universe stage martial warrior has probably arrived on this planet too. Roundball disappeared. It had gone to repair the spacecraft. Wang Tung activated his disguise talent and the shadow-merging secret skill of the dark apparitions. He transformed into a shadow as he roamed the planet. The entire planet was gray-brown. There were no signs of life. Wang Tung passed through many places. Some used to be forests, but only dead trees were left. Some used to be rivers, but they had all dried up. The bones of fish were buried in the mud. He even saw bones of giant star beasts. They were buried in the gravel. Based on the hardness of these bones, he knew that they were at least at the planetary stage or the celestial stage. Wang Tung couldn't sense any force fluctuation on these bones. This meant that all the star cores and star bones had been sucked away. Wang Tung stopped in the boundless plain and looked in a certain direction. That was where the purple-black glow was at. He didn't dare to go closer. He just looked at it from afar. Actually, Wang Tung didn't know if the other party realized that they had stepped on this planet. But based on how powerful it was, it probably had discovered them. He could only hope that his disguise talent could confuse it and that it wouldn't be able to find him temporarily. Anyway, the universe stage martial warrior was powerful and had a stronger vitality. He would be more easily discovered. A smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Tung's lips. He moved his feet and disappeared on the spot, heading into the distance. He walked for more than an hour, but saw no signs of any civilization. He wondered if any civilizations ever existed on this planet. If there was, he might get some gains from them. He released his spiritual power while rushing along his journey, inching closer to the center of this piece of land. Half an hour later, he suddenly stopped. He heard some noises around him. Swoosh! He instantly disappeared on the spot and hid among the shadows at the side, disappearing into the darkness. The concealing skill of the dark apparitions was extremely useful in this environment. Very soon, a few figures rushed over from afar and stopped 10 meters away from where Wang Tung was hiding. At this distance, Wang Tung could hear what they were saying using his spiritual power. There are people here? Wang Tung frowned. He was surprised. However, most of them were at the celestial stage. There was only one at the cosmos stage. They possessed no threat. If he used all his power and ambushed them, he could finish them off quickly. He heaved a sigh of relief when he thought about this. Mr. Berlin, this planet is scary. Do we continue ahead? A celestial stage martial warrior asked the human celestial stage martial warrior. Let's go further. We need to abide by our master's order and find Wang Tung quickly, Berlin said firmly. Yes, the others replied in a serious tone. Humph. Does he think he can run away after offending our master? Berlin scoffed. Indeed, they came for me. Their master is probably the universe stage martial warrior. Wang Tung wondered to himself. A few thoughts floated through his mind, while killing intent churned in Wang Tung's heart. Since they came to kill him, he should return the favor. A small dot appeared on his hand. He threw it out, which landed on the Cosmos stage martial warrior's forehead. This was a void mayfly. The void mayfly had spiritual illusion instilled in it. Activate! Wang Tung shouted in his heart. The spiritual illusion in the void mayfly was activated. The Cosmos stage martial warrior got hit without realizing it. His gaze turned misty. Wang Tung controlled a flying dagger and instilled poison force and space power in it. The flying dagger flew out and disappeared in midair. It appeared behind his enemy's back and stabbed right through his throat. Splurt! The Cosmos stage martial warrior died without knowing what happened. Both his soul and physical body were destroyed. An enemy attack, someone shouted, while the other celestial stage martial warriors were still in a daze. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A beam of gold light shone and chopped the heads of these martial warriors down. Fresh blood spurted out. Only one celestial stage martial warrior was left. His face turned white. He was obviously frightened. Wang Tung appeared in front of him and landed a punch. The other party was in a daze, so he was hit right in the face. Bang! Wang Tung didn't use all his force. If not, the enemy's head would have been smashed. The celestial stage martial warrior felt dizzy. His vision turned black. A crimson glow appeared in Wang Tung's eyes, stabbing right into his enemy's gaze. Wang Tung was using the bewitch skill. The enemy lost consciousness and answered whatever Wang Tung asked. Very soon, he got all the information he wanted. 50 martial warriors. Wang Tung blinked and waved his hand. A sword glow flashed and penetrated the celestial stage martial warrior's forehead. Bang! The lifeless body crashed onto the ground. By then, Wang Tung had disappeared. Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 3000 Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 1800 Constellation Force, Water, asterisk 1600 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 200. These are the slaves of the universe stage martial warriors, so their talents are limited. It's a pity that there are no special attribute bubbles. Wang Tung shook his head as he flew away. Then, he continued exploring the planet. He met another 2 teams of martial warriors along the way. Since they had split up to search for Wang Tung, there were only 5 martial warriors in each group. Dealing with them was a piece of cake. At the same time, the universe stage martial warrior noticed something amiss. He was in a rage. He hurried over personally only to find the dead bodies of the martial warriors. He was always a step behind Wang Tung. Wang Tung's slyness exceeded his expectations. Even a universe stage martial warrior like him felt helpless. He finally understood why the Parkers specifically asked for universe stage martial warriors to hunt Wang Tung. Chapter 1138. Ant-Man Race, Bloodlust Ultima. Saiba, you're good at tracking. Find that brat for me. The universe stage martial warrior looked indifferent as he said coldly, with killing intent in his eyes while he stood on a hill. Yes, father. Behind him, an equally tall young man with silver-white scales on his face bowed in response. Don't fight with him head-on. That brat does not have a high cultivation level, but he has many tricks and is quite strong. Notify me immediately when you find him. The universe stage martial warrior instructed him. I understand. A cold light flashed in the tall and young Saiba's eyes. He held a long spear in his hand and nodded. Go! The universe stage martial warrior disappeared. I do want to see how his strength compares to mine. Saiba was unconvinced and took a step. Boom! The ground cracked, and his body rose straight into the air in a streak of icy blue light as he flew into the distance. As the son of a universe stage martial warrior, he was extremely talented and capable. Only a few in the same stage could rival him. He could even kill Cosmos stage martial warriors. He could have advanced to the Cosmos stage, but he didn't do so, all in hopes of getting a rare opportunity to become even stronger and have a stronger foundation before his advancement. This way, he could become a universe stage martial warrior like his father. He might even be better than him. Of course, this was what he had kept hidden in his heart. Younger generations would surpass the older generations, leaving no path for them. If the universe stage martial warrior knew what his son was thinking, he might just smack him to death. Wang Teng was traveling in the wilderness when he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Buildings. He saw the silhouette of a building over in the distance, towering straight in the wilderness. If it wasn't for his amazing eyesight, he might not have discovered it. There were indeed traces of civilization on this planet. Wang Teng became more cautious and combined his disguise talent and shadow-merging secret skill, trying his best to conceal himself. He then cautiously headed toward the buildings. A celestial stage martial warrior was fast. In a few minutes, he had reached the buildings. Wang Teng hid in the shadows and glanced at the buildings in front of him. He was surprised. The buildings were very peculiar. The whole structure was made of some kind of metal. He had not seen any such style. It looked just like a giant nest. This is a building from the Ant-Man race. Round Ball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Ant-Man race. Wang Teng was stunned and asked, "What race is that? Is it a race of half-ants and half-humans?" See for yourself. Round Ball sent the introduction to Wang Teng's mind. It was accompanied by pictures and explanations of the Ant-Man race. Members of the Ant-Man race had some characteristics of ants. They looked ferocious and were tall and slender. Their bodies were black and covered with armor. The Ant-Men had great strength and loved massacres. It was an extremely savage race. In the universe, the Ant-Man race was the public enemy, and everyone feared them. Many powerful martial warriors were reluctant to provoke the martial warriors of the Ant-Man race. The race's combat power was ranked amongst the top 50 in the universe. The members of the Ant-Man race are a bit too ugly. Wang Teng browsed through quickly and commented. Round Ball thought that Wang Teng would be amazed by their strength, but as it turned out, he was more concerned about their appearance. Seriously, they're a bit ugly. Round Ball cleared its throat and said, "However, they're a really strong race, and they love killing. That is why many of their members have Bloodlust Ultima Bloodlust domain. They're notorious in the universe." Bloodlust Ultima Bloodlust domain. Wang Teng's eyes lit up instantly. What's with that delighted expression on your face? Round Ball had no energy to criticize him. Cough. I didn't expect such a race to exist in the universe. I'm excited about new prey. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Tisk, what's the point of being excited? Based on the planet's situation, all of them are probably dead. Round Ball pouted. Wang Teng's smile froze. He was too excited and forgot about that. There was a look of disappointment on his face. Damn, there are no attribute bubbles to collect. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and looked toward the buildings. Sure enough, there were no signs of life. But he was still unconvinced. He was here at the doorstep. He had to go in and take a look. You really want to go in? Round Ball understood Wang Teng too well. It knew what he was planning when it saw his eagerness. Yeah, I'll go in and have a look. I haven't seen any members of the Ant-Man race. If I can't see their bodies, at least I'll have a look at their building. Who knows what you're trying to do? But if you're interested, it's okay to have a look. Maybe there will be something left behind, Round Ball muttered. Hee, I'll go then. Wang Teng's body flashed, and he leaped into another shadow. He moved around like this, leaping from shadow to shadow, with extreme caution. After a while, he reached the entrance. It was round and tightly closed. There was a metal door blocking his path. Without a word, Wang Teng took out the golden crescent blade and slashed open a way that would allow a person to enter. Wang Teng then stepped in and found a long metal passage with no end in sight. Buildings of the Ant-Man race were just like an ant's nest. The upper portion was exposed, while the lower portion was buried in the ground. There were many passages in it that extended in all directions. Intruders would easily get lost if they ventured inside. Wang Tong had to release his spiritual power and sense his surroundings. Vigilant, he walked deeper as he investigated his surroundings. He did things slowly for fear of an accident. Crack! Suddenly, he seemed to have stepped on something. There was a crisp sound in the silent passageway. Wang Tong lowered his head and discovered a black skeleton. Based on its skull and bones, it was someone from the Ant-Man race. He squatted down and inspected the skeleton. He realized that it was very similar to those of the star beasts outside, both of which had been drained of life and force. Otherwise, the bones wouldn't have been crushed when he stepped on them. What is this? It's so terrifying. Wang Tong looked solemn. He then got up and continued to move toward the inner parts of the nest. After a few minutes, he finally saw the first room. The doors were open, and there was a skeleton that lay on the ground in a terrifying fashion. It seemed like it wanted to escape from the room and then fell onto the ground. It then struggled to crawl forward, but it was too late. Its body was sucked dry, reducing it into a skeleton. Wang Tong could imagine the unwillingness and struggle before its death. He suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Round ball, when will the flaming river be fully repaired? Wang Tong gulped. At least 3 days. Round ball also saw the room and became silent for a while. 3 days, it's a bit long. Wang Tong's face turned bitter. Who knew what would happen in 3 days? I'll try to get it done as soon as possible. Okay, just do your best. Wang Tong didn't demand anything. He knew that Round Ball must have been trying its best to repair it. It would be going too far to demand more from it. Round Ball didn't say anything else. Wang Ting entered the room. He then scanned around and raised his eyebrows slightly. The room was just a simple residence with nothing special about it. However, there were a few black stones lying on the ground. There were attribute bubbles floating above the black stones. Wang Tong was surprised and immediately collected them. Bloodlust Ultima *1 Bloodlust Ultima *1 Bloodlust Ultima *1. It's the Bloodlust Ultima. The Ant-Man had died, but there's still Bloodlust Ultima attribute bubbles on the black stone. Wang Tong's thoughts were running around in his mind while he was in disbelief. Wang Tong stretched out his hand. The black stone flew and landed on his palm. He then started studying it. Chapter 1139. This is not an ant? Wang Tong weighed the black stone in his hand. He felt strings of bloodlust in it. This wasn't an ordinary stone. Round Ball, do you know what it is? Wang Tong asked. This should be the bloodlust stone of the Ant-Man race. Round Ball appeared and said after looking at the stone. Bloodlust stone with bloodlust inside. Do you know where it's from? This stone normally appears where the Ant-Man race lives. It's probably formed by the bloodlust they absorbed. It's not formed naturally. Wang Tong was surprised. You can say it's half natural. All right, you can go back to continue repairing the spacecraft. Wang Tong chased Round Ball away unhappily. He kept the bloodlust stone in his space ring. Although he couldn't absorb the bloodlust inside, it was good material for forging weapons. Also, he could get more Bloodlust Ultima attributes from this stone. It wasn't a loss. The Bloodlust stone he had gave him 10 points of Bloodlust Ultima. If he collected more Bloodlust stones, Wang Tong started delving deeper into the ant nest with anticipation. A few minutes later, he arrived in another room and found a few more Bloodlust stones. He gained 16 more points of Bloodlust Ultima along the way. Soon, half an hour passed. Wang Tong accumulated more than 300 points of Bloodlust Ultima. His Bloodlust Ultima reached the second level. Bloodlust Ultima, 225 for 500, second level. While Wang Tong was feeling the effects of the bloodlust, a sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. Strings of bloodlust intertwined in his mind, as if he had taken numerous lives. Normally, the only way to enlighten the Bloodlust Ultima was to kill and experience the ultimate sensation of destroying lives. However, Wang Tong took another path and relied on picking up attributes to achieve his Bloodlust Ultima. He even managed to reach the second level easily. Others would be burning with jealousy if they learned about this. The Bloodlust Ultima was a high-class Ultima that was hard to understand. One might get affected by the Bloodlust Ultima without knowing and become a killing machine. They might lose themselves and get controlled by the urge to kill instead of controlling it. The majority of the Ant-Man race got controlled by the desire to kill, so they were known to be bloodthirsty. When Wong Tung was still on Earth, he had gotten the bloodlust attribute, but it couldn't be compared to this bloodlust Ultima. If he had to make a comparison, the bloodlust was like a small child while the bloodlust Ultima was an adult. The impact was different. Wong Tung could control the bloodlust Ultima smoothly because his spirit was strong enough, and he had a complete grasp of the bloodlust Ultima. Since there were no loopholes in his enlightenment, there wouldn't be loopholes in his mentality either. Those that got controlled by the bloodlust Ultima were ones who had psychological deficiencies. That was how the bloodlust Ultima got the chance to control them. Tap! Wong Tung suddenly stopped in his tracks. He squinted as he looked at the scene in front. Black bones lay on the ground in front of him. The bones were scattered all around the path, and broken weapons were thrown everywhere too. They had lost their power. One could see how chaotic and tragic the situation was. What astounded Wong Tung was that there were pitch-black holes on the metallic walls of the passageway. They seemed to split open forcefully by some force from the outside. Wong Tung went to the edge of the walls and looked into the pitch-black hole. He even activated his spiritual sight, but didn't see anything. He only knew that this hole led to the bottom of the nest. That was where the terrifying presence was resting. Even these powerful ant-men were annihilated. How powerful is that presence? Wong Tung let out a long sigh. He felt a chill down his spine. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to head deeper into the ant nest. He had already come this far. It would be a pity if he gave up. Just when Wong Tung was exploring the nest, a figure landed from the sky outside the Ant-Man race's nest. This was the tall and lofty young man, Saiba. Ant-Man race's nest. He stared at the structure in front of him in surprise and bewilderment. The presence disappears here. He's either inside or has left. Saiba contemplated for a moment before dashing into the Ant-Man's nest. It was obvious that he had a secret skill that allowed him to sense other people's presence. Even though Wong Tung hid well, he still left a hint of presence behind, which got detected. Of course, there were many restrictions on his secret skill. One was that the person had to stay for a while at one location. That way, he would have a stronger presence, and it wouldn't disappear as quickly. The second restriction was that he needed some time to feel the presence. During a battle, this skill couldn't be put to use. The situation on the battlefield changed every single second. Many people's presences were mixed together, so he wouldn't be able to sense anything. Saiba went deeper into the nest. He knew that if the Ant-Man had left anything behind, it would be at the deepest part of the nest. That would be where Wong Tung was. Thus, he headed right inside without any hesitation. Wong Tung ran all the way and finally reached his destination, the nest of the Ant Queen. This was a huge underground space. Many passageways were linked to this space. Wong Tung stood in one of them and looked down. It was extremely deep. With his eyesight, if he didn't activate his spiritual sight, he wouldn't be able to see anything. Wong Tung activated his spiritual sight to confirm that there was no danger below. Then he leaped down. After some time, he finally reached the bottom of the nest. He squinted. There was an enormous body lying at the bottom of the queen ant's nest. It was an appalling sight. However, it had been dead for a long time. What's this? Wong Tung was stunned. This gigantic body was snow white and had many different segments. It looked a little swollen. This is probably the queen ant, Roundball replied in Wong Tung's mind. Queen ant. Wong Tung repeated the words. This is where ant-men breed. How are they not ants? Even their breeding method is the same, Wong Tung complained. Roundball. If those ant-men warriors knew that Wong Tung called them ants, they might jump up in anger and fight with him to see who was the real ant. This queen ant has been sucked dry. Wong Tung noticed something and said. Chapter 1140. Ant-Man Queen. Upon discovering the Ant-Man Queen, Wong Tung landed on it. A sword appeared in his hand, and he sliced it lightly. With his strength, it was surprising that he couldn't open the shell of the Ant-Man Queen the first time. He had a universe-level weapon in his hands. Just with its sharpness alone, it could cut through a heaven-stage martial warrior's body. Yet there was only a shallow cut on the Ant-Man Queen. From the outside, It seemed that there was only a thin layer of the shell. It looked crystal clear, and no one expected it to be this sturdy. The Ant-Man Queen doesn't have any combat power, but it has great defensive capabilities. Round Ball appeared beside him and teased Wong Tung. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wong Tung frowned. Round Ball must have wanted him to make a fool of himself. "You didn't ask." Silence. Wong Tung took a deep breath and ignored it. He then channeled his force into the sword and slashed downward. "Hey, the Ant-Man Queen shell is an excellent smithing material. Don't waste it." Wong Tung's arm stopped. The sword was just a palm's distance away from the Ant-Man Queen shell. "Cough. Let me see if I can find other ways to breach its defenses." He coughed awkwardly and kept his sword before flying down. "Such greed. You're hopeless." Round Ball was caught between laughter and tears. Wong Tung landed in front of the Ant-Man Queen, which was where the mouth was, and hesitated. "You want to go in from here?" "It looks disgusting." Wong Tung's eyes twitched. "Haha, it depends on your courage, young man." Round Ball snickered. "Scram," Wong Tung replied angrily. In the end, he still opened the Ant-Man Queen's mouth and flew in from there. After scanning the entire body, the only places where he could enter were from the mouth and where the Ant-Man Queen defecated. He couldn't possibly enter from behind, right? He entered the Ant-Man Queen's body, and sure enough, its insides were what Wong Tung had guessed. It was just an empty shell that had been sucked dry. However, he was stunned when he reached the center of the Ant-Man Queen's body. There were white attribute bubbles floating in here. "What is it?" Round Ball asked when it noticed something amiss with Wong Tung's expression. It was also scanning the surroundings, but it couldn't see the attribute bubbles. "Cough, nothing." Wong Tung cleared his throat to hide his loss of composure. Unbelievable. There are attribute bubbles here. But he still collected what he should collect without any hesitation by using his spiritual power. Collect. One by one, the attribute bubbles flew toward him and merged into his body. Origin of life, *20 origin of life, *30 origin of life, *15. Damn, these are origin of life. Wong Tung was pleasantly surprised and cursed. Origin of life was extremely precious. Origin of life and origin of soul were the most important energies in life. If one expended all of them, no one would be able to save them. They could only await death. Moreover, using the power of time consumed origin of life, which showed how important it was. But this wasn't right. Why would there be origin of life attribute bubbles in the Ant-Man Queen's body? Hadn't it been sucked dry? Wong Tung was puzzled. Round Ball, is there anything special about the Ant-Man Queen? If there is, it would be its strong vitality. After all, it has to give birth to countless Ant-Men. Round Ball pondered for a while and said, "Strong vitality. No wonder." Wong Tung muttered in his heart with astonishment. By the way, the Ant-Man Queen's spirit is extremely powerful as well. Once, a martial warrior broke into the Ant-Man's nest and saw the Ant-Man Queen. He managed to escape with his life and provided the information. Powerful spirit. Wong Tung's eyes lit up. The surrounding attribute bubbles had all been collected. He obtained 1250 points of Origin of Life. 1,250 points. Origin of Life was vital. A few hundred points were enough to save a life, let alone 1,000 points. This was a huge harvest for Wong Tung. Origin of Life. 31500. Wong Tung looked at the attributes panel. He had now amassed 31,500 points, enough to catch up with Cosmo Stage martial warriors. Only a person like Wong Tung, who had so many force attributes, could have so many Origin of Life attributes. Every time he advanced, he would obtain some of it. Wong Tung was satisfied. His eyes flickered, and he then headed toward the Ant-Man Queen's heart. The heart was where the Origin of Life was the strongest. In an instant, he reached the Ant-Man Queen's heart. It was located in its rib cage, and the surrounding bones formed a closed circular space. Wong Tung went in between the bones and discovered a lot of white attribute bubbles. Origin of Life, *200 Origin of Life, *300 Origin of Life, *150. It was another wave of Origin of Life attribute bubbles. There were much more of them than before. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tung obtained 2,300 points of Origin of Life, which was almost twice what he had collected previously. What a huge harvest! Wang Tung was elated. Roundball was puzzled. It didn't know why he was so happy. There was nothing here. Could he have a screw loose in his head? Wang Tung didn't know what it was thinking. He collected the attribute bubbles and wandered around for a while. The Ant-Man Queen's body was enormous. He looked a little small inside. Unfortunately, there were no attribute bubbles elsewhere. Wang Tung then flew toward the Ant-Man Queen's brain. Spirit. Roundball said that the Ant-Man Queen had a powerful spirit. He wondered if he would gain anything there. The brain was naturally located at the head. When Wang Tung entered the body, he was actually close to it. However, he didn't pay too much attention and passed by it. Now he had to go back. The brain was also surrounded by bones. Unlike the heart, where the circular area formed by the bones was almost hollow and easy to enter, the bones here were lumpy and sealed. There was only a narrow entrance at the back of the brain. So small, Wang Tung felt helpless as he stood on a piece of bone and glanced at the small gap in front of him. Fortunately, he had the morph talent and could change the shape of his body. Suddenly, his body underwent a change. His bones and muscles squirmed as if he had become a man made of paper with only a face printed on it. Ta! What a weird skill. This is so funny. Roundball burst into laughter. Go away, don't disturb me. Wang Tung frowned and snapped back. This fellow's tongue is too sharp. He didn't think too much about it initially, but when Roundball mocked him, he felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly went through the narrow gap and entered the brain before reverting to his original state. It wasn't as dark as Wang Tung had imagined. Instead, there was a soft white light, and the source of the glow was a crystal-clear white crystal. Soul Crystal. Roundball shouted in disbelief when it saw the white crystal. Soul Crystal. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He knew what this was when he heard the name. This was good stuff. He didn't come here for nothing. Most importantly, there were many attribute bubbles floating around. Wang Tung collected them stealthily. Origin of Soul *80 Origin of Soul *120 Origin of Soul *150 Celestial Realm Spirit *2500 Celestial Realm Spirit *2800 Divine Sonic Wave *100. Wang Tung was overjoyed. He had another huge harvest. There are not only large amounts of spirit attributes, but Origin of Soul attributes as well. Origin of Soul was equally important as Origin of Life. Just like that, he gained 1,800 points of Origin of Soul and 6,200 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Origin of Soul 27600 Spirit 43200/50,000 Celestial Realm. Moreover, he obtained a special skill, Divine Sonic Wave. This was a spirit sound wave ability. Wang Tung was stunned and in disbelief. What a fortune! He felt that he was incredibly lucky to obtain a spirit skill. It was an extremely rare sound wave skill. Human. Just then, a gentle voice resounded. Chapter 1141. It's looking at you. Human. Wang Tung and Roundball were shocked. They turned to look at the white crystal vigilantly. A soft white glow rose from the white crystal, forming a mini version of the Queen Ant-Man. Wang Tung squinted. He didn't dare to underestimate the other party. All forms of life had been sucked dry. Not an ounce of vitality was left. Yet this Ant-Man Queen managed to leave a string of its Origin of Soul behind. He didn't discover her when he used his spiritual sight. You must be curious how I managed to escape that thing's detection. The Ant-Man Queen saw Wang Tung's astonishment and vigilance, so she spoke in a gentle voice again. It's all right. I'm just a little surprised, Wang Tung replied. The Ant-Man Queen was stunned, not expecting this reply from Wang Tung. It was different from her prediction. Was there something wrong with this human's mind? Many thoughts went through her head. This was the conclusion she came up with. Roundball stared at Wang Tung speechlessly. It knew that this fellow was going to do something strange again. Don't stop. Continue, Wang Tung said. The Ant-Man Queen was frustrated. However, this was the first living person she met after a long time, and she didn't have much time left. If she missed this chance, she was afraid that, cough, The Ant-Man Queen coughed awkwardly and said, 3,000 years ago, when my race discovered that thing below the ground, it hadn't hatched out of its shell. My race came to its territory and gave it nutrients, allowing it to complete its last hatching process. The Ant-Man Queen gave a painful expression as if she was recalling some remorseful memories. Honestly, you guys shouldn't have been such busybodies. Curiosity kills an ant. Wong Tung shook his head and said, The Ant-Man Queen, roundball. To hell with curiosity kills the ant. I know what this sentence is supposed to be. Don't change the animal however you like. You're stabbing the ant in the heart. Roundball looked at the Ant-Man Queen carefully, afraid that Wong Tung would anger her. Young man from the human race, you will get slapped to death if you roam the universe with that mouth of yours, the Ant-Man Queen said slowly. But I didn't. I'm alive and kicking. You're quite lucky. Aren't you going to continue? The Ant-Man Queen kept silent for a moment before she submitted to fate. We underestimated how powerful that thing was. After it hatched, it sucked the vitality of anyone that got near it. We made a mistake. We didn't send the most powerful martial warriors to destroy it, giving it enough time and nutrients to grow stronger. By the time we realized it, it was too late. You're quite stupid. Wong Ting couldn't help but complain. The Ant-Man Queen was enraged. Her race was annihilated, yet Wong Tung didn't show any sympathy toward them. Instead, he even mocked them. She would have pounced on him if she had a physical body. But in the end, she just sighed and said, You're right, we were stupid. Stop wasting time. What do you want to say after talking about so many things? Wong Tung crossed his arms in front of his chest and said gently, Don't you want to know what that thing is? The Ant-Man Queen asked with a sharp gaze. What's the point? We're about to leave soon. Everything here will have nothing to do with us. Wong Tung replied calmly. You're too naive. The Ant-Man Queen snorted. Really? Please enlighten me. Wong Tung raised his eyebrows. You were discovered the moment you entered this planet. Do you think it can't detect you? The Ant-Man Queen smiled. Wong Tung frowned. He had a bad feeling. Indeed, this was something he didn't know. It wasn't a surprise that the presence found Wong Tung, since it was able to destroy this planet to such a state. Wong Tung only felt that the other party didn't discover him because of his concealing skills. The result would be unimaginable once his concealing skill was seen through. It hasn't attacked me, so it probably hasn't discovered me yet, Wong Tung said. You don't understand it. It will wait for you to leave and attack at the last moment. Are you saying that it's been eyeing me all this time? Wong Tung suddenly thought of the sentence. The abyss is watching you. That's right, the Ant-Man Queen replied firmly. Why should I believe you? Wong Tung snorted. You don't have to. You'll know whether I'm lying when the time comes. Wong Tung frowned. This was a little troublesome. Wong Tung, you can't trust everything she says, but some of what she said might be true, Roundball reminded him in his mind. Wong Tung nodded. After all that you've said, what do you want me to do? You're smart. You knew my intention from the start, the Ant-Man Queen said. I want you to bring me out. Can you still survive in this state? Wong Tung exclaimed. The Ant-Man Queen felt speechless. Does this brat even know how to speak properly? Infuriating. Cough, I don't mean anything. This is a sincere question, Wong Tung said. The Ant-Man Queen sighed. It was tiring to speak to Wong Tung, but she had to explain, as the queen of the Ant-Man race, I am special. The origin of soul is my foundation. As long as I have a string of origin of soul left, I have a chance to be reborn. Reborn? This time, Wong Tung was honestly shocked. The Ant-Man Queen possessed the reborn ability? Well, she did have a string of origin of soul left, so it wasn't exactly a rebirth. However, it was indeed extraordinary as she could be alive again. How can you tell me the secret? Aren't you worried that I'll have other thoughts? I don't have a choice. This planet is at its end. If I don't take the risk, I'll die here, the Ant-Man Queen said with sorrow. Yes, it has almost finished absorbing the nutrients. Wong Tung remembered the scene he saw and nodded in deep thought. How do you know? The Ant-Man Queen asked in surprise. She could feel it because she possessed a talent. However, this human could sense it too. This was unbelievable. Indeed, you're different. The Ant-Man Queen looked at Wong Tung intently, as if confirming that she didn't make the wrong choice. Chapter 1142. Offer your loyalty. Thank you for your compliment. Wang Tung chuckled. The Ant-Man Queen was stunned. How can you laugh at such a time? You're indeed different. Actually, there's no use praising me. Why should I help you? I know that you won't help me without a reason, the Ant-Man Queen said. I can help you to escape from this planet. Without me, you will have trouble leaving this place. No, I have a way of leaving, Wang Tung said confidently. It doesn't matter if you're with me. The Ant-Man Queen was dumbfounded. She observed Wang Tung's face, trying to see if he was acting. The Ant-Man race has some wealth on other planets. We were in a hurry to escape, so we didn't touch those treasures. If you save me, I can give them to you. The Ant-Man Queen pondered before speaking again. How much? Wang Tung asked. He was interested. In terms of UC, these treasures are probably worth 300 trillion. Gasp! Round Ball was shocked. It opened its eyes wide. Wang Tung was dumbstruck too. He felt that he must have heard wrong. 300 trillion. Are you kidding me? The Flaming River Universe Lord only gave him around 20 trillion worth of inheritance. Yet, this Ant-Man Queen was telling him that her race had 300 trillion worth of assets. Is this a joke? Of course not. It isn't enough. Wang Tung pondered for a moment and shook his head. If I'm right, you'll be discovered once you leave this place. To that presence, you're more delicious and conspicuous than me. The Ant-Man Queen became silent. She didn't expect Wang Tung to know this. This was something she tried to hide because she knew that he wouldn't agree to her request. Looks like I'm right. Wang Tung turned to leave. He didn't want to carry a burden with him. Besides, this Ant-Man Queen couldn't be trusted. That presence was already frightening enough. The possibility of accidents happening would be greater if he brought this Ant-Man Queen along. Wait! Just when Wang Tung was preparing to leave from the crack, the Ant-Man Queen shouted helplessly, Bring me along. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty. Your loyalty? Wang Tung stopped. Yes, my loyalty. The Ant-Man Queen said, You could get the entire Ant-Man race if you get my loyalty. Wang Tung, this Ant-Man Queen must be driven up the corner. To think that it's willing to pay such a price. Round Ball was screaming in astonishment in Wang Tung's mind. If she pledges her loyalty, her entire race will have to listen to you from now on. They'll be slaves forever. Honestly, Wang Tung was moved. The Ant-Man race was a powerful race. It was definitely good to have them under his wing. Are you sure? Wang Tung took a deep breath and asked. I can release my origin to let you leave your mark, the Ant-Man Queen said calmly. All right, release your origin. I'll bring you with me once I leave my mark. Wang Tung finally nodded after some thought. The Ant-Man Queen didn't say anything. A white crystal flew toward Wang Tung under her control. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He released his spiritual power and entered the white crystal, leaving his mark on it successfully. Now, Wang Tung could decide the life and death of the Ant-Man Queen with a single thought. However, through his senses, he knew that this Ant-Man Queen had reached the universe stage. Fortunately, Wang Tung's spiritual power was strong enough. It had reached the peak of the celestial realm and wasn't far away from achieving a breakthrough. That was why he could still leave his mark. However, once her abilities exceeded this limit, he might not be able to control the Ant-Man Queen anymore. Wang Tung blinked. He wasn't worried, though. He was confident that he could maintain the difference in their abilities within this range. He might even be able to shorten it or surpass the Ant-Man Queen. Time is tight. Let's leave this place, the Ant-Man Queen said. We can't leave for now. My spacecraft is spoiled. I need to repair it first, Wang Tung answered. I have an undamaged universe-level spacecraft. We can use it to leave this planet. What? You have a universe-level spacecraft? That's great. Wang Tung was elated. He asked hurriedly, Where is it? Below a structure around 8,000 kilometers away to the east. All right, let's head there. He didn't want to stay any longer on this planet. The earlier he left, the safer it was. Go back to your soul crystal. I'll put you in a safe place so that thing won't be able to find you, Wang Tung said. You have a way to hide my presence, the Ant-Man Queen said helplessly. She felt that she was fooled. I have to take some risks too. Wang Tung smiled. He kept the soul crystal with the Ant-Man Queen inside into his space fragment. You're a sly one. You forced the Ant-Man Queen to bow down to you, Roundball said. Stop bullshitting. I don't want to bring this troublesome fellow along, Wong Tung replied. Please continue your act. Roundball scoffed. Let's go. Wong Tung crawled out of the Ant-Man Queen's brain and passed through its body before arriving outside. We need to bring this body back. This is good stuff, especially the brain. You can escape external detection. This is why the Ant-Man Queen didn't get discovered. It's unbelievable, Roundball exclaimed. Wong Tung nodded. He stored the body of the Ant-Man Queen in his space ring. Boom! At this moment, an ice-blue spear glow struck down from above, sweeping through the air with its extreme coldness. He found me. Wong Tung was shocked. He immediately released his emerald-glazed flame without a second thought and shot back. Fire physique activated. Flame patterns appeared on Wong Tung's body. Then he released his punch. Flames gathered into a green fist mark and hurled toward the ice-blue spear glow. Boom! The two forces collided. Force waves swept throughout the cave. Wong Tung took the chance to dart far away. He looked at the lofty figure floating down from the roof with a frown. Wong Tung. Saiba glared at him. Chapter 1143. Have a taste of my planetary devastation. The two of them stared at each other in this dim space. The atmosphere was tense. You're the same race as that universe-stage martial warrior. Wong Tung looked at him and exclaimed in surprise. He's my father, Saiba said proudly, using the common universal language. Oh, son. Wong Tung understood. The veins on Saiba's forehead popped out. He glared at Wong Tung. There wasn't anything wrong with this sentence, but he felt that Wong Tung was taking advantage of him. Ice Fairy. Roundball's astounded voice rang in his mind. Wong Tung, he's an Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy is an extremely powerful race in the universe. They are few in number and are born with powerful ice talent. Their understanding of the origin of ice is high. Almost all of them are powerful martial warriors, Roundball explained quickly. That means that this is a fat ice element sheep. Wong Tung's eyes lit up. Be careful, Roundball warned him. Don't worry. Wong Tung nodded. He looked at the Ice Fairy and asked calmly, Did your father send you here? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? Who knows who will get killed in the end? Saiba was provoked by Wong Tung's words. A cold and sharp spear glow exploded from the long spear in his hand instantly as he roared. Die! Boom! A deafening force explosion broke the silence in this vast and empty space. What an idiot! Looking at his reaction, Wong Tung knew that the other party didn't inform the universe-stage martial warrior. He came alone. I must end it quickly. A cold glint flashed in Wong Tung's eyes. His expression turned ruthless. He wouldn't sit and wait for the other party to inform the universe-stage martial warrior. He must kill this person quickly. Cough, but he would have to get more benefits out of him first. It was rare to find an ice element martial warrior. The next instant, a sword appeared in his hand. Flame surrounded it as he slashed it out, welcoming his enemy's spear glow. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them turned into two beams of light, one blue and one green, and started flying back and forth, colliding occasionally and causing huge explosions. Wong Tung had activated his fire physique. He only used one divine flame, but it was enough to tackle a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. He punched with one fist while releasing the fire ultima with his sword using the other hand. Saiba wielded his long spear in the air, leaving afterimages. He managed to block all of Wong Tung's attacks. Wong Tung started to frown. His opponent was at the celestial stage too, but he wasn't weak. Without using his trump card, Wong Tung found it hard to take him down. At the same time, Saiba was astounded by Wong Tung's ability. He started to acknowledge his father's comment about this young man. You shouldn't take this fellow as a normal martial warrior. He cultivated along with his father and visited all parts of the universe with him. He had seen many talents and fought with them. Rarely were there any worthy opponents. Not many people could give him pressure. But when he was fighting with Wong Tung, he felt pressured. It wasn't weak either. Instantly, Saiba's gaze turned competitive. His fighting spirit was ignited after meeting this opponent. It's been a while since a similar stage martial warrior made me excited. Saiba licked his lips. Then he smiled and said, "Let me show you my real power." Boom! The instant he finished speaking, an intense, ice-cold glow erupted from his body. A special domain started spreading out. It enclosed Wang Tung instantly. Within a few breaths, the environment in this space changed. The dim underground space instantly turned into an icy cave covered with frost. Domain. This was an extremely rare and special ice domain. "Come, feel my frost domain." Saiba laughed while floating in the air. The ice domain seemed endless. Snow fell from the sky, carrying a biting frost in them. Normal martial warriors might have been frozen in this domain. They would be in extreme danger and couldn't fight anymore. However, Wang Tung had divine flames. He could resist the chill of the frost domain. Well, he wasn't even affected. To him, this domain was no different from the outside. Unfortunately, Saiba didn't know this. He thought that Wang Tung would be in deep trouble even if he wasn't frozen instantly. "I'm the god of my frost domain." Saiba looked down on Wang Tung as if success was in his hands. "God? This?" Wang Tung looked up and replied calmly. Saiba's expression froze. He couldn't detect any anxiousness or fear in Wang Tung's gaze. There was only indifference. It was as if he was looking at a child wielding a knife, not a threat at all. You're stubborn even when you're about to die. Since you're so confident, have a taste of the power of my frost domain." Saiba snorted. He raised his long spear, and countless ice spears suddenly appeared in the air. Their sharp heads were all aimed at Wang Tung. "Ice Devil Spear." He bellowed. The ice spears in the air started giving off a terrifying ice-blue glow. All of them shot toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't move, though. He stared calmly at the ice spears charging at him. Boom! In an instant, all the ice spears dawned on him, causing a terrifying tremor. A thick ice-blue glow swallowed Wang Tung. Saiba snorted when he saw this scene. Blind confidence has caused the death of many talents. I didn't think you'd be one of them. It's too early to be happy. A voice came from below him. What? Saiba's expression changed. His brows scrunched up as he looked down. The ice-blue glow had dispersed while a dark yellow round ball had appeared in its place. Wang Tung's voice came from within the round ball. "Domain." Saiba squinted. He shouted in disbelief. "You have a domain." "It's just a domain, nothing special," Wang Tung replied indifferently. Saiba felt his eyelids trembling. The domain that he was proud of was nothing special to Wang Tung. This fellow was a little too arrogant. Wang Tung didn't care about his thoughts. A yellow glow appeared in his eyes, and he shouted in his heart, "Meteorite shower domain, activate." With a loud boom, the dark yellow domain started trembling. It expanded at a fast speed and quickly suppressed Saiba's frost domain, enveloping it inside. The space around them was no longer ice blue. It had turned dark yellow. Large meteorites floated in the air, giving off a terrifying pressure. Third-level domain. Saiba swallowed his saliva. He found it unbelievable. Wang Tung's domain was at the third level. Mind you, his was only at the second level. Wang Tung smirked when he saw his opponent's expression. If he executed his fourth-level black metal domain, this fellow might get frightened to death. It's time to end this. A voice escaped Wang Tung's throat as he pointed at Saiba. "Have a taste of my planetary devastation." The giant rocks around suddenly rushed to the center and formed a massive ball. It was like a small planet. Boom! The ball plummeted towards Saiba like a shooting star. Chapter 1144. An Ice Fairy's Loot. Boom! The giant ball of rock plummeted like a meteor. The horrifying aura instantly flooded the entire space. Saiba bore the brunt of it and seemed to be suppressed, unable to lift his head. Damn it! There was a reflection of the giant sphere in Saiba's eyes. His expression changed drastically. At last, panic and fear washed over him. Ice blast! He let out a furious roar. The frost domain around him shrank abruptly and condensed into a sphere that was less than 10 meters in diameter. As Saiba struck forward with his spear, The icy sphere rushed toward the giant ball of rock. Boom! Scary explosions shook the air while the impact swept through the surroundings. After a while, the commotion subsided and the force gradually disappeared, revealing a ragged figure. Saiba lost. He lost completely. There was no way he could fight back. His frost domain was only at the second level, a lot inferior compared to Wang Tong's meteorite shower domain. That was why he was defeated. Wang Tong walked over to Saiba's side and looked down at the prideful ice fairy. "How are you so strong?" Saiba's voice was hoarse. Blood was flowing out from his mouth. He was aggrieved. "You're a narrow-minded boy," Wang Tong said quietly. "Saiba, I won't waste any more time with you. Let's end this." Wang Tong's eyes were cold as he held his sword. "If you want to blame someone, blame your father for creating trouble. He will avenge me." Saiba knew that Wang Tong wouldn't let him off, so he didn't beg for mercy. He just stared at him calmly. "Not bad. You have a strong will." Wang Tong stabbed him and ended the ice fairy's life. He then glanced around and collected the scattered attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Ice, * 3500 Frost Domain, * 300 Ice Devil Spear, * 300 Ice Blast, * 200 Constellation Force, Ice, * 3000 Imperial Level Ice Talent, * 15,000 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 1000 Ice Ultima, * 600. Damn, this is an ice baby. Wang Tong's eyes shone brightly, and he felt a hint of joy in his heart. These were all great attribute bubbles, as expected of a talented martial warrior. The attribute bubbles that he dropped were different. There were 6,500 points of the Constellation Ice Force, which was quite an amount for a celestial stage martial warrior. It was clear that Saiba had a strong foundation and was much more powerful than ordinary celestial stage martial warriors. On top of that, the universe stage martial warrior was also an ice element martial warrior. Many attribute bubbles had dropped when he attacked. Wang Tong naturally wouldn't let them go. Now, Wang Tong's ice force had reached Constellation Ice Force 18500/30,000, third level. Although still at the third level, there was a small improvement. Wang Tong had the urge to farm attribute bubbles from the universe stage martial warrior. Unfortunately, the action was potentially life-threatening. He didn't want to die just yet. Next were 15,000 points of Imperial level ice talent. These attributes were worth a lot. Wang Tong's ice talent was already at the Imperial level. With the addition of 15,000 points, his ice talent greatly improved, and he felt stronger. This was followed by 1,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Spirit 44500/50,000, Celestial Realm. Wang Tong couldn't help but feel satisfied when he saw that his spirit was getting closer and closer to the Cosmos Realm. If he worked a bit harder, he would be able to advance to the Cosmos Realm. Besides that, there were also 600 points of Ice Ultima. This was a new attribute for Wang Tong, which meant a lot to him. Ice Ultima was undoubtedly powerful. Wang Tong sensed it while fighting the Ice Fairy. He had to use his Fire Physique and Fire Ultima to withstand the Ice Ultima. Ice Ultima, 300 of 500, second level. Even though he had just obtained it, he had already reached the second level. It was clear that Saiba had mastered the Ice Ultima to a great extent. It was a pity that there wasn't enough time. Otherwise, Wang Tong would have fought with him for another 300 rounds and farmed more attribute bubbles from him. Finally, the biggest harvest this time was Frost Domain. Wang Tong was astonished to discover that the Ice Fairy had comprehended the power of the domain in the celestial stage. He felt that he had underestimated the geniuses in the universe. It was possible that the feat was achieved with a universe stage martial warrior's guidance. But he had to admit that the Ice Fairy had extraordinary talent as well. An idiot wouldn't become powerful when taught by a universe stage martial warrior. Now, the Frost Domain was Wang Tong's. The universe stage martial warrior had spent so much time and effort in teaching his son, but now, Wang Tong was the one reaping the benefits. Frost Domain, 300 out of 1,000, first rank. It's a pity that there are only 300 points. He wasn't good enough. Wang Tong shook his head in regret. If Saiba was better, he could have obtained more tributes. What a pity. If Saiba knew what Wang Teng was thinking, he might crawl up from the ground. He benefited from it and pretended otherwise. Other people had worked so hard to master the domain, but he was still complaining after obtaining it so easily. Shameless. Wang Teng also got his hands on 2 ice element battle techniques, Ice Devil Spear and Ice Blast. These battle techniques were extremely powerful. If used properly, they would be useful means of combat. In particular, Ice Blast was able to compress the power of the domain. Its power could almost reach the levels of his planetary devastation. Ice Devil Spear, 300 for 1000 foundation. Universe Stage, Ice Blast, 200/1000 foundation. Universe Stage. These are Universe Stage battle techniques. Wang Teng was surprised when information about the 2 battle techniques emerged in his mind. He didn't expect these battle techniques to reach such a level. It was great to have a Universe Stage martial warrior as a father. He had Universe Stage battle techniques, which was practically cheating. He could only pick up attribute bubbles that other people dropped. What a tough life. He shook his head and sighed. Wang Teng then took away the Ice Fairy's space ring and scanned it. After making sure that everything was dealt with, he left and headed to another Ant-Man race's building where the universe-level spacecraft was buried. On a bare mountain thousands of miles away, the Universe Stage martial warrior was sitting cross-legged on a rock. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Killing intent burst out from his body as he let out a loud roar. Wang Teng, how dare you kill my son? The roar was filled with endless rage and grief. It was like an injured beast. It was hard to imagine that a Universe Stage martial warrior would show such emotions. In the next moment, he shot up and headed toward the Ant-Man building with extreme speed. At the same time, what Wang Teng and a Universe Stage martial warrior didn't know was that in the core of the planet, a pair of huge and cold purple-black eyes had slowly opened. Chapter 1145, Universe-Level Spacecraft, Devil Slayer. Wang Teng headed towards the building that the Ant-Man Queen directed him to while paying attention to what was happening underground. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, and his expression turned solemn. What's wrong? Roundball asked in surprise. Hearing that there was a universe-level spacecraft on the planet, it was more concerned than anyone else. It felt a little weird when Wang Teng stopped. The thing that's underground just moved. Wang Teng said solemnly. Moved. Roundball was shocked. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence and looked down at the ground. He saw the thing move, but it then became silent again as if it had never moved. It found me. For some unknown reason, he had this idea. That thing might be able to sense his gaze. Wang Teng took a deep breath and was shocked by his own guess. If that thing could really sense his gaze, it would be terrifying. When you look into the abyss is watching you as well. This feeling made his scalp tingle. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look again as if his guess might come true. Did you sense it correctly? Roundball gulped. Wang Teng shook his head and didn't say anything. Gritting his teeth, he rushed toward the Ant-Man building. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the universe-level spacecraft. He would think about these things later. At the same time, Wang Teng's spirit entered the space fragment and transmitted a message to the Ant-Man Queen. What the hell is that thing? This is a magical place. I can feel that this is completely isolated from the outside world. No wonder you had the confidence to take me away. The Ant-Man Queen didn't answer his question. Don't play with me. Wang Teng frowned and snarled. No, I'm just expressing my feelings. The Ant-Man Queen's voice was gentle as always. I don't know what it is, but I know that it is able to absorb everything that has life to nourish itself. You don't need to say that. I know it as well. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He felt that this Ant-Man Queen was just spouting nonsense. You said that you would help me previously. We don't have any other chance. If anything goes wrong, it will be difficult to get out of here. All right, when you get the universe-level spacecraft, head east. There's something there that it's afraid of, the Ant-Man Queen said. Something that it's afraid of? What's that? Wang Teng asked in surprise. There's a dimensional rift to Darkland there. If my guess is right, it should be that. Darkland Dimensional Rift. Wang Teng frowned. There are actually dimensional rifts to the Darkland here on this planet? That's right. Dark apparitions appeared on this planet, but were repelled by us, and the dimensional rifts were sealed. The Ant-Man Queen said, "We discovered that it never goes near that place, as if it's incompatible with the Dark Force. It can absorb all life, which means it is very sensitive to the power of life." Then Wang Tung's eyes lit up, and his mind started churning thoughts. Dark Force means death, so it should detest Dark Force. Dark Force might even affect it negatively. "Your analysis is the same as ours back then," the Ant-Man Queen commented. "Then why didn't you all go to the dimensional rift?" "We didn't dare to." The Ant-Man Queen smiled bitterly. "Ugh, that's right. Ordinary creatures would avoid the Darkland, let alone approach it." Wang Ting thought about it and said, "So back then, all of you headed to the dimensional rift as a last resort, but it was too late." "That's right." The Ant-Man Queen went silent for a while before responding. "Do you dare to go there?" She raised a question. "Ha ha, make a guess." Wang Ting laughed. He had killed so many dark apparitions and even visited the Darkland multiple times. There was nothing he was afraid of. If there was anyone who was the least afraid of the Darkland, it would be him. After all, Wang Tung possessed Dark Force. Although he didn't use it often, he didn't mind revealing it if necessary. Anyway, it was impossible for Roundball and the Ant-Man Queen to betray him. He didn't need to worry about others knowing his secret. Wang Ting felt a lot more relaxed. At least there was hope. As long as he could find a way to deal with it, there was still hope. The worst thing was if there was no countermeasure. Wang Tung increased his speed to the maximum and finally saw an Ant-Man building from afar after about 10 minutes. He sent the image over to the Ant-Man Queen, confirming that it was the building where they had hid the universe-level spacecraft. Wang Tung went inside. With the Ant-Man Queen's help, he didn't need to search for it himself. He got through the levels smoothly and reached the deepest part of the building. He even gained a lot of Bloodlust Stones and Bloodlust Ultima along the way. Bloodlust Ultima, 120/3000, 3rd level. After picking up this wave of Bloodlust Ultima attributes, he advanced it to the 3rd level. The deepest part of the building was a whole lot different. There was no Ant-Man Queen here, only a large underground space. The place was filled with all kinds of mechanical instruments. The rock walls were inscribed with runes, which sealed everything here. There was no life in these machines. That was presumably why they were still in one piece. A universe-level spacecraft was parked at the bottom of the underground space. Compared to Wang Tung's Flaming River, this spacecraft was less than a third of its size. Wang Tung landed from above and appeared in front of the spacecraft, scanning it. The spacecraft was pitch black and looked like a pyramid, as expected of an Ant-Man race's spacecraft. The appearance alone exudes killing intent. Roundball appeared and exclaimed, "Cold and ferocious, like a murderous god, and also a ghost." Wang Tung commented with a flash of surprise in his eyes. To a man, this spacecraft was sleek and gorgeous, like a Rolls-Royce amongst supercars. It was definitely a phantom amongst spacecraft. Just imagining driving a spacecraft like this in space made one's soul tremble with excitement. If a spacecraft enthusiast like Di-Chi saw this universe-level spacecraft, he would go green with envy. This universe-level spacecraft is named Devil Slayer. The Ant-Man Queen's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Chapter 1146, Chaos and Escape. Devil Slayer. Wang Tung repeated the name and found it appropriate. Even the name is full of bloodlust. Roundball was speechless. Boom. The entire Ant-Man building shook, as if it had been struck with a huge force. Wang Tung's expression changed. He activated his spiritual sight and looked toward the ground below. How is this possible? His pupils shrank, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A dark purple beam of light protruded out of the ground like a tentacle, extending all the way to the bottom of the building. Although Wang Tung had retracted his gaze and didn't stare at it, he still observed it from time to time. He just checked a minute ago. There was no movement from the dark purple light back then. When did it stretch its hand here? Let's leave. Wang Tung didn't dare to hesitate and put away the universe-level spacecraft before rushing out of the Ant-Man building. He had not forgotten about the tragic states of the dead Ant-Man. If that thing underground caught up to him, his origin of life would be sucked dry. His origin of life was considered strong amongst those of the same stage. But to that existence, it wasn't even enough for an appetizer. Boom! The entire building shook. Cracks started appearing in the surrounding metal walls as if it was being compressed by something from the outside. The metal tunnel and the ground were cracking as well. Many metal fragments were flung around, flying toward Wong Tung. Swoosh, 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 the metal fragments were like powerful bullets fired from force guns. If hit, even Wong Tung would be injured. It was clear how powerful the burst of the dark purple light was. Force surged out of Wong Tung's body, forming a protective barrier around him as he bulldozed his way ahead. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the golden crescent blade flew out, spinning rapidly and slicing the top of the metal tunnel. Crack! Screeching sounds reverberated as Wong Tung opened up the tunnel. He then rushed toward the top. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, streaks of dark purple light shot out from the cracks like tentacles, chasing after Wong Tung. They were like a mouth trying to devour him. Wong Tung's expression changed drastically. He could feel a strong, pulling force coming from behind. The pulling force was not only affecting his body as it tried to drag him down, but even his origin of life was starting to flow out. Incapable of resistance. This feeling was too horrifying. You want to eat me? Wong Tung became ruthless, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Boom! Suddenly, a black force gushed out of his body, with a cold, sinister, and even chaotic feeling. The appearance of this power transformed Wong Tung as if a human had morphed into a terrifying dark apparition. Menace filled his entire body. His black hair danced wildly in the air, filled with recklessness and insanity. If not for his clear eyes, anyone would have thought that he was a dark apparition. Wong Tung, you Roundball was dumbstruck. It never thought that Wong Tung had the power of dark force. This was simply impossible. It spent so much time with Wong Tung and was sure that he was a pure human being. How could he use the dark force? Countless questions and doubts appeared in Roundball's mind, but it knew that this was not the time to ask about these things. Roar! A strange roar came from the dark purple light. It seemed to be afraid of the dark force and retreated involuntarily. It was unwilling to approach Wong Tung, who was shrouded in dark force. It retreated. It really is afraid of dark force. Roundball was pleasantly surprised. Wong Tung, however, was silent. He increased his speed and charged toward the top frantically. The dark purple light let out a strange yell, as if it was reluctant and furious. It then chased him again. It didn't want to let Wong Tung leave like that. By the looks of it, although it feared the dark force, it wasn't completely afraid of it. The dark purple light was swift as well. In just a few moments, it had caught up. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Wong Tung's expression darkened. He didn't need to look back to know that the terrifying presence was nearing him. We can't go on like this. It will catch us. His eyes flashed. From the corner of his mind, an idea popped out. Lazy Mist. This was a peculiar gas attack that he had obtained from the Lazy Mist Devil Emperor. Anyone affected by the mist would become lazy. When he was cultivating, he also absorbed the laziness of humans and converted them into lazy mist using the Lazy Mist Devil Scripture, which he stored in his mind. Now was the time for it to come in handy. He just didn't know if it would work against that thing. In the next instant, the lazy mist gushed out of Wong Tung's body and enveloped the dark purple light behind him. Roar! The dark purple light couldn't react in time and rushed into the lazy mist. It then actually quieted down. It's useful. Wong Tung was delighted, but he didn't stop. He continued going upward. He pulled the distance away in an instant. Before long, he couldn't see the dark purple light from behind anymore. Just as he was about to exit the Ant-Man building, a horrifying roar thundered in his ears. The entire building began to sink. Open! Wong Tung shouted and slashed upward with his sword. Boom! The top of the building was finally opened up, and the gray skies appeared. Wong Tung rushed out, charging into the distance. Boom! The Ant-Man building sank into the ground. Clouds of dust rose into the sky as if a sandstorm was near. Wang Tung, get the Devil Slayer out. We can start it, Roundball shouted in Wang Tung's mind. No, it's too late. Wang Tung looked at the dust below, only to see a streak of purple light rising and chasing him. Damn it! Wang Tung's pupil shrank. He didn't dare to take out the universe-level spacecraft. If he did so, it might be even easier to be caught with the size of the spacecraft. While running, he scanned his surroundings, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an ice-blue light rushing toward him. You can't blame me for this. Wang Tung sneered in his heart. Not only did he not hide, but he even changed his direction and headed straight toward the light. Chapter 1147, Desperate Situation. The Universe-stage martial warrior's name was Saleh. As a Universe-stage martial warrior, he was someone who had influence in at least one planetary sector. He even made a name for himself in the galaxy. But while confronting Wang Tung, he suffered repeated setbacks. Saleh's life was a little sad. He initially wanted to head over to another Ant-Man building, but he heard a roar on his way there, so he rushed over. He knew something must have happened. He was even more certain that Wang Tung must be here. Wang Tung had killed his only son. He must be avenged. Saleh's body emanated an icy chill. Although his face was blurred, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom! He sped up and rushed toward the commotion. At the same time, a green light was heading toward him from the front. After Wang Tung discovered the Universe-stage martial warrior, he concealed his dark force. He couldn't guarantee that the Universe-stage martial warrior would stay here. He didn't want to reveal the existence of the dark force. Otherwise, it would be big trouble for him. Saleh felt Wang Tung's aura and frowned. Something's not right. This brat is so cunning. Why would he throw himself to me? He didn't believe that Wang Tung didn't know that he was here. So there was only one problem. This bastard wanted to direct his problems to him. Saleh looked grim, and his heart was boiling with killing intent. He wanted to turn and leave immediately, but Wang Tung was just in front of his eyes. He was reluctant to do so. He fell into hesitation before finally deciding to kill him here and leave as quickly as possible. With the strength of a Universe-stage martial warrior, no matter what terrifying thing there was on this planet, he could always leave if he wanted to. He had the utmost confidence in his own strength. Wang Tung also sensed that the Universe-stage martial warrior had stopped. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, and he immediately guessed what the other party was trying to do. But he didn't hesitate at all. There was something more horrifying behind him. He had to rely on the Universe-stage martial warrior to hold it back. Boom! Behind Wang Tung, dust and sand were flying in the sky, sweeping toward him like a sandstorm. He couldn't see the figure behind the sandstorm. The only thing he could see was the dark purple light that appeared from time to time. 3,000 meters. 2,500 meters. 2,000 meters. The distance between them was getting shorter. Wang Tung maximized his speed. He could already see the icy blue glow of the Universe-stage martial warrior. Saleh saw the frightening scene as well, and his pupils shrank. Damn it, he finally felt panic. His scalp was numb. The thing inside the sandstorm could definitely threaten him. Saleh couldn't care less about Wang Tung. Nothing was more important than his own life. So, he turned around and ran. F***K. Wang Tung cursed and shouted, "Don't go, I'm here. Come and kill me." "Go away." Saleh's face turned black as he shouted. This brat is an asshole. He had brought such a terrifying thing to him. If it wasn't for the circumstances, he would have stopped and killed Wang Tung right then and there. A Universe-stage martial warrior was forced to such a point. "Are you not going to kill me? I killed your son. Are you not going to avenge him?" Wang Tung taunted as he ran. "Bastard." Saleh gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. But no matter how furious he was, he didn't slow down at all. With the sword in his hand, he slashed at Wang Tung behind him. An icy blue sword glow traveled across in a bid to intercept Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed, and he used Space Flash to move away. The icy sword glow slashed into the sand behind him. Boom! The sword glow finally revealed the dark purple light inside. That thing had no physical body, but it looked like a huge octopus. The dark purple streaks of light turned into countless tentacle-like things that danced in the sky as they lunged toward Wang Tung and Soleil. Roar! Saleh's attacks seemed to have enraged that thing, causing it to let out a furious roar. Good job. Wang Tung couldn't help but praise Saleh. F***K. Saleh saw that, and his face was dark like the bottom of a pot. Boss, this is all a misunderstanding. This was not his original intention. He only wanted to intercept Wang Tung. Unfortunately, that thing wouldn't listen to his explanation. If that thing took Saleh as ordinary prey previously, it treated him as disobedient prey now. Disobedient prey had to be taught a lesson. Don't stop, continue. Wang Tung shouted from behind. To hell with continuing. Saleh wanted to curse, but he knew that this was obviously not the time to lose his composure. Wang Tung could clearly evade his attacks easily. If he attacked again, he would hit that thing and provoke it. It wasn't worth it at all. This was too frustrating. Wang Tung saw that the other party was no longer doing anything, but he wouldn't let the universe stage martial warrior off like that. Although he couldn't defeat his opponent, it was still okay to give him some trouble. The golden crescent blade flew out and spun rapidly with a wave of his hand. It only surrounded the universe stage martial warrior without attacking. At the same time, he used fire tongue. The divine flames turned into tongues of flame and tried to catch Saleh. These wouldn't pose any threat to Saleh's life or even hurt him. However, they would slow him down. Get lost. Saleh's face was gloomy. He kept slashing his sword to repel the golden crescent blade and slice the fire tongues. Goodbye. Wang Tung laughed. He had already caught up and overtook him. Saleh's face turned green and white. He didn't dare to stop and didn't have the time to deal with Wang Tung. He could only run for his life. The universe stage martial warrior was supposed to be faster than Wang Tung, but Wang Tung had donned the wings of wind and lightning and was extremely fast. He also used space techniques from time to time, which was why he wasn't much slower than Saleh. The horrifying presence behind kept chasing wildly, but the distance had widened. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the ground in front began to quake. Sand and dust shot up into the sky. Not only that, but the same thing happened to the ground on both sides as well. Something charged out from below. Wang Tung and Saleh were surrounded. Their expressions were bleak, and they had to stop. Wang Tung's pupils shrank. He was trying to figure out a way to escape. However, he came up with nothing. He was in a desperate situation. Chapter 1148, Devouring Nihility Beast. The sand encased Wang Tung and Saleh like a cage. Even the sky was gradually covered. Soon, the two sides of the sand met, and they were locked inside entirely. Wang Tung and Saleh's only path of retreat was blocked. They weren't afraid of the sand. They were afraid of what was in it. The purple-black light filled up Wang Tung's vision when he activated his spiritual sight. There wasn't any room for him to escape. Hey, Wang Tung called Saleh. What? Saleh frowned and asked in a cold voice. We can only work together to see if there's any possibility of escaping, Wang Tung said. Work with you. Saleh scoffed in disdain. You, he added indifferently. I won't cooperate with my son's killer. Let's die together then. Wang Tung shook his head and sighed. I might not die. Saleh snorted. Wang Tung looked at him in astonishment. Let's wait and see. He furrowed his brows slightly. The universe stage martial warrior wouldn't give him trouble, but he wouldn't cooperate with him either. This was troublesome. Was he supposed to expose his dark force again? However, his dark force was only at the 6th level planetary stage. He wasn't certain if he could escape before his dark force wore down completely. If he couldn't run away in time, he would become that creature's food. The sand cage was gradually shrinking. It didn't move quickly and was slowing down. It seemed to be teasing them. Just like a cat that caught a mouse, it didn't gobble them up in a hurry, but allowed them to stay alive for some time, as if their meat would taste better this way. Or it had a bad sense of humor. After all, if one stayed underground for many years, they might become as crazy as this creature. Wang Tung knew that when he noticed this creature, it was observing him silently too. Suddenly, he felt it might have a screw loose. He assessed the situation and wasn't in a hurry to escape. There was some time before the other party ate him. He must find the most appropriate way of survival. Wang Teng, I think I know what that is. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng was astounded and elated. He asked hurriedly, "What is it?" "Devouring nihility beast." Round Ball said these 3 words after a moment of silence. The devouring nihility beast. What's that? Wang Teng had never heard of this beast, so he didn't know what it was. This is a presence that only exists in legends. It's a mysterious beast. The people who have seen it before are mostly dead. Thus, there's almost no information on the devouring nihility beast. I found its description while looking through an ancient book just now. Round Ball explained quickly. How confident are you? Based on the characteristics of this creature, I'm about 80% certain. Wang Ting nodded. Did the ancient book mention its weakness? No. It just says that it can grow by swallowing any matter, and it especially loves the origin of soul and the origin of life. It hates dark force, but it can devour it if it wants to. It just doesn't like it, Round Ball said. F***K, pervert. Wang Ting widened his eyes in disbelief. It could swallow anything. Wasn't it invincible? At first, he thought that the creature was afraid of the dark force. Now, he knew that it wasn't afraid. It just disliked it, just like a little child who disliked coriander. If you forced him, he would still eat it. The sand cage had shrunk to 500 meters in radius. Saleh couldn't bear it anymore. A glaring ice blue glow shot out from his body, giving off a strange fluctuation. The power of origin. He wants to use his power of origin to force his way out. Wang Teng understood his plan after sensing the fluctuation. He kept his distance in case the other party dealt him a blow before leaving. He had killed his son. This was unforgivable. An ice blue glow shot out from Saleh's eyes. He gave Wang Teng a final glance before ignoring him. With a yell, the ice blue glow exploded, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. "Go!" Saleh shouted. He turned into a dazzling and sharp beam of sword glow and slashed out. His body had disappeared too. Boom! Along with a terrifying explosion, a large blade mark was formed in the sand ahead. The purple-black glow was cut by the sword glow too. Wang Teng frowned. A universe-stage martial warrior was indeed powerful. However, just when he thought that the ice-blue blade glow was going to shatter the purple-black glow, something unexpected happened. The purple-black glow started gathering together at a high speed, enveloping the ice-blue glow as if it was devouring it. Boom! The purple-black glow expanded, and beams of ice-blue glow shot out from within. However, it was useless. The ice-blue glow was still devoured in the end and disappeared. Calmness resumed. Only the enclosed cage continued shrinking slowly. Wang Teng stood in the middle. Sigh. Even a universe-stage martial warrior can't force his way out. Wang Teng felt dejected. His heart sank, as if there was a huge rock pressing it down. Wang Teng, Round Ball shouted uncontrollably. It couldn't think of any solutions either. It felt despair. Was Wang Teng going to die here? It thought that Wang Teng could go further in the universe with his exceptional talent, but they met the devouring nihility beast. Things never went as planned. At this moment, the cage around them suddenly shrunk quickly. It became 100 meters smaller almost instantly. There's no time. Wang Teng turned grim. He released the divine flames in his body. Dark flame, holy flame, emerald glazed flame, and soul of thousand beast flame. These 4 flames engulfed him. At the same time, he also released the water of Netherworld and formed a blue bubble around him, blocking the divine flame outside. Dark force surged out and formed a pitch-black outer layer. 3 layers of defense. Wang Teng completed the defense within an instant. Boom! The sand drowned him while the purple-black glow devoured him entirely. Chapter 1149. The Final Method. Wang Teng wrapped himself up with another 3 layers of defense to see if he could escape from being swallowed up by the devouring nihility beast. After the purple-black light enveloped Wang Teng, the first thing it had to overcome was the barrier formed by the dark force. In the end, it found it hard to swallow, as if it had eaten a piece of dung. It seemed that dark force wasn't a good thing for it. Wang Tong wanted to find an opportunity to escape, but he felt like he was spinning while he was inside his barrier. It seemed like he was falling rapidly toward the bottom. This discovery changed Wang Tong's expression slightly. It looked like the devouring nihility beast wouldn't let him go easily, even if it wasn't in a hurry to devour him. It was dragging him to the place where its body was. After some time, Wang Tong felt that his surroundings were silent without any vibrations or sounds. It was like he was floating up and down on the water. Wang Tong crossed his legs and sat in his barrier. He couldn't see anything outside and could only see a terrifying mass of energy surrounding him by using spiritual sight. This mass of energy was clearly the devouring nihility beast body. He guessed that he was in its stomach. Wang Tong, what now? Round Ball asked in a solemn voice. We shall be its cold dish. Wang Tong shook his head. He couldn't come up with any good ideas. Round Ball was speechless. Can you be serious? This is a matter of life and death. Wang Tong ignored Round Ball and closed his eyes. He then focused on his attributes panel. Ordinary methods were no longer enough for him to escape from the devouring nihility beast's grasp. He had to figure out if there was a special way to deal with this thing. Round Ball saw what was happening and knew that Wang Tong was thinking of a solution. It didn't dare to disturb him, only worrying silently. Time passed slowly. Wang Tong said that he wasn't in a hurry, but the reality was otherwise. He was browsing through all his skills over and over again. If he could deal with the devouring nihility beast, he didn't mind trying it. No one knew how long it took. The devouring nihility beast seemed to have become impatient and was about to attack Wang Tong. A peculiar force enveloped the barrier with huge suction power, which seemed to pull it apart. Wang Tong sensed this immediately. His expression changed as his eyes snapped open. It moved. Round Ball was startled and looked outside, but it wasn't able to see anything. What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die here. It spun around in front of Wang Tong anxiously. Stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy. Wang Tong rolled his eyes. Why is an intelligent life form like you afraid of dying? Intelligent life forms are still life forms. You're despising me. Round Ball glared at him. It's rare to see such a cowardly intelligent life form like you. Wang Tong teased. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and think of a way. Round Ball rolled its eyes. Wang Tong shook his head and looked forward. Gnawing sounds were suddenly heard from the barrier, as if it was being eroded by something. The atmosphere tensed up, causing Wang Tong and Round Ball to hold their breaths. Very soon, the outermost layer of dark force had been devoured completely. Wang Tong didn't stop it. Is there really no way? Round Ball's heart sank when it saw him like this. It then suggested, we are now at its stomach, which should be every life form's most vulnerable place. Can you use your dark force and carve a way out? Wait, what did you say? A flicker of light flashed in Wang Tong's eyes as if he had caught something. You have a plan? Round Ball was pleasantly surprised. Repeat what you said, Wang Tong said hurriedly. We're in its stomach? The stomach should be every life form's most vulnerable place? Round Ball said, is that it? Stomach, the most vulnerable place. Wang Tong ignored Round Ball and kept repeating that in his mind. He seemed to have caught something, but at the same time didn't. He seemed to have seen a related skill when he was browsing through the attributes panel. What was it? Skills started appearing in his mind one by one. This feeling was tearing into his heart, and he was about to go crazy. Having too many skills was also a problem. It was hard to find a skill that he needed. But then again, if he didn't have so many skills, he wouldn't have been able to find useful skills. The most vulnerable place. Wang Tong muttered to himself, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Understand? What do you understand? Round Ball asked with a shocked expression. I know how to deal with it. Wang Tong laughed uncontrollably. The most vulnerable place is not the stomach. What is it? Round Ball probed. Wang Tong didn't say it directly and told it in his mind. The soul is the most vulnerable. Soul. Round Ball was slightly stunned. The devouring nihility beast is so powerful. Its soul shouldn't be that weak. This is just relatively speaking. For every life form, the soul is the most vulnerable place. You want to attack its soul? Round Ball hesitated. Yes, but it isn't really an attack. It should be. Wang Tong stopped. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, Round Ball, I'll place my body into the space fragment. Go in together with me. Wait, what are you trying to do? Round Ball was anxious. Before it finished speaking, it disappeared from the barrier along with Wang Tong. This is the final method. A faint voice drifted inside the barrier. In the space fragment, Wang Tong landed on a piece of rock. The floral fairies were shocked when they saw their master appear. They were about to come over and greet him, while also updating him about the progress of the space fragment's makeover. However, Wang Tong shut his eyes and ignored them. Catalpa and the other floral fairies were flustered and thought that Wang Tong didn't approve of them. This guy, he didn't even say what he was going to do. Round Ball was full of resentment as it emerged from Wang Tong's body. It was then stunned to see its surroundings. This space fragment is full of vitality. It achieved such a level without being a small world, and there are no complete rules yet. Oh, aren't those floral fairies? So they were placed here. The Ant-Man Queen was just nearby. Its origin of soul floated out of the body and looked over. Why are you all here as well? We were devoured, Round Ball said helplessly. Chapter 1150, Give and Take. Wang Tong left his body in the space fragment. When his body entered the space fragment was hidden within space. It hadn't disappeared. This space was hidden within the defense shields. If the devouring nihility beast destroyed the defense shields, it could start devouring everything in the space fragment. This was how terrifying the devouring nihility beast was. Wang Tong wanted to escape using his space skills, but he realized that the space around him was sealed. He couldn't run away. He was helpless. Thus, he had to take the risk and make one last effort. Let's see who will be the final winner. Wang Tong was furious. He released his spirit and targeted the devouring nihility beast outside. Since he had made his decision, he proceeded without any hesitation. Death wasn't scary. Just do it. Boom. Wang Tong's spirit broke through the defense shield and charged toward the purple-black light outside. The devouring nihility beast roared angrily, as if it had sensed a provocation. Why are you shouting? Wang Tong's spirit bellowed. He shot directly in the direction where he sensed the beast's origin of soul was. An enraged roar replied to him as a terrifying devouring force charged at Wang Tong's spirit. I'm going to teach you a lesson if you want to devour me. Wang Tong was indignant. He released his water of Netherworld and welcomed the devouring nihility beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The water of Netherworld was quite useful. There was a hissing sound when it came into contact with the body of the devouring nihility beast. It was corroding its body, but the water of Netherworld was being consumed too. It was gradually decreasing in volume. Wang Tong couldn't care less. As long as the origin of the water of Netherworld didn't get devoured, it could be recovered. He ignored the situation on that side and executed all his skills to resist the devouring nihility beast. Then he charged toward the origin of soul at the fastest speed possible. Almost there. Almost there. He was almost there. Wang Tong kept the water of Netherworld and released his 4 divine flames. Soul of Thousand Beast Flame, Emerald Glaze Flame, Holy Flame, and Dark Flame. The devouring nihility beast didn't expect him to have so many flames. With the protection, it would have a hard time swallowing him. As a result, Wang Tong got closer to its origin of soul. Roar! The devouring nihility beast bellowed in anger again. However, this time, Wang Tong caught a hint of anxiousness in its voice. Are you scared? Wang Tong snorted. He could feel the origin of soul inches away from him. He used all his strength to knock into it. Boom! Wang Tong's spirit slammed into the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. Abyss Burial. Thief. Wang Tong activated these 2 skills simultaneously. A moment ago, he had raised these 2 skills to the perfected stage. He activated them in unison because he wanted to give the devouring nihility beast a lethal strike. Full-blown Abyss Burial. Thief at max power. The angry roar of the devouring nihility beast echoed in the universe. It sounded furious and agitated. Time passed slowly. More than a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The disappearance of the devouring nihility beast caused the decaying planet to turn dead silent. It floated in the universe, along with the gray mist like a ghost of the universe. No one could barge into the center of the gray mist and disturb this dead planet either. At the same time, Roundball and the others were counting the days in Wong Tung's space fragment. The more time passed, the more agitated they felt. It's been more than a month. Why isn't Wong Tung awake? Roundball floated around Wong Tung, checking his breath and his pulse occasionally, afraid that he would die at any moment. Be quiet, the Ant-Man Queen said uncontrollably. What do you know? You're not affected if he dies. Roundball shot back. If he dies, I'll die too, the Ant-Man Queen said peacefully. All right. Roundball reacted in time. Since this space hasn't been devoured yet, this means that the devouring nihility beast has no time to care about us, or Wong Tung still has strength left. Both situations are good for us, the Ant-Man Queen said. Cough, that's what I think so too. Roundball realized what she meant and coughed awkwardly. The Ant-Man Queen said softly, Did you learn your shamelessness from your master? Roundball didn't find it embarrassing. It rolled its eyes and asked, Do you think he can succeed? Can he hold back the devouring nihility beast? He might be able to do it. The Ant-Man Queen sighed. We can only place our hopes on him. I hope so. Roundball sighed. Its gaze turned firm. He can always create miracles. I believe that he won't die here. Am I still alive? Wong Tung woke up in the dark. He was confused and hadn't realized what had happened. I'm still alive. After some time, he repeated the sentence with a resolute voice. Wong Tung's spirit opened his eyes gradually. He realized that he was in a dark and boundless space. It was vast with no end in sight. Where is this? Wong Tung was puzzled. All right, this is the devouring nihility beast devour space. It's where its origin of soul is. So, where's the origin of soul? Wong Tung looked around. The devouring nihility beast's origin of soul was nowhere to be seen. He quickly felt his own origin of soul. He was overjoyed. He realized that his origin of soul had become much stronger. No, it was more appropriate to say that there was another origin of soul within his. This origin of soul was part of him now. It was the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. He succeeded. Thief. He did it. Ha ha. Wong Tung burst out laughing. He actually succeeded. He managed to get the origin of soul of this powerful beast. His laughter lasted for a long time. Wong Tung calmed down and sat down cross-legged in this dark space. With a single thought, he released another ball of origin of soul inside his body. It formed a purple-black shadow of the giant beast. Devouring nihility beast. This is the devouring nihility beast. Wong Tung looked at the shadow of the beast and gasped. This was the most mysterious behemoth in the universe. It was extremely rare, and no one alive had ever seen it. Yet it was right in front of him and was also a part of him. Wong Tung found this unbelievable. Chapter 11:51. How dare he? The origin of soul of the devouring nihility beast was enormous. Wong Tung seemed exceptionally small beside it. By right, he should have failed due to the vast difference in strength and size. However, he succeeded. The main reason was that this devouring nihility beast was still a baby. It was too naive. That was why it attempted to play with its prey. There was a little advantage when an adult soul attempted to steal an infant soul. The second reason was that Wong Tung was a bug. He forcefully replenished his origin of soul using his blank attributes when it was consumed and won the marathon. To make an inappropriate analogy, Wong Tung was like a tough needle that couldn't be bent. He penetrated the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul slowly but surely. Even a small hole allowed him to succeed in his thieves' skill. Now, all of Wong Tung's blank attributes were gone. Not a single point was left. Honestly, he almost died. If he had slightly fewer points, he wouldn't have succeeded. Wong Tung still had lingering fears when he recalled the entire thief process. Either way, he succeeded in the end. This was the first time Wong Tung had executed this skill. This was his last resort. He didn't think he would succeed. Now he was sharing a soul with the devouring nihility beast. But they had different bodies. The origin of soul of the devouring nihility beast was now a part of his origin of soul. Wang Tung sat cross-legged in front of the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. It started shrinking immediately and turned into another Wang Tung after some time. This new Wang Tung was dressed in a purple-black gown. Even his hair was purple-black. It was extremely different from the real Wang Tung. "Sit," Wang Tung said. The devouring nihility beast smiled and sat down in front of him. Two Wang Tungs sat opposite each other. This was a strange sight. Fortunately, Wang Tung had executed his cloning skill before, so he was used to this feeling. Then, Wang Tung closed his eyes and started counting his gains. The risk of the thief skill was huge. He would be doomed eternally if any accidents happened, but the gains were tremendous too. It was a pleasant surprise. Wang Tung's mind was in a whirl. He couldn't absorb the legacy of the devouring nihility beast within such a short time. That was right. As the most mysterious universe behemoth, the devouring nihility beast had a legacy. These powerful universe behemoths had an unimaginably queer way of passing on their legacy. There were only a few of them, so when they were at the end of their lives, they would compile all their origin of life into an egg. Their main body would disappear. The egg would be left on a planet with strong vitality. It would be incubated there for millions or even billions of years. The legacy of the race would be passed down through spiritual marks. Also, the devouring nihility beast could consume other living creatures, so it could easily obtain the secret legacies of other races. This method was similar to how he picked up attribute bubbles, but it wasn't as direct. After absorbing the knowledge, they had to digest it slowly by themselves. These memories were passed down from generation to generation. It was an accumulation of knowledge over billions and billions of years. The vastness of this knowledge and legacy was unimaginable. Now it was in Wang Tung's hands. In front of the devouring nihility beast's legacy, Nangong Yu and the Flaming River Universe Lord's legacies were nothing. There was no comparison. This vast amount of knowledge almost blasted Wang Tung's mind apart. Fortunately, after stealing the devouring nihility beast, his origin of soul became many times more powerful than before. Actually, the devouring nihility beast was only at the peak of the cosmos stage. But its origin of soul and origin of life were more powerful than any normal martial warriors at the same stage. Time flew. 3 days later, he finally managed to seal all the legacy memories of the devouring nihility beast. Yes, sealed, not absorbed. The memories were too messy and chaotic. They encompassed the introduction of thousands of races in the universe, including humans, orcs, fairies, mecha race, metallic race, plant race. There was information about other universe behemoths too. They were all mysterious and powerful. Ordinary martial warriors would rarely meet them. For instance, the Kunwa beast of the Great Qian Empire and the blazing giant dragon, which the Parker's family had met before. Information of all these legendary beasts was within the devouring nihility beast's memory. There were other small secret skills too. Wang Tung would need numerous years to absorb all of them, but he didn't have the luxury to do that right away. Besides, most of this knowledge was useless. He didn't have to learn them. Even the devouring nihility beast wouldn't digest all the knowledge. It would be a waste of time and effort to learn all this useless and messy information. These memories could be used to enrich himself. Anyway, these memories were his now. They wouldn't disappear. He had ample time to digest them slowly in the future. If he needed something, he could search for the information he needed in this memory reserve. It's time to go out, Wang Tung muttered to himself. The next second, his origin of soul surged out of this dark devour space and returned to his body. In the space fragment, Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. A deep and dark glow flashed in them. Wang Tung, you're awake. Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. Then he looked at Round Ball. Round Ball froze in midair. It seemed to have suffered a mental stimulation and started retreating in fear. You! It shouted in astonishment, as if it saw something frightening. What's wrong with me? Wang Tung was confused. You're not Wang Tung. Who are you? Round Ball was flabbergasted. It shifted away from Wang Tung grimly. The Ant-Man Queen floated away sternly, staring intently at Wang Tung. Ha ha! Wang Tung finally realized what happened. He burst out laughing. I am Wang Tung. No, impossible. Wang Tung wouldn't give me such spiritual pressure. Round Ball gritted its teeth and shook its head. There was sorrow on its face. I consumed the devouring nihility beast, Wang Tung replied. Consumed. Round Ball froze on the spot, as if it had heard something unbelievable. It was in a daze. The Ant-Man Queen was in shock too. There was astonishment in her eyes. This was crazy. A human devoured a devouring nihility beast? Where did he get his guts from? Chapter 1152, Bloodline. Wang Tung's words shocked Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen to their cores. They didn't return to their senses for a long time. After some time, Round Ball took a deep breath. Its voice was filled with doubts. How can you prove that you're Wang Tung? Wang Tung was stunned. This was a serious question. How could he prove his identity? Wang Tung didn't expect that he would be faced with such a strange problem. This is bad. If you can't prove it, we can't confirm if Wang Tung devoured the devouring nihility beast or the other way round. Round Ball remained calm. The devouring nihility beast is so powerful. I'm afraid. The Ant-Man Queen didn't continue. It didn't have that much confidence in Wang Tung. The gap between the devouring nihility beast and Wang Tung was so great. It couldn't imagine how he could successfully consume the devouring nihility beast's soul. That was too unrealistic. All right. Let me think about how to prove it. Wang Tung rubbed his chin and thought about it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's it. He broke up the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul and showed it to them. The huge devouring nihility beast's body shrank multiple times, but its body was still shrouded by the purple dark light, making it difficult to see its true appearance. When Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen saw the devouring nihility beast's body, they immediately confirmed its identity. The overwhelming presence that stemmed from the bloodline could never be faked. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen didn't believe that Wang Tung was who he was because they felt that overwhelming pressure coming from his soul when they looked into his eyes. Look carefully. See how I'm going to prove it to you, Wang Tung said with a little hesitation. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen were suspicious. It seemed a little hard to tell by looking at his appearance. Come on, bark like a dog, Wang Tung suddenly said. Round Ball, the Ant-Man Queen, they were dazed. They couldn't believe that this was Wang Tung's great idea. Was he for real? Woof woof. The devouring nihility beast's origin of soul let out a bark. The duo didn't expect it to actually bark. Both of them almost believed that the devouring nihility beast's soul had been taken by Wang Tung. Only he would do such a heartless thing. The devouring nihility beast was from a noble bloodline and would never do anything like that. It wouldn't even bother to learn how other races communicated, let alone a dog's barking. This was a pride that stemmed from its bloodline. It was something everyone knew. Almost every universe behemoth was prideful and noble. They would rather die than do something humiliating. Once, someone wanted to enslave a universe behemoth, but it self-destructed instead. It would rather die than serve someone. And that universe behemoth's bloodline wasn't even as noble as the devouring nihility beasts. Besides, it wouldn't do any good for the devouring nihility beast to pretend that its soul had been obtained by Wang Tung. It had no need to do so. There was only one possibility. Wang Tung had obtained its soul. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen looked at Wang Tung in deep shock. Cough, this should be enough. Wang Tung cleared his throat. Now, the devouring nihility beast was him. He made himself bark. Wasn't he resolute enough? Okay. Round Ball had a weird expression. It floated around Wang Tung in disbelief. So you wanted to take its soul? This is the only way. I had to do this, Wang Tung said calmly as if he had done something ordinary. No wonder you didn't tell me about it. If I knew that you were going to use thief, I would have stopped you. Round Ball shook its head. I could only do this by myself. It was useless for me to tell you. You're really insane. Round Ball looked at him as if he were a ghost. The most important thing is that you succeeded. The Ant-Man Queen carefully looked at Wang Tung and the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. Round Ball also surrounded the devouring nihility beast in curiosity. It wanted to see what it really looked like. This was the devouring nihility beast. No one had seen its true appearance, and it was now in front of them. It felt magical. You should have gained a lot of benefits after your thieves succeeded on the devouring nihility beast, Round Ball said. Of course. Wang Ting nodded with a smile. You're so lucky. I don't even know how you managed to succeed. Round Ball shook its head and then said with great excitement, with the devouring nihility beast's body and bloodline, you can definitely advance to the universe stage. There shouldn't be anything hindering you in the process. It's true. Some known universe behemoth can reach the universe stage by just growing and maturing. This devouring nihility beast is much more powerful and mysterious than them. Advancing to the universe stage is not a problem at all. The Ant-Man Queen agreed. This is because only a few people had any information about the devouring nihility beast. They could only speculate. Even so, it was absolutely certain that the devouring nihility beast could reach the universe stage. Wang Ting nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. The devouring nihility beast had a powerful bloodline, satisfying him greatly. The devouring nihility beast grew by devouring. As long as it received enough resources, it could reach the universe stage, or even more. It would definitely be a great aid to him. Wang Tong was naturally delighted. As for himself, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he could collect attributes, he wasn't afraid of not reaching the universe stage. In fact, the universe stage was just the beginning. Round Ball and the others didn't know anything about this. They were still worried about his inferior bloodline and whether his talent was enough for him to achieve great things. All right, we should leave this place. Wang Tong kept the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. That's right. We wasted so much time here. We still have to rush back to number 29 Defense Planet. Round Ball suddenly remembered something and asked that universe stage martial warrior was also devoured by the devouring nihility beast. Is he dead? Not yet, but he's now in my hands. I'll deal with him. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Tong's eyes as he sneered. That bastard definitely didn't expect you to tame the devouring nihility beast. Round Ball chuckled. Wang Ting didn't say anything and comforted the floral fairies. He then disappeared from the space fragment. In the next moment, he appeared in the outside world. This was the planet's core, but had been sucked dry. Only a huge, dark purple ball of light was entrenched there. It was the devouring nihility beast. Keep, Wang Tong said in a low voice. The purple-black ball of light disappeared and was taken into the devour space. Chapter 1153, Massacre Before Leaving. In the decaying and grayish planet, a pitch-black universe spacecraft suddenly appeared. It shot out silently from the atmospheric layer at the speed of light. Round Ball was in full control of the Devil Slayer spacecraft. It activated the panoramic simulation mode. Wang Tong felt a little complicated as he stared at the planet disappearing behind him. This was the end of the planet. It survived till now because the devouring nihility beast had been acting as the core of the planet. Now that Wang Tong kept the devouring nihility beast body, this planet would collapse. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, a loud explosion occurred behind him. The entire planet shattered without any warning. A third of the planet separated from a main body and exploded, turning into small asteroids that floated in the universe. Then the other two-thirds of the planet broke into countless asteroids, scattering in the universe. This was the first time Wang Tong witnessed the destruction of a planet. It gave him the jitters, and he was unable to calm down for some time. The origin of soul of the Ant-Man Queen floated out of Wang Tong's body. They didn't have to worry about the devouring nihility beast, so Wang Tong wore the soul crystal on him. The Ant-Man Queen was in deep sorrow as it stared at the planet behind them. Her race had bred and thrived on this planet in the past. It used to be a prosperous place, but now it was all part of history. The planet no longer existed in the universe. Wang Tong and Round Ball remained quiet. They didn't disturb the Ant-Man Queen. This was a grievous and sorrowful situation. Although they weren't in the Ant-Man Queen's shoes, they understood her. Let's go. After some time, the Ant-Man Queen retracted her gaze and stared into the emptiness ahead. Roundball, depart. Wong Ting nodded. All right, Devil Slayer, depart. Our destination is the number 29 defense planet. Roundball chuckled. Its tone turned light-hearted as it piloted the Devil Slayer spacecraft into the gray mist. They possessed an intact universe-level spacecraft that hadn't been damaged, so passing through the gray mist was an easy feat. Intelligent life forms are indeed powerful. My clansmen had to study for a long time before we managed to control this spacecraft. We also needed many of us to cooperate together. The Ant-Man Queen looked at Roundball and commented, Haha, of course. Intelligent life forms like me are rare. Roundball raised its eyebrows at Wong Tung proudly. Wong Tung smiled. Surprisingly, he didn't refute Roundball this time. He had to admit that it had been a great help to him along the way. Master, my soul can't hold for long. I need to proceed with rebirth immediately. The Ant-Man Queen spoke to Wong Tung with respect. In the past, she might have had other thoughts. But after learning that Wong Tung stole the devouring nihility beast, all these thoughts disappeared. She started to treat him with respect and reverence. She didn't dare to show any signs of unhappiness. You need a powerful star beast with great vitality for your rebirth, right? You need to place this soul crystal in that star beast, Wong Tung said. It looks like Master already knows. The Ant-Man Queen was surprised. Then, she remembered something and nodded. I'll prepare the star beast as soon as I can. Wong Ting nodded. He knew this from the knowledge he had received from the devouring nihility beast. Sorry to trouble you. The Ant-Man Queen replied respectfully. No worries. I'm anticipating the loyalty of the Ant-Man race too. After stealing the devouring nihility beast, the Ant-Man Queen was no longer a threat to him. He could order it around without any worry, so her rebirth was put on the agenda. The spacecraft had entered the gray mist zone. There was a group of toxic mirage beasts ahead. Roundball, kill them, Wong Tung said calmly with a sharp gaze. These bastards chased us relentlessly in the past. It's time to make them pay the price. I can use this chance to test the weapons on this Devil Slayer too. Roundball rubbed its hands in anticipation. Don't let any of them escape, Wong Tung said. No one will get away, Roundball promised. It activated the force cannon of the Devil Slayer. The force cannon was made from bloodlust stones. Hence, its force attacks carried bloodlust conscious in it. It could be used to intimidate their opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Force cannons with strings of black bloodlust conscious slammed into the toxic mirage beasts. Under Roundball's control, the cannons shot through the air with agility. No one panicked, even though toxic mirage beasts were surrounding them from all corners. This situation was completely different from the time when they had just entered the gray mist. At that time, the Flaming River spacecraft was damaged, and there was a universe stage martial warrior hot on their tails. They had no time to care about these toxic mirage beasts. Now, it was a one-sided massacre. After all, the Devil Slayer was extremely powerful. The toxic mirage beasts were intimidated by the bloodlust conscious. Before they could react, the force cannon struck them, reducing them to minced meat. Wong Tung sat in the host's seat on the spacecraft and collected the attribute bubbles outside indifferently. Constellation Force, Poison, * 1200 Constellation Force, Poison, * 800 Toxic Mirage, * 150 Blank Attribute, * 3000 Constellation Force, Poison, * 1500 Toxic Mirage, * 120 Blank Attribute, * 2500. A large number of attribute bubbles floated toward Wong Tung. He needed to replenish his blank attributes pool urgently. This was also a good time to raise his poison force. Thus, Wong Tung planned to kill all these poisonous beasts. He would annihilate them. These toxic mirage beasts got attracted by the devouring nihility beast. They formed a gray mist around the planet so that outsiders wouldn't be able to get in. The people inside will find it tough to get out too, the Ant-Man Queen explained. Wong Tung nodded. No one knew the methods of the devouring nihility beast better than him. It wasn't hard for it to control star beasts with a weaker bloodline. Using his powerful spiritual power, Wang Tong spent half a day clearing all the toxic mirage beasts in the gray mist. Not a single beast managed to escape. Wang Tong received a large number of attribute bubbles. Constellation Poison Force 32800/90,000. Planetary Stage 9th Level. Blank Attribute. 75600 Toxic Mirage. 2500/5000. Big Achievement. His poison force had reached the 9th level of the planetary stage. He collected more than 70,000 blank attributes, too. This was a small windfall. At the same time, he received a lot of toxic mirage attributes, allowing his skill to jump to the big achievement stage. He could release a massive amount of toxic mirage to cover a certain area. This was a good technique. Chapter 1154. Guess. After the toxic mirage beast died, the gray mist finally dissipated. The Devil Slayer spacecraft left the gray mist zone and returned to outer space. Round Ball locked in on number 29 defense planet. It exclaimed in shock, "We have gone extremely off course. We'll need 2 to 3 days more to complete our journey." "Increase the speed to maximum," Wang Tong said. "No problem. Anyway, I didn't expect this Devil Slayer to be so powerful. Its speed is around 2 times faster than the Flaming River," Roundball commented. "My race paid a huge price to build this Devil Slayer. We place special emphasis on speed and destructive power," the Ant-Man Queen explained softly. "It's indeed powerful. We just hit the asteroids gently with the Devil Slayer, and the sharp wings cut them into 2. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior can get heavily injured by this spacecraft," Roundball said. Then, the spacecraft entered the dark universe and rushed towards the number 29 defense planet. "Wang Tong, you have a message," Roundball suddenly reminded him. "Who is it?" Wang Tong was surprised. "Di Chi. Connect me to the virtual universe," Wang Tong said hurriedly with a frown. "All right," Roundball nodded. It immediately connected Wang Tong to the virtual universe. The virtual universe. In the Great Qian mainland, within the castle of the Cavendish family, Di Chi was sitting behind a table in an extravagant study room and waiting patiently. Suddenly, Wang Tong's figure appeared in the study. "You're finally here." Di Chi's eyes lit up. He smiled and said happily, "I couldn't contact you for some time. What happened?" "Sigh. I was being hunted by a universe stage martial warrior." Wang Tong sat down on a real leather sofa and poured himself a cup of fruit juice. He downed it in a single gulp. The delicacies in the virtual universe were amazing. This kind of fruit juice extracted from the emerald honey fruit was a high-class drink rarely seen in the universe. One could only find it on a large planet like Great Qian Planet. Wang Tong could only drink it when he was at Di Chi's place. "What?" Di Chi sprung up from his seat in astonishment. "Why did you offend a universe stage martial warrior again?" "What do you mean by I offended a universe stage martial warrior?" Wang Tong rolled his eyes uncontrollably. "If you didn't provoke him, why would he chase you?" Di Chi sat down beside him. "Who knows? He chased me for no reason." Wang Tong blinked. Then he scoffed. "Besides the Parkers, I can't think of another family with such capabilities." "Are you saying that the Parkers asked someone to kill you?" Di Chi frowned. "Do you have evidence?" "I think so." "Evidence?" "I'll know after I ask that universe stage martial warrior." "Ask the universe stage martial warrior?" Di Chi was stunned. "Did you convince the martial warrior to switch sides?" "No, I captured him." Wang Tong poured himself another glass of fruit juice and savored it happily. "Not bad. Get some real stuff for me next time." Di Chi was speechless. "Why are you still thinking of this fruit juice? Did you say that you've captured the universe stage martial warrior? Are you kidding? Why would I lie to you? Come on, that's a universe stage martial warrior. Don't make it sound so simple." Di Chi didn't know how to express his emotions. He felt exasperated. "So, how did you capture him?" "It's a long story." Wang Tong wouldn't tell Di Chi that he stole a devouring nihility beast. The devouring nihility beast was extremely mysterious. If others knew that he had one, it wouldn't just be the universe stage martial warriors chasing him. The implications were huge. Thus, he just told Di Chi that he accidentally entered a restricted zone and found a way to turn the tables. Of course, the entire process was dangerous. He almost couldn't come back. He mixed some lies with the truth, so the reliability was quite high. He had a good relationship with Di Chi. He wouldn't lie to him entirely. Di Chi believed him too. "You're so lucky," Di Chi lamented. Wang Teng made it sound simple, but he could tell how precarious the situation was. If he were to face a universe-stage martial warrior, he could only bring out his ancestor to save himself. He couldn't think of any other ways. In this aspect, he respected Wang Teng. This fellow was fated to be a protagonist. Lucky? I'm risking my life here. Wang Teng shook his head. Judging from what you've said, it's probably the Parker's family. You might not know, but the law of cause and effect is instilled in Grand Duke Chongshan's order. Once any martial warrior from the Parker's family attacks you, they'll be found out. Hence, they can only ask outsiders to do the work for them, Di Chi said after some contemplation. The law of cause and effect. Wang Teng was stunned. This sounds high class. Even the cause and effect is being used. Haha, you probably don't understand how powerful Grand Duke Chongshan is. Di Chi shook his head and sighed. Honestly, I'm surprised that he spoke up for you. Wang Teng blinked. He thought of something. Did the Grand Duke know that he had the God Slayer sword scripture? If not, why would someone from the imperial family of the Great Qian Empire speak up for a small baron like him? It was unrealistic. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Wang Teng shook his head and asked, "Have you reached the number 29 defense planet?" "Yes, I got there more than a month ago and am waiting for you," Di Chi replied. "But I forgive you since you were being chased by a universe-stage martial warrior." "Haha, you'll have to wait for a few more days. I'm on my way." Wang Teng smiled. "All right, hurry up. You're the only one left." Di Chi punched him. "If we work together, we'll be able to make a name for ourselves on this number 29 defense planet." When Wang Teng left the Great Qian planet, Di Chi invited him to roam the number 29 defense planet together and gain military exploits. To the martial warriors in the Great Qian Empire, fighting with the dark apparitions on defense planets was the best way to train themselves. Those martial warriors that fought dark apparitions in battles were all renowned figures. Wang Teng also wanted to see how powerful a Devil Emperor was. At the same time, he could get some attribute bubbles, so he agreed to Di Chi's suggestion. Wang Teng and Di Chi returned to the real world after the small chat. Just as he was about to go back for cultivation, he remembered something. He hadn't dealt with Chao Jiao and Chao Hongtu. Swoosh! He waved his hand and brought Chao Hongtu and Chao Jiao out of a space fragment. Chao Hongtu was heavily injured. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. As for Chao Jiao, she stood at the side with a complicated expression. She couldn't bear to see her father in this state, but she felt extremely disappointed too.